Amidst the resounding cheers, Taehyung smiled confidently as the frenzied crowd poured into the Seoul Eland FC stadium. The venue for the World Championship inside the arena, the stage lights shone brilliantly. Focusing on a single figure about to appear, Taehyung's silhouette emerged in the center of the stage to the audience's acclaim. He was introduced as the world champion. Suddenly the scene changed, and Taehyung stood there dwarfed. Surrounded by a horde of giant warriors, their eyes were fixed on him before an ancient stone fortress. Looking small and out of place, a brown-bearded warrior eyed Taehyung with curiosity, commenting on his strange name and outfit. The gazes of the brown-bearded warrior and a bald warrior named Bison met, and a tense spark of recognition flashed between them. Bison pointed directly at the brown-bearded warrior's face, roaring a silent accusation that he was the one who had killed him. Despite the accusation, the brown-bearded warrior grinned widely, clapping Bison on the shoulder as if meeting an old friend. The tension between the two reached its peak as an invisible killing intent enveloped them. Taehyung stood frozen. His face turned pale with terror at the incomprehensible situation trapped between two giants. Taehyung completely panicked, realizing they might be mortal enemies. Auras of blazing fire and chilling ice erupted from the two warriors, ready for a confrontation. Instead of launching into a deathmatch, the brown-bearded warrior and Bison punched each other in the face in a friendly manner. Then they burst out laughing. Bison slapped the brown-bearded warrior hard on the back, asking if he had also died. Right after their battle, the brown-bearded warrior explained, that he was stabbed to death by a young warrior with 5 braids in revenge for his father. Realizing his son had avenged him, Bison and the brown-bearded warrior burst into hearty laughter as Taehyung's mind reeled in panic. He tried to understand why he was here. The scene rewound to the decisive moment in the World Finals. When he was at the peak of his glory, the stream of memories abruptly stopped at the fateful moment his hand slipped from the keyboard. Returning to the horrifying reality, Taehyung clutched his head, screaming silently as he realized he might be dead. In his moment of despair, a hand in gleaming golden armor reached out to him as a powerful white-haired woman smiled. She acknowledged him as a true champion who had won countless battles amidst a strange landscape. The white-haired goddess exclaimed with excitement, next to a stunned and bewildered Taehyung, who was breaking out in a sweat. Taehyung's eyes glazed over as he tried to comprehend what was happening, and the white-haired goddess gave him a playful wink, a gesture that only made Taehyung more confused and uncomfortable. The memory of his final moment suddenly rushed back, replaying the scene of him collapsing in his gaming chair during a match. Back in the chaotic reality, Taehyung was horrified. Seeing the image of himself dying, a brilliant flash of light suddenly enveloped him, forcing him to shield his eyes. As the light faded, he found himself facing the white-haired goddess who exuded a divine aura. Her figure stood tall and imposing. Blocking his entire view, she radiated an overwhelming authority as Taehyung trembled, realizing the horrifying truth that he was dead. The white-haired goddess looked straight at him, her eyes shining with solemnity as she held out her hand, making an offer he couldn't refuse. Taeho hesitantly reached for her hand, his face a mask of doubt and fear. As she took it, a mysterious smile on her lips, a single omen. She pulled him soaring into the sky in a streak of multicolored light, her face radiant as she confidently declared their destination, Valhalla. Taeho screamed in terror upon hearing the legendary name, the stream of memories ending with the image of a rainbow-colored pillar of light. It shot straight from the real world into the night sky. Returning to reality, a stunned Taeho watched the other warriors, including Byun, being transported to the other world. The white-haired goddess triumphantly placed her hands on her hips, completely confident she had recruited a warrior. A great one. Panicked, Taeho waved his hands, trying to explain that he was just a professional gamer. Ignoring his explanation, the white-haired goddess suddenly turned away upon hearing another sound. From a distance, a burly Viking watchman blew a long blast on a horn that echoed through the space, and the goddess's cheerful expression vanished. Replaced by a stern look, she roared a command, "Prepare for battle," before Taeho's very eyes. A horrifying army of red-eyed monsters roared and charged forward, making him scream in despair as the ground shook violently. Under the thundering footsteps of the two clashing armies of monsters and warriors, a pack of ferocious warwolves with fiery eyes bared their fangs. They growled as they lunged forward into the fray, where the axe of a brown-bearded warrior came crashing down. It ended Byun's life. All around, warriors fell with agonizing screams as Taeho stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield. Horrified by the slaughter, he tremblingly looked down at the sword in his hand, a weapon he had no idea how to use. A wave of helplessness washed over him, and the fear of death once again rose in Taeho's panicked eyes. The massive figure of a horned monster loomed over him, its mace raised high, ready to crush him. Just as Taeho faced his inevitable death, a brilliant red streak slashed through the air toward a wolf monster about to attack from the flank. It was stopped by a powerful slash. Byun, the warrior thought to be dead, suddenly appeared standing guard in front of a screaming Taeho. Letting out an unspoken warning, Byun sent another enemy flying with a fiery punch. To protect the young man, brilliant golden energy exploded from Byun's fist, his power enough to take down a bear. He charged into the enemy horde, each punch creating a powerful shockwave that sent those in its path flying. Taeho was thrown flat on the ground, completely stunned. A confident smirk appeared on the Viking warrior's face. Taeho clutched his head, his own expression a mixture of confusion and terror. At the unfolding scene, Byun grabbed Taeho by the collar, his gaze stern. His eyes seemed to question the young man's bewilderment as he began to explain passionately. His hand glowed with a golden light, a testament to his power, as he stressed that in Valhalla, a warrior's past achievements are the source of their strength. Bayan's words left Taehyung stunned. He began to search his memories, but all that came to mind were his bland, uneventful days. His memories consisted of nothing but meals and the hours he had spent immersed in video games. His train of thought was shattered by a harsh reality, and he screamed in despair upon realizing his life was completely meaningless on this battlefield. Taehyung's eyes widened as a glimmer of hope flashed in his mind. He envisioned the power of the Master, a legendary warrior who rode a dragon and ruled the skies. A blue energy suddenly erupted, enveloping and lifting Taehyung's astonished body into the air. He stared at his hands where streams of magical lightning flowed uncontrollably, while Bizon pointed to the glowing runes appearing on them. His expression seemed to confirm something, and Taehyung's eyes lit up as he realized he could strangely read these ancient characters. A symbolic image appeared showing the power of saga belonging to the legendary warrior Kaiosted, and a smug smile crept onto Taehyung's lips. As he was lost in delusions of ultimate power, Bizon shouted a warning, forcing Taehyung to snap out of his train of thought. The massive figure of a ferocious werewolf monster blocked Taehyung's view as it let out a savage roar. Swinging its giant stone club, it sent Taehyung flying helplessly, unable to react in time. He tumbled pathetically across the ground, completely disoriented, then pushed himself up, his face still stunned from the attack as he looked up. His arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by terror at the enemy's strength as the werewolf monster stood over him. It exuded an overwhelming aura, ready for the finishing blow, while Taehyung looked down at the glowing runes on his hand. Doubt and confusion were written all over his face as a notification window appeared before him, revealing his synchronization rate with Kaiosted was only 1%. Taehyung pushed up his glasses, his doubt turning to outrage as he realized the harsh truth. While Taehyung screamed in rage at being deceived, Bizon laughed with amusement from behind and made a decisive declaration. His help was over, he said, then turned and walked away, introducing himself as Bizon. He urged Taehyung to survive on his own, and a final glint of determination shone in Taehyung's eyes as he watched Bizon's retreating back. With the recklessness of someone with nothing to lose, Taehyung roared and charged straight at the werewolf monster as its giant shadow fell over him. Completely overwhelming the panicking Taehyung in a moment of desperation, the image of the legendary warrior Kaiosted, facing hundreds of enemies alone, flashed through Taehyung's mind, and he struggled to get back on his feet. Envisioning that unparalleled power as he faced the surrounding horde of monsters, a spark of frenzied determination ignited within him. As Taehyung let out a silent declaration of his own legend, his eyes began to glow a brilliant blue. His face showed ultimate recklessness as the werewolf monster swung its giant club, a blow powerful enough to shatter the ground. Facing death, Taehyung stood his ground, challenging the enemy with an unwavering gaze. In his mind, the image of Kaiosted descended like a storm, his hair flowing in a torrent of pure energy. A blue flash swept across the imaginary battlefield, blowing away every enemy in its path, and that same energy exploded from Taehyung. His eyes blazed brightly, synchronizing with the power of Kaiosted. As he shot forward like an arrow, his body enveloped in the powerful aura of Saga. His speed skyrocketed, leaving a blue blur and cracking the ground behind him, but the impact sent him flying into the air. His body tumbled uncontrollably, and the ground shook as he landed, creating a small earthquake that sent the surrounding monsters flying. After the explosion of power, Taehyung collapsed to the ground, panting as he tried to comprehend the ability he had just awakened. With a new ray of hope, he stood up, his gaze firm and directed forward, determined to survive at all costs after the battle. Inside, a noisy great hall firelight flickered on the stone walls, as burly Viking warriors clanked their wooden mugs of beer. They slammed them together violently, celebrating their survival amidst laughter and shouts boasting of their battle feats. They shared their joy boisterously. Taehyung sat among them, biting into a large piece of meat. With a look that was both ravenous and a little disgusted, he grimaced at the meat and the foaming mug of beer, clearly unfamiliar with this kind of cuisine. Bayon, a brown-bearded warrior, approached and pointed at Taehyung's food, offering some condescending advice about upgrading his rank. With an innocent expression, Taehyung looked up and asked if Bayon was also a low-ranking warrior. "Hit right where it hurts." Bayon burst into hearty laughter. He admitted he only came down to see the commotion. Still in shock, Taehyung expressed his gratitude. Realizing he had survived thanks to some timely advice, Taehyung's eyes lit up as a sudden question popped into his head. He turned to ask Bayon about the fate of those who die here, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Bayon pointed towards an army clad in iron armor with glowing red eyes, gleefully introducing the Immortal steel warriors. Taehyung screamed, silently horrified at the prospect of becoming a mindless steel coffin. His soul felt like it was about to fly out of his body in fear, while Bayon just calmly announced that the classification was about to begin. Bayon pointed towards a high platform, signaling to the bewildered Taehyung that the ceremony was about to take place. A majestic figure with booted feet and golden armor stepped onto the platform. From the dais, the figure looked down at the packed hall. Warriors were raising their mugs and cheering. The Valkyrie resident life pointed directly at the crowd and declared loudly that she would assign them their legions. Bayon confirmed to the astonished Taehyung that it was indeed Resident Life, a noble Valkyrie. Resident Life raised her sword high, ordering everyone to look into their mugs to see which god they would serve. Bayon further explained that they all belonged to the gods of Asgard and would receive power from them. With a sliver of hope, Taehyung stared intently into his mug, silently praying to serve a powerful god. The scene suddenly changed to a small boat drifting lazily down a calm river in the middle of a dense forest. On the boat, he sat across from a red-haired woman who was calmly rowing. His face was full of confusion as he tried to understand why a legion of the gods consisted of only this. He scratched his head in despair, screaming a silent question about the absurdity of the situation, as the red-haired woman winked playfully. She listed the benefits of their legion: no nagging superiors, no troublesome subordinates. Taehyung froze, realizing a horrifying truth. He was the only member in this so-called paradise. His train of thought was cut short as he snapped back to the hall and stared at his mug. An unspoken question formed in his mind from the bottom of the cup. A brilliant golden light emanated, carving the name Eden, while the surrounding warriors roared with joy at the names of war gods. Taehyung just sat there, frozen beside his mug. His gaze hardened, his utter shock and confusion plain to see. When he realized he had been given a completely unfamiliar name, Bizon looked down condescendingly. A sarcastic encouragement was clear in his eyes. Amidst the chaos, the white-haired Valkyrie shouted a name. With all his might, the white-haired Valkyrie waved his hand forcefully, signaling for those loyal to Odin to gather. On the battlefield, warriors hurriedly assembled under the banners of the gods they worshipped. Creating a chaotic scene, Taehyung's sneakers stepped onto the strange land, an uncertain footstep into a new world. Lost in the crowd, Taehyung looked around, muttering to himself. He called out the name of his assigned legion like a mantra, hoping to find a sign in the chaos. Nearby, a red-haired female warrior squatted and casually cleaned her ear, seemingly paying no mind to the call. Her golden eyes suddenly widened, finally realizing the sound was meant for her, as Taehyung timidly approached. He awkwardly raised his hand to get her attention. When the warrior heard Taehyung confirm he was in the Idun Legion, her eyes lit up with utter surprise and joy. She rushed forward, grabbing Taehyung by the shoulders with unrestrained excitement. It caught him completely off guard. Suddenly pulled close, Taehyung held his breath in embarrassment as the female warrior inspected him like a rare treasure. After her burst of excitement, she sat down on a nearby boat. She introduced herself as Hedda. Taehyung's expression turned serious as he looked directly at her. Questions about the nature of this war began to form in his mind. Hedda smiled. She held out her hand, summoning a stream of blue energy to begin her explanation. A three-dimensional cosmic map appeared from her hand. It outlined the structure of the worlds and showed their position in Asgard. Taehyung pointed to a glowing red orb of energy. He asked about its fate, and Hedda explained that it was Eren, a world that had already fallen. A horrifying truth dawned on Taehyung as he pieced the information together, realizing this was the legendary War of the Apocalypse. Hedda looked at him in surprise, not expecting a rookie to recognize the name Ragnarok. She confirmed his fears. An image of a flying fortress besieged by monsters appeared, demonstrating the scale of the war. The scene then shifted to a stone giant, one of the enemies they had to face. Hedda concluded her explanation with an image of a brutal battle. She admitted that their noble goal was actually a struggle for survival. Taehyung stood there stunned. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he tried to accept the reality of being in a multiversal war. Then Taehyung's eyes lit up. A glimmer of hope about returning home flashed across his face. Hedda cheerfully announced their arrival as their boat docked at a small wooden pier inside a coastal cave. She spread her arms, introducing Taehyung to the entrance of the goddess's shrine carved deep into the cliffside. The two walked down a vast stone corridor. It was lit by flickering torches. Taehyung looked around in amazement and disbelief, while Hedda smiled confidently. Reassuring him, they advanced to the center of the great hall, where a stone statue of an angel stood before a circular altar engraved with the symbol of the world tree. Hedda motioned for Taehyung to step onto the altar, holding out a glowing golden apple as an offering. Taehyung took the apple. He looked at it with curiosity, then glanced up at Hedda, who was waiting in the distance. He stood on the altar. After a moment of hesitation, he dropped the golden apple onto the center of the tree symbol. The altar erupted in brilliant golden light, its carvings radiating a powerful energy. Taehyung was thrown backward by an invisible force. Completely engulfed in the light, a majestic luminous entity with golden hair appeared, the goddess of life and youth. She appeared and beckoned to him. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light, unable to look directly at her. He regained his balance in a radiant golden space, standing opposite Idun before a giant tree. Taehyung's face showed both awe and reverence. Realizing he stood before a true goddess, his body trembled, and he automatically bowed in a reverent posture. Unable to control himself before Taehyung stood the glowing figure of Idun. She materialized amidst a flow of pure energy. Idun's hand gently descended toward the bowing Taehyung to bestow her blessing. A stream of golden energy enveloped Taehyung, forming Idun's mark of life on his body. He looked up. His eyes were wide with astonishment as he felt an extraordinary power spreading through his veins. Taehyung shot up with his two arms spread wide, his body levitating in a radiant aura. He stretched and clenched his fists, his face filled with amazement as he felt his body had been completely healed. Healed from the chronic ailments of a gamer. The ritual ended, and Taehyung lay sprawled on the temple's cold stone floor. Still dazed, Hedda ran to his side, her face beaming with the success of the ceremony while Taehyung rested. Hedda explained the power of the goddess Idun, and the ability to regenerate, making one nearly immortal on the battlefield. Taehyung sat up listening intently as Hedda excitedly revealed their nickname, the Zombie Corps. He pondered for a moment, Heda's words echoing in his mind with a faint glimmer of hope. Taehyung looked up and asked Heda if there would be a day he could return home after the war ended. His gaze became determined, waiting for an answer that could decide his fate. A self-satisfied smile flickered across Taehyung's face. As he silently praised himself for his profound and cool question, Heda looked at him. She smiled affectionately, seemingly reading his naive thoughts, and held out her hand. She affirmed that he could return if they won the war. Taehyung froze at Heda's promise. Her hand was extended like a pact. He frantically reached out, desperately expressing his desire to return. Not wanting to stay in this crazy place, Heda gently took his outstretched hand. It was a surprisingly reassuring gesture, and Taehyung's face flushed red. He was surprised by the warmth and softness from her hand. Flustered, he looked at Heda. A new thought about the potential joys of this place began to sprout. Heda's hand-holding sent Taehyung's mind drifting into a sweet fantasy. In his daydream, he saw Heda with her hair in a neat bun smiling radiantly as he entered the passcode to their apartment. Dressed in a business suit, he entered the house after a tiring day at work while she wore an apron. She cheerfully welcomed him home and invited him to the dinner table. She gently offered him a spoonful of hot meat, an affectionate gesture of care. He happily accepts the bite from her, his face beaming with the joy of domestic bliss as he opens his mouth wide. Ready to savor the perfect dream dinner, his sweet fantasy is brutally shattered by the horrifying taste of the meat. Tough as shoe leather, he's yanked back to reality, Taehyung staring in horror at the piece of meat in his hand. With the illusion shattered, Heda forces a smile and tries to speak to Taehyung, who is still reeling from the harsh reality. She gestures toward their simple room, encouraging him that their living conditions will get better if they try together. Heda claps her two hands together, offering a radiant smile to encourage Taehyung. A vision of a happy future with Heda and a child flashes through Taehyung's mind, only to vanish as he snaps back to reality with the jerky-like meat in his hand. Heda begins to outline the basic rules under the clear blue sky, gesturing toward the training grounds. She explains that each defeated enemy yields something called a worm, and Taehyung recalls the stream of red energy he absorbed earlier. He then notices golden worm coins materializing in his palm, and a system interface appears. It displays 5 stats: strength, stamina, agility, mana, and willpower. Taehyung rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He tries to wrap his head around the new concepts of mana and willpower that Heda is explaining. An image of a warrior battling a fire dragon appears, illustrating a legend created from belief. The story of catching a large snake was exaggerated into the legend of slaying a giant dragon. An image of a low-level warrior with glowing fists appears, representing simple legends of strength. Another warrior dashes off at an incredible speed, illustrating a legend of agility. Heda raises her hand and magical flames erupt around her as she stresses that these legends have an incredibly diverse range of effects. Taehyung listens intently, realizing they can be used to create transforming weapons, or even summon an entire army. Heda creates a blazing ribbon of energy, asserting that the power to create and develop these legends lies in Taehyung's hands. Taehyung's eyes grow firm. He understands the burden and the opportunity to write his own story. The image of the legendary dragon knight Kao Test appears, riding a majestic mechanical dragon, a testament to a truly great legend. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud noise. A burly warrior is ringing a summons bell on the watchtower. The bell's toll echoes through the wooden camp, signaling an urgent command. Heda turns to Taehyung, her gaze confirming that it's a call to battle. He is stunned by the suddenness of it all, as a violent burst of energy erupts, pushing Taehyung and Heda away from each other. A swirling purple portal appears before them. Heda points to the spatial gate, explaining that it's the entrance to the pre-battle assembly area. Another warrior adjusts the collar on a still confused Taehyung, getting him ready. Heda gently adjusts the warrior's attire on Taehyung, who is standing stiffly from the awkwardness. She calls his name one last time before turning to leave, leaving Taehyung still dazed. Taehyung turns back awkwardly, watching her walk away. With a sword and shield now in his hands, Heda's expression turns serious, conveying a weighty, unspoken piece of advice. Her silent warning leaves Taehyung frozen as sweat begins to form on his forehead. To reassure himself, Taehyung gives a thumbs up with a forced smile. Taehyung stood up straight, reminding himself of an invisible protection. Hera smiled, gently reassured by his determination. His determined shadow stretched long before a newly opened purple energy portal. Immediately, an invisible force yanked him backward, panic clear on his face as he was sucked into the energy vortex, disappearing from the village. Taehyung landed amidst a noisy crowd of hundreds of warriors, his expression still dazed. A large hand suddenly clapped him hard on the shoulder. Taehyung flinched and turned his eyes, widening in surprise as he recognized a familiar face. Bizon laughed heartily, his expression showing his joy at seeing Taehyung again. He looked Taehyung up and down, then leaned in close to his ear, teasing him with a mischievous grin, making Taehyung blush with a hearty laugh. Bizon pushed Taehyung forward, urging him to quickly fall into the ranks. A commander with a fierce mustache and fiery eyes scanned across the troops, stopping on Taehyung. Suddenly standing out among the crowd of seasoned warriors, Taehyung was noticed by the commander. A few friendly warriors pushed him back. They moved him to a safer position within the ranks. The commander Ragnar announced in a booming voice that he would lead them in battle today. Obscured by the giants around him, Taehyung tried to stand on his tiptoes to see ahead. The teleported legions appeared simultaneously as pillars of purple energy on a vast battlefield. Ragnar raised his weapon high, his battle cry echoing through the ranks, rallying the warriors of Valhalla. With a final command, Ragnar vowed to always lead from the front, urging his soldiers to follow. Blocked by Ragnar's muscular back, Taehyung struggled to see past the crowd cheering for their commander. In a snow-white valley, a giant army advanced like a black torrent, the warriors of the Heimdall Legion. They charged into a fierce battle, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. News of reinforcements arrived. This ignited the warriors' spirits. They roared, determined to push back the enemy. Suddenly, a Viking warrior froze. His expression shifted from determination to bewilderment. Atop a towering cliff, a colossal figure raised a warhammer high. Standing imposingly against the snowy sky, the snow army below looked up in unison at their leader. Awe was clear on their faces. Without one moment of hesitation, the snow leader Whitefang leaped from the peak like a meteor and crashed to the ground. The impact created a shockwave that sent scores of Viking warriors flying. He raised his head and let out a savage roar. His red eyes burned with rage. In the middle of a crater he himself had created, Whitefang stood tall. Surrounding him was a chaotic scene of scattered warriors. The Heimdall warriors stared in stunned silence at the colossal monster. Their confidence completely vanished. Whitefang swung his weapon, creating a wave of purple energy that swept through the enemy ranks. With a commanding roar, Whitefang urged his army to surge forward and annihilate the remaining forces. In response, Ragnar roared a command to charge, trying to rally his formation and boost the soldiers' morale. Whitefang's giant shadow loomed over the charging warriors, a picture of despair as they faced an unstoppable power. Ragnar and his men were frozen terror evident in their eyes as they faced Whitefang. Unleashing a devastating sweep with its colossal weapon, it crushed everything in its path amidst the chaos. Taehyung stood firm as an aura of power enveloped him, his gaze turning sharp and cold. His initial fear was replaced by intense concentration as Taehyung raised his shield, standing alone against Whitefang's devastating attack. Roaring, it charged forward, and time seemed to stop as the two fated opponents faced off. Taehyung standing before the colossal monster Whitefang. Taehyung took a deep breath, steeling himself for the life or death battle, his blue eyes gleaming with iron determination. Analyzing the colossal foe's every move, the shadow of the giant warhammer loomed over Taehyung as an overwhelming force prepared to strike. Taehyung glanced despairingly at his small shield, realizing it stood no chance against such a destructive blow. In that life-or-death moment, he reached out, deciding to bet everything he had on a single gamble. Finally, green energy exploded around Taehyung as he channeled all his power into agility. Seeking a chance for survival, the shadow of the colossal hammer blotted out the sky as it plunged directly toward Taehyung's position. The warhammer impacted the ground with terrifying force, creating a small tremor, but with incredible speed, Taehyung miraculously dodged it by a hair's breadth. Having evaded the fatal blow, the Heimdall Legion, who witnessed the spectacle, went from stunned silence to roaring cheers for their comrade. Whitefang let out a furious roar, swinging its arm and sweeping away scores of surrounding warriors like they were nothing. Taehyung watched in horror as his comrades were flung aside, realizing that merely dodging was pointless. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the monster's leg. A new plan sparked in his mind. Taehyung gave a silent command, pointing towards Whitefang's leg to signal the others. Receiving the signal, the entire valiant legion of 20 warriors charged forward, targeting the enemy's sole weak point, however. Their efforts were in vain as Whitefang wiped them all out with a single stomp, leaving Taehyung stunned into silence. Realizing that conventional tactics had completely failed against its absolute power, he looked up at the towering monster. The despair in his eyes slowly gave way to a reckless resolve, his eyes blazing with energy. Taehyung gritted his teeth, preparing to launch his final attack as a torrent of green energy enveloped him. He shot forward like a tempest in an all-or-nothing gamble, soaring high into the air. Aiming directly at Whitefang below, he turned himself into a living arrow, and in midair an image flashed through his mind. It was a promise to survive as Hedda's face appeared, her gaze gentle yet firm, conveying a silent message. The scene flashed back to the moment Hedda bestowed upon him a flame of power, a reminder that his destiny was in his own hands. Hedda's eyes shone with faith as she transferred her power to him, then back to the harsh reality. Taehyung let out a silent scream, trying to push the memories away to face his imminent death. In the heat of battle, Taehyung focused intensely, searching for a breakthrough in his skills. He lowered his center of gravity, channeling energy into his legs and preparing for an unprecedented maneuver. Directly above the Gono army, Taehyung defied gravity and kicked off the very air itself. Transforming into a living arrow that shot high into the sky, from Whitefang's perspective, Taehyung was a deadly meteor. Plunging down at a terrifying speed, the tip of Taehyung's sword, accelerated by the fall, pierced through Whitefang in a brilliant streak of blue light. The impact created a large crater with Taehyung lying motionless at its center. He struggled to get up, his face covered in blood, while Whitefang roared in agony. Blood poured from its mouth as it was surrounded by its pups. Taehyung panted heavily, realizing he had just narrowly escaped death. Thanks to a protective blessing, he saw this as his only chance, his eyes locking onto Whitefang. Determined to end this battle, Taehyung braced himself in desperation, now without a weapon. He channeled all his energy into his bare hands, and a sword of light formed from his will, shining brilliantly on the snowy battlefield. He charged forward, swinging the energy sword at a pack of terrified snows, creating a destructive whirlwind. Taehyung's face was covered in injuries, but his eyes burned with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Meanwhile, on a magnificent white balcony overlooking the cosmos, a figure observed the battle from afar, Razgrid's hand moving with confidence. She placed a game piece on the tactical map. Beside her was Hugin the messenger raven. Razgrid turned back, her expression calm and satisfied, as she looked at the map. The map showed their pieces holding the advantage. She bowed her head respectfully to the raven, but Hugin merely held its head high. It signaled that it was merely a messenger. Razgrid let out a soft sigh, her composure hiding a deep interest in the battle's outcome. She asked Hugin about any outstanding individuals on the battlefield. Hugin was initially dismissive, claiming there was no one noteworthy among the warriors. The low-level ones. Razgrid simply waited in silence, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. After a moment of hesitation, Hugin admitted that there was one person who had made an impression. Back on the battlefield, the warriors were cheering thunderously, celebrating their great victory. Amidst the cheers, Taehyung knelt exhausted, but still gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed forward. Taehyung's deep blue eyes shone with iron determination, his face smeared with dirt and blood. This moment of victory evoked a familiar feeling, an intense one. The scene faded, taking him back to a brightly lit stage where he had once hoisted a championship trophy. Amidst the cheers, he returned to the harsh reality. Taehyung noticed the sword in his hand, Junfang, and stared at the weapon thoughtfully. A once mighty sword was now just a low-grade item. Taehyung's gaze turned cold. He accepted his new reality and current standing. A burning desire to hear those cheers of encouragement again rose within him. His determination to become stronger flared up, turning him into a god of war on the battlefield. Taehyung's train of thought was cut short by a hand on his shoulder, startling him. Bizon clapped him on the shoulder, praising Taehyung's accomplishment. He responded with a grateful nod. The burly warrior pointed out that Taehyung's ability to create a weapon from thin air was an impressive sight. Bizon flexed his biceps, signaling for the army to start moving. He pointed towards a fortress in the distance. He declared it was their target to recapture, which made Taehyung visibly disappointed when he realized they would have to make camp there. A small camp was set up in the snowy valley under the aurora borealis. Inside one of the tents, a campfire crackled, warming the night. Completely exhausted after the long day, Taehyung collapsed onto a makeshift bed. He lay motionless, staring at the tent ceiling, letting his body recover from the battle. Taehyung turned over, thoughtfully contemplating the power he had gained. He raised his hand and a blue circle of energy formed. Ancient runic characters began to gather in the palm of his hand, emerging brilliantly from the circle of energy. A system interface appeared showing that his Immortal warrior saga had been improved. Taehyung realized he had gained an additional saga slot. This unlocked the ability to use two powers at once. Suddenly, a warrior lifted the tent flap and called out Taehyung's name as another red-bearded warrior stood behind him, grinning knowingly. In front of Taehyung stood a group of warriors led by Baeon. They all gave him a thumbs up in approval with radiant smiles. Taehyung stood frozen, his face a mask of utter confusion. Faced with the inexplicably fervent reaction from everyone around him, cold sweat ran down Taehyung's temples. He was utterly baffled by the situation. His face flushed red and his eyes widened awkwardly behind his glasses. While the other warriors celebrated loudly around the campfire, a red-haired female warrior called out Taehyung's name. With confident eyes and a radiant smile, the red-haired Valkyrie Regenleif approached Taehyung. Suddenly, she fell to her knees, crying out a silent apology in utter remorse. This action stemmed from a conversation just 5 minutes earlier when Regenleif asked Taehyung to show her his life's achievements with a scrutinizing look. Taehyung was surprised by the request, but Regenleif insisted he could share them if he wished. When the scroll recording the countless glorious achievements of Taehyung appeared, Regenleif was struck dumb, her eyes wide with horror. Back in the present, Regenleif was still trembling on the ground. Terrified that she had been disrespectful, she continued to tremble while Taehyung held out a hand, trying to calm her down from her extreme reaction. Taehyung could only blush awkwardly, not knowing how to explain the misunderstanding. To clear things up, Taehyung led her to a tent. Inside the snowy encampment, he tried to explain that all those achievements took place in a virtual world, a game illustrated with zeros and ones. After a moment of thought, Regenleif smiled radiantly. She gave him a thumbs up, affirming that even if it was virtual, his achievements were still incredibly amazing. Taehyung was stunned by her acceptance and understanding. For a moment, memories of the ridicule he had endured as a gamer came flooding back. It felt strange to be comforted here. Regenleif cheerfully changed the subject, continuing their discussion about creating sagas. She held up one finger, explaining that while there is no limit to the number of sagas, it was different at his current level. Her gaze became serious as she warned Taehyung that he could only create one more saga, so he must choose very carefully. Taehyung stared intently at the golden card containing his sagas, contemplating his next choice. He clutched his chest deep in thought, analyzing his current skills and determining what he was missing. Taehyung's face hardened as he realized what he needed most right now. An intense blue energy erupted from Taehyung as he poured all of his will into creating a new saga, eyes that could see through all things. Taehyung's face distorted in extreme shock. His eyes blazed with an eerie blue light, while Hedda stood beside him looking terrified. With tears welling up, a trembling Taehyung handed his glasses to Hedda. He nodded, confirming his choice. Taehyung's eyes flared with blue flames again as he explained his new power. It was an analytical ability, just like in a game. Through Taehyung's eyes, Hedda's image appeared with all her defenses stripped away. Revealing his innermost self, a sudden burst of pink energy erupted from Taehyung's head. Startling Hedda, Taehyung, with his face completely wrapped in bandages, panted and admitted to his near-death experience. As Hedda worriedly checked on him, she pointed towards Taehyung with a look of admiration, resolutely stating that he would become a great warrior. In a moment of extreme excitement, Hedda suddenly embraced Taehyung, calling him the Legion's good luck charm, and catching him completely by surprise. Taehyung's entire body went rigid, his face flushed red, and he trembled in Hedda's embrace. A scream and a similar burst of pink energy erupted right after Hedda left the deserted camp area. A green-haired warrior named Rolf approached and lifted the tent flap. Calling Taehyung's name, he looked at him inquisitively. Inside, Taehyung, wearing an iron helmet that hid his face, sat on his bed and confirmed he was there. Rolf explained that his mission was to escort Taehyung, but his eyes betrayed his confusion at Taehyung's strange appearance. Through the slit of his helmet, Taehyung's eyes flashed blue as he activated his analysis ability. Taehyung's vision pierced through all disguises, revealing Rolf's true form, a muscular warrior with a tattoo on his shoulder. Taehyung hurriedly deactivated his ability, clutching his head in pain, as Rolf watched him with a confused expression. A magnificent aurora lit the sky as the two of them walked through the first camp. Rolf expressed his admiration for Taehyung, for having been visited by a Valkyrie, blushing as he admitted his envy. Taehyung Lee gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, his gaze falling on Rolf's back. Pondering the strength of Eden's Legion, Taehyung Lee stopped in the middle of the camp and asked Rolf about the signature ability of Ullr's Legion. Rolf confidently held up two fingers, explaining the two paths of power, stealth, and tracking. To demonstrate, Rolf's body became transparent and faded into the air, leaving Taehyung gaping in amazement. Rolf explained the tracking skill to Taehyung, while another warrior inspected blue energy trails on the ground. Rolf signaled their arrival, as the two of them looked down on a vast, snow-covered military camp, where warriors were gathered around a large bonfire. Rolf reported to a cloaked figure that he had brought the warrior Taehyung, leaving Taehyung stunned. He realized the commander he was about to meet was a woman with dark blue hair and a teardrop mark under her eye. As she sat there with an air of confidence and authority, a flustered Taehyung hurriedly bowed and introduced himself. It was an act that contradicted his inner thoughts. The woman stood up, approached, and looked directly at Taehyung. She asked if he was the warrior who had taken down the giant monster earlier that day. Taehyung's eyes widened in terror. A cold sweat broke out as he felt an invisible pressure, a terrifying aura in the shape of a giant spectral wolf. The aura emanated from the woman, making Taehyung feel small and completely overwhelmed. The woman Siri ordered Taehyung to wait there. Her tone left no room for objection, causing him to simply stiffen and obey. Taehyung was still in a daze. He was completely overwhelmed by the aura of Siri, the hunter of the Ullr Legion. Suddenly, a blinding light shone down from the sky. It caused all the warriors in the camp to look up in amazement, as a winged figure slowly descended from the night sky. A divine light surrounded her as a Valkyrie with snow-white hair and ice wings appeared. Her solemn and powerful expression silenced the entire camp. Taehyung looked up and realized it was the legendary Valkyrie Razgrid. He was secretly amazed by Razgrid's nickname, the Ice Princess, a title given to her by the warriors. Standing before all the soldiers, Razgrid of Odin's Legion declared herself the supreme commander of this battlefield. She made a solemn announcement with an image of Ragnar placed on an altar, stating that the commander's unit had perished. They would be merged into Siri's unit. Her eyes conveyed the heavy responsibility and trust. Siri clenched her fist and nodded decisively, accepting the mission with unshakable resolve. Razgrid raised her hand and a radiant golden energy gathered in her palm. The energy transformed into a glowing scroll of merit. She held it out before the warriors, preparing to reward those who had made great contributions. Startling him and drawing his attention, she announced Taehyung's reward for single-handedly defeating the Null chieftain. His feat was depicted through an image of the defeated monster. Taehyung tried to suppress a smug smile. Realizing his fame was beginning to spread, he stood there stunned and awkward. As his name was called out along with his achievement of taking down the Null chieftain, a crowd of warriors surrounded Taehyung, whispering in amazement. Admiration and envy were directed at him. Taehyung broke out in a sweat, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden attention, realizing a visit from a Valkyrie was even more shocking than his own achievement. Razgrid raised her hand to signal, and her voice boomed like thunder, demanding absolute silence from the noisy crowd. With a determined gaze, she announced the plan to retake the fortress tomorrow. She emphasized the use of a special weapon called Steel Rain. The crowd erupted in excited cheers at the name Steel Rain. They pushed Taehyung into the center, making him even more bewildered, his face filled with confusion. He had absolutely no idea what Steel Rain was. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung grabbed Rolf and tried to ask quietly for an answer to his question. Rolf turned around, looking just as clueless, admitting that he also knew nothing about this mysterious weapon. The scene shifts to a vision of the battle where Razgrid appears like an angel of death. Her white wings spread wide against the sky. She screamed a command to charge, leading the army into a life-or-death battle. Thousands of mighty warriors roared their battle cry and surged toward the enemy's fortress walls as siege towers were pushed forward. Archers took their positions, preparing for an all-out assault. On the fortress wall, a Null chieftain with fiery red fur stood tall, observing the approaching army. The monster's bloodshot eyes flashed with a savage look, ready for the slaughter. A warrior with a familiar tattoo on his shoulder roared, blocking a Null's attack with his weapon. The battle raged everywhere. A chaotic sea of humans and monsters fought for every inch of ground on the wall. Back at the meeting, a crude tactical map was spread out outlining a pincer attack plan. Ciri pointed to the map explaining that their unit would raid the ancient rune control room to open the fortress gate from the inside. Rolf acted as if he understood, glancing at Taehyung with a fake glint of smugness in his eyes. Taehyung was still completely bewildered, trying to figure out, was Steel Rain some kind of teleportation magic? Suddenly Taehyung was shoved into a cramped space. His face paled with shock and a hint of fear. He and the other warriors were crammed inside a giant wooden barrel. Being hoisted high into the air, this was Steel Rain. Inside the cramped shell, Rolf excitedly gave Taehyung an encouraging thumbs up, who was pale with worry. A bald warrior sitting next to Taehyung roared with extreme excitement, while Taehyung could only sigh in dismay. On the ground, a Viking commander roared the order to fire, blowing a war horn. Taehyung clung tightly to the bars, his face contorted in fear as he felt the force of the launch in a state of utter panic. Taehyung screamed Hedda's name in despair. From a giant siege cannon, a shell of Steel Rain was launched toward the snow-covered fortress. The shell shot forward at a terrifying speed, soaring through the cold air. Inside, Taehyung was thrown around screaming in terror as the shell tumbled wildly. In complete contrast, the bald warrior next to him laughed with glee, enjoying the turbulent ride. Another warrior also roared with extreme excitement, his eyes flashing with a crazed thrill. The Steel Rain shells rained down toward the fortress walls. A series of shells flew straight into the courtyard, preparing for a rough landing. The shells shattered upon impacting the stone ground, releasing the warriors into the heart of the enemy. From above, the entire fortress came into view, with the troops having successfully landed in the courtyard. After the chaotic landing, the warriors scrambled to their feet. One clutched his back in pain, another had bitten his tongue, while Taehyung barely had time to regain his senses, when Ciri immediately shouted the order to assemble, warning of the approaching enemy. From the enemy ranks, a giant sharp monster leg stabbed into the ground, signaling the start of the attack. A swarm of hideous giant bugs with glowing red eyes crawled out, ready to tear the invaders to shreds. The warriors were immediately surrounded by the massive swarm of bugs. A chaotic battle erupted. A strategy diagram appeared explaining that the swarm would become disoriented if its leader was eliminated. Facing a swarm of identical-looking monsters, Rolf shouted in despair, admitting that finding the leader amidst the chaos would be pure luck. Taehyung gritted his teeth. His eyes suddenly flared with a stream of blue energy. Through his special eyes, Taehyung scanned the swarm of monsters, identifying one that was different. A leader. Ciri looked at Taehyung, her eyes flashing with astonishment and hope as she realized he could do the impossible. In the midst of the battle, Ciri was thrown back by a powerful force. To protect Taehyung, Ciri quickly grabbed him and used her body to shield him from the blast. She immediately pressed Taehyung against her, issuing a firm command for him to point out the enemy leader, while shouting for the entire army to focus their fire. Understanding her intent, Taehyung Lee's eyes flared with blue light as he activated his special ability. Following Taehyung's directions, Ciri pointed toward a giant bug, marking it as a priority target. Immediately, she pointed to another one, an equally important target amidst the swarm. A third giant bug was also designated, completing the identification of the enemy's command units. On command, a rain of arrows and projectiles from the warriors. They simultaneously rained down on the marked targets, one of the giant bugs taking a critical hit. It was a fatal blow, and it collapsed right in front of the fortress. Losing their commander, the remaining bugs fell into chaos and became disoriented. In the middle of the battlefield, Ciri and Taehyung stood firm, observing the situation after the successful preemptive strike. The entire battlefield was a chaotic scene of Viking warriors fighting against the remaining swarm of monsters. Meanwhile, a Norn leader chugged a strength potion, preparing to join the fight. Right after that, a hostile Dano army poured out, charging into the ranks of the engaged warriors who perceived the new threat. Ciri turned to issue a new tactical command to deal with the second wave of attack. The blue-haired warrior clenched his fist and confirmed the order with a look of determination. With a trusting gaze, Ciri pointed at Taehyung and tasked Rolf with taking him along on the upcoming mission. Ciri looked Taehyung straight in the eye, entrusting the warrior of Idun with a great responsibility and the commander's faith. Taehyung clenched his fist, his initial hesitation replaced by iron-willed determination. An infiltration squad was formed, consisting of Rolf, Taehyung, and 2 other seasoned warriors. Rolf placed a hand on Taehyung's shoulder. It was a reassuring and protective gesture. He pulled Taehyung closer, signaling for the rookie to stay right by his side for safety. A stream of green energy enveloped the squad, granting them user's blessing of invisibility. Thanks to the spell, the squad moved easily through the enemy ranks. They moved undetected straight toward the fortress gate amidst the chaotic battle. While the Viking commander and his warriors frantically slaughtered the enemy, Rolf's squad was concealed by an invisibility spell. They moved secretly along the snow-covered fortress wall. A gloved hand carefully scanned the stone surface, searching for a hidden mechanism based on a memorized map. A section of the wall receded inward, revealing a dark passage, and 2 invisible figures quickly stepped through as the whole team entered a makeshift corridor. Their target was the fortress's central control room. As the invisibility effect wore off, Rolf raised a torch to lead the way. Taehyung and the other warriors followed deep into the darkness when Taehyung suddenly walked face first into a thick spider web. His whole body jolted in disgust. He angrily pulled the sticky threads from his face, his annoyance clearly visible. Taehyung looked at the sticky threads on his glove, realizing this passage had clearly been abandoned for a long time. The entire team halted. Rolf's torch illuminated a space filled with a dense network of giant spiderwebs, an ominous sign of something lurking in the darkness above. A sharp, hairy leg of a giant creature twitched slightly from the ceiling above. A giant wolf spider revealed itself, its multiple pairs of glowing red eyes staring down at the intruders. The entire team immediately took a defensive stance. Rolf raised his torch warily, while the other two readied their weapons. Rolf narrowed his eyes, giving a silent command to his teammates to be extremely cautious. Taehyung nodded silently, his face tense but obedient. The other warrior gave a decisive nod. His eyes flashed with readiness for battle. The wolf spider growled, digestive fluids dripping from its sharp fangs in a clear warning. The monster lunged down, and Taehyung could only let out a desperate shout as it targeted the other warrior. The wolf spider snatched Warrior Hoi, dragging him into the darkness as bubbling green digestive fluid enveloped him, covering the unfortunate warrior as the monster began to devour him. Rolf watched the horrifying scene completely stunned. Realizing it was too late to save his comrade, Taehyung shouted a warning to Rolf as his eyes suddenly flared with a blue light. He had realized an even more terrible truth as countless other pairs of glowing red eyes opened in unison in the surrounding darkness. An entire pack of wolf spiders was surrounding them. Taehyung gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down as his glowing eyes scanned the horde of monsters. He frantically searched for a weak spot when a giant wolf spider roared, revealing its fatal weakness. Fire! Amidst the encirclement, Taehyung gritted his teeth and focused his energy to summon the warrior's sword. A blue energy sword materialized in Taehyung's hand, leaving a nearby Rolf stunned in amazement as the energy sword shot into the air. A blinding pillar of light aimed straight for the pack of spiders. Realizing the enemy's weakness, Rolf then roared a command. He urged Taehyung to activate the weapon's hidden power. In response, a surge of energy erupted from Taehyung's blue eye. Taehyung dashed through an opening to escape. As they ran, Rolf glanced at Taehyung with a look of disbelief. But Taehyung just shook his head decisively, signaling that he could create another weapon amidst the chaos. The group moved through a narrow corridor in a strange formation with Rolf in the lead. Rolf pointed forward urgently. A security door was visible at the end of the hallway. With a hurried expression, Rolf urged Taehyung and the others to rush inside. The warrior strained with all his might, trying to push the heavy steel door shut, but a wolf spider managed to stick its leg into the gap, preventing it from slamming shut. Amidst the tension, the trapped wolf spider suddenly sighed in relief, causing Taehyung, Rolf and the warrior to freeze for a moment in confusion. To break the stalemate, Taehyung swung his sword and severed the monster's leg. The group threw all their weight against the door, finally slamming it shut with a terrifying thud. Taehyung collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his sword embedded in the dead spider's remains. Leaning against the door, Rolf and the warrior breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat poured from them after their narrow escape. Taehyung was panting, sweat streaming down his face as he realized they were safe. They had reached a massive circular room with glowing energy lines crisscrossing the floor, and a control pedestal in the center. Rolf confirmed with a decisive nod, pointing to the pedestal, confirming this was the emergency control room. As Taehyung looked around the empty chamber, Rolf suddenly understood why the path here was so dangerous. It was meant to protect this secret location. Wasting no time, Rolf approached the control pedestal. He took out a circular device and prepared to activate it. Determined to protect his comrades, Taehyung firmly pressed his hand down on the device, activating the emergency portal. A massive pillar of blue light shot up from the floor, confirming the key was accepted and enveloping all three warriors. From the center of the light, a female silhouette slowly emerged, causing all three men to look up in astonishment. A female-shaped energy entity calling itself Black Forest appeared. She awaited orders with a blank expression. Taehyung glanced at his two comrades, who were captivated by the entity's beauty. An unspoken question was written clearly on his face. A question about their urgent situation. Snapping out of his daze, Rolf roared a command. He commanded Black Forest to open the fortress gate immediately, and she nodded in compliance, but it wasn't the fortress gate that moved. A nearby door began to shake violently as sharp claws from the outside ripped through the thick metal. Rolf panted, sweat pouring down as he realized his fatal mistake after a moment of silence. Rolf and the bald warrior breathed a sigh of relief, smugly looking at their handiwork while Taehyung was still gaping in shock. Just as Rolf was awkwardly trying to start a conversation with Black Forest, she suddenly cut him off. She issued a warning about an intruder approaching from outside the broken door, where the corpses of wolf-like monsters were scattered. Taehyung and Rolf turned back to look at the broken door in horror, realizing there was something even more terrifying than the pack of monsters. Out there, giant wolf spiders were being torn to shreds and thrown aside by an unseen force. A colossal shadow filled the doorway, the towering figure of a wolf-like monster appearing and blocking their entire view as the beast bared its jagged teeth. Its blazing red eyes confirmed its terrifying name, Red Eye. Red Eye let out a wordless, challenging roar. Declaring it would tear apart everyone in the room, Taehyung charged forward after only a moment's hesitation. He pushed his two stunned comrades out of the path of the first attack to face the danger himself. Taehyung braced himself, shouting the name Heda, like a summons for power, and all three warriors charged in to attack. As they tried to hold back the giant monster, Red-Eye roared in fury, swinging its massive arm towards its attackers. The bald warrior was sent flying by the strike, crashing violently against Red-Eye's shield. The impact was immense. It sent the warrior flying like a puppet, with its strings cut, throwing him straight into the stone wall. He was knocked unconscious instantly. After taking down the obstacle, Red-Eye frantically scanned the room, searching for its smaller target. From amidst the debris, Taehyung flipped through the air, diving down to attack Red-Eye, who was waiting below. With his blue eyes glowing brightly, Taehyung unleashed a spinning punch filled with azure energy as Red-Eye bared its sharp fangs. Its bloodshot red eyes gleamed with ferocity as it met the attack, knowing the power of Red. Eye's overwhelming power sent Taehyung flying into the air. Taehyung's face contorted with shock and strain as he realized the vast difference in their strength. Red-Eye seized the opportunity, snatching Taehyung in midair. The monster lifted Taehyung high, its eyes shooting out beams of crimson energy. Signaling a finishing blow, Red-Eye slammed Taehyung headfirst into the ground with terrifying force, creating a concussive blast. Witnessing this, Rolf's jaw dropped, his face a mask of absolute horror as blood gushed from Taehyung's mouth and head. Taehyung lay motionless amidst the rubble, his eyes wide and lifeless. Rolf let out a silent scream, his face contorted in despair and agony. From Jofi's perspective, the colossal figure of Red-Eye towered over Taehyung's helpless body. Unconscious, Taehyung felt his awareness fading away. In the darkness of his mind, he felt a strange warm sensation. It spread throughout his body. His blue eyes slowly opened, staring into an empty void. A brilliant flash of light washed over him, and Taehyung realized the feeling of death was approaching. But just before Red-Eye could deliver the final blow, its fist shot past Taehyung's face. Taehyung's eyes flew open, astonishment replacing his acceptance of death. Realizing he was still alive to save his comrade, Rolf roared in anger. Loading a fire bullet into his gun, he activated his saga skill, firing a fiery blast of energy toward the monster. The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing Red-Eye in a massive explosion, catching it completely off guard. Red-Eye roared in fury, turning its hateful gaze toward John the monster, letting out an unspoken threat. Vowing to destroy the one who had just attacked it, Red-Eye froze just as it was about to charge. A flicker of hesitation appeared in its blazing red eyes as Red-Eye calculated in its mind. Weighing whether to finish off the annoying archer or the warrior it had just defeated, it decided to turn back. It looked down at Taehyung Lee, motionless on the cracked ground, ready to deliver the final blow as blood gushed from Taehyung's mouth. Rolf witnessed the scene, his eyes wide in horror, as Red-Eye paused for a moment with a hint of hesitation on its beastly face. But then its rage won over. It roared and charged toward Rolf, deciding to eliminate the immediate threat first. Gritting his teeth, Rolf stuffed some cucumber slices into his mouth, deciding on a desperate gamble to buy time, while behind him Taehyung Lee struggled to sit up. One hand pressed against the ground for balance. Excruciating pain racked his body, making him feel as if he was about to die. But then a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, letting out a silent roar that he had not yet fallen as an intense blue energy erupted from his body. Taehyung roared, blowing away everything around him, and Red-Eye turned back. Facing the charging pillar of energy head-on, Rolf quickly dodged to the side, escaping the blast's path. The cucumber slices flew out of Rolf's mouth, soaring straight toward Red-Eye, with one slice grazing its cheek. Another slice smacked right into Red-Eye's face. Utterly humiliated, the monster let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its rage was now even greater than before. Rolf and another burly bearded warrior nearby stood frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat from terror. Rolf shot Taehyung a look, signaling that they should finish the monster while it was reeling from the humiliation. But Taehyung was still in shock. Red-Eye's head was clamped tightly between Taehyung's legs, unable to move. Taehyung looked down, whispering a sarcastic apology to the monster as blue saga energy enveloped his hands. It began to form into a weapon. He raised his hands high, the energy converging into a giant mace. Ready to strike, Taehyung stared in amazement at the new power he had just created, a weapon of destruction called Skillbuster. With a thunderous roar, he poured all his strength into the attack as the giant energy mace came crashing down on Red-Eye's head with unstoppable force. After the decisive blow, Red-Eye collapsed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Leaving Taehyung Lee standing in the middle of the battlefield, Rolf and another bald warrior watched the scene in astonishment. Utterly shocked, they stammered the name of their god Idun. The bald warrior roared an oath of loyalty to Idun and charged forward with Rolf filled with vengeful determination. At that moment, a blue notification window appeared in front of the stunned Taehyung, announcing something. That the synchronization process had reached 7%. Taehyung's mind was flooded with a stream of information, beginning with a narration of the siege of the Black Fortress. Memories surfaced, showing the scene of Taehyung and the bald warrior being cheered by their comrades amidst the victorious celebration of the Valhalla warriors. The memory suddenly shifted to another battle where the monster Frostman let out a savage roar, and facing it was Brazil. A mighty warrior of Thor's legion let out a spirited battle cry, and the memory showed that Brazil was victorious. He carried the Frostman's corpse on his shoulder amidst the crowd's cheers, while from above the messenger Hugin, the red-eyed crow, silently observed the entire event through the crow. The stream of information ended with a comment on the attention given to Braxi, compared to another warrior named Razgrid, then returning to the present Taehyung, was tossed into the air by the other warriors in a boisterous victory celebration as night fell upon the fortress. Where the warriors of Valhalla were holding a grand feast, A female commander with orange hair and brilliant golden armor raised her cup, granting the warriors a night of celebration. That they rightfully deserved below, the warriors cheered in response, the atmosphere filled with joy and fervor. Separating himself from the noisy crowd, Taehyung stood alone on the ramparts, quietly gazing into the night, holding his cup. His face was pensive as he thought about the strange experiences that had just occurred when Rolf approached. With a worried look, he asked about Taehyung's health. Taehyung forced a smile, admitting that he felt exhausted. While Rolf expressed his relief that he was still alive, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Commander Siri, who approached from behind. Siri smiled and offered to join them, and acknowledged their significant contributions in the battle. Rolf blushed, stammering as he accepted the invitation with the highest honor, while Taehyung simply observed in silence with a puzzled look. Siri's appearance caused a small commotion as other warriors jostled to have a drink with her, causing Rolf to shout in protest despite the chaos. Siri cheerfully raised her tankard, shouting for Valhalla and spreading the spirit of victory. Amidst the noisy victory party, the warriors raised their cups in unison for Commander Siri, while Rolf looked annoyed. Meanwhile, Taehyung fell out of place and separated himself from the crowd. He stood alone with a mug of beer in hand, his pensive eyes gazing into the distance. He quietly reflected on his initial impression of Siri, whom he had once thought was cold, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around him. Suddenly, Rolf screamed in terror, his mind haunted by the image of a hideous spider, and he grabbed Taehyung. Frantically warning of some danger, illustrated by an image of something being mercilessly snapped, Rolf's metaphorical warning made Taehyung break out in a cold sweat. He was frozen with fear. In another corner, Commander Siri was laughing heartily. Her face was flushed, showing she was truly enjoying the party, a rare expression for her. Taehyung's thoughts drifted to the past, to a time before the majestic walls of the Black Fortress. In his memory, a red-bearded warrior roared amidst a sea of people. Leading a fierce charge, the red-bearded warrior rushed straight towards an opponent, a bald warrior with a blue marking on his forehead. The memory of the victory party after that battle continued with a devastating punch that ended the duel. Then it was back to reality. The chaos of the party was exaggerated into a wild dance floor, where burly Viking warriors danced under colored lights. Overwhelmed by the absurd sight, Taehyung's jaw dropped in horror. He wondered when this chaos would end as a drunk, red-faced warrior staggered towards another with indecent intentions. This put everyone nearby on alert, and a small brawl broke out as other warriors rushed in to restrain the man. To stop the trouble amidst the chaos, an authoritative voice rang out. It was a white-haired female warrior calling out the name of the warrior Taehyung. The appearance of the two women, the white-haired warrior and a red-haired escort standing nearby, silenced the entire party. Taehyung and the other warriors all turned to look in utter surprise, while the red-haired escort seemed a bit shy in front of the crowd. She announced that Taehyung had a visitor. Taehyung and the red-haired escort tried to leave quickly, but were surrounded by a crowd of excited warriors. As the two squeezed past, the warriors behind them whistled and cheered teasingly, their envious gazes fixed on the new recruit. The white-haired female warrior coldly raised a hand, decisively refusing offers of drinks from the others, restoring order with just a single gesture. Commander Siri, her expression now serious again, ordered her squad to go to bed to prepare for a special mission tomorrow. As the night faded, dawn broke over the fortress, promising a new day and new challenges ahead. Taehyung walked through the crowd of waiting warriors, letting out a long yawn, unable to hide his fatigue. The other warriors surrounded Taehyung, nudging his shoulder and laughing suggestively about his secret meeting with a Valkyrie. Taehyung's face flushed red as he awkwardly waved his hands weakly, trying to deny everything. Ralph pointed directly at a brand new gold necklace on Taehyung's neck, an undeniable piece of evidence. Just then, Commander Siri stepped onto a high platform, stomping her foot to signal for assembly, and in a loud voice she announced a special mission. Her breath plumed in the cold air as an old map was unrolled, clearly showing the target. The dwarven mines located east of the Black Fortress. The scene briefly flashed back to a past battle, where ferocious orcs besieged the fortress, forcing the dwarves to seal themselves inside their mines, Siri confirmed. Their mission was to head there and assess the situation. Taehyung pointed naively, imagining a storybook dwarf warrior. This caused Rolf to give him a puzzled look. In contrast, Rolf's eyes lit up as he daydreamed about enjoying dwarven ale. Despite Taehyung's glare, the other warriors began to chatter noisily about dwarven women having beards. Siri had to raise her voice to bring them back to reality. She continued to explain the long journey, and Taehyung listened with a worried expression. Siri suddenly puffed out her cheeks, a fleeting expression of annoyance on her face, as she prepared to talk about their mode of transportation. She regained her stern composure, though her two cheeks were still flushed, and announced that the Black Lightning had been prepared. Hearing that name, the faces of Ralph and the other veteran warriors turned pale with horror. Taehyung turned to ask Ralph, but only received a sinister smile and a shrug, feigning ignorance. This made him even more certain that something was wrong. The answer lay in a previous secret meeting when Hedda ordered Taehyung to keep everything a secret. She moved closer, the presence of the Valkyrie warrior making Taehyung's heart beat erratically. His face flushed red as Hedda gave him the golden apple necklace, a precious gift. She then handed him a small leather pouch, inside of which were sparkling shards of a golden apple, a powerful healing item. Hedda pursed her lips, preparing to give her final instructions. Amidst a terrifying crash, a memory flashed through Taehyung's mind. Hedda gently placed Eden's blessing on his forehead. Back in reality, he was buried deep in the snow, The golden apple necklace hovered before his bewildered face amidst the vast snow-covered mountains. The transport coffins were embedded in the snow like tombstones after the brutal landing. A powerful hand burst through the snow and the man emerged. Taehyung struggled to his feet, his face still etched with confusion. Realizing he was still alive, he looked at the scattered coffins, horror mixed with resignation washing over him. He now understood their method of transport. A sudden noise made Taehyung spin around, his expression wary. He was horrified to see his comrades lying motionless in the snow, some of them still half stuck inside the shattered coffins. Taehyung clutched the golden apple necklace, realizing it had saved him from a similar fate. A giant warrior statue stood majestically guarding the entrance to the dwarven mine. The surviving warriors gathered before the mine's gate. They noticed the gate was wide open, an ominous sign. Taehyung and Siri stood at the front. The expressions on the three leaders were grim in the face of the unusual situation. Siri gave the command with a decisive nod, leading the squad into the mine's darkness. Inside, vast and dark stone corridors came into view, evoking a sense of unease. Siri took the lead. She announced in a clear voice that they were warriors from Valhalla sent by the Valkyrie jazz grid. A blue energy flared into Holly's eyes as he activated his special ability. From a high vantage point, he looked down on his squad. They were completely unaware of the danger surrounding them. Holly's glowing eyes widened, and he screamed a desperate warning to his commander. His ability revealed a horrifying truth. Countless enemies were lurking in the shadows surrounding them from all sides. Without a moment of hesitation, Siri roared the command to charge, immediately countering the ambush. A sudden rain of arrows poured from the darkness, aiming to wipe them out at the entrance. The warriors instantly tightened their formation. They formed a solid shield wall to protect one another. An arrow narrowly grazed the face of a blonde, bearded warrior, leaving him utterly terrified. Behind the shield wall, the warriors gritted their teeth and endured. One man encouraged his comrades in a strained voice, even as he winced in pain while another arrow whizzed by. The shield wall trembled under the volley of arrows which stuck out like porcupine quills. Her eyes were desperate. She signaled for him to use his ability to scout through a gap in the shield wall. Taehyung gave a firm nod. His eyes flashed blue as he focused, peering into the darkness ahead with his special vision. The first thing he saw was a dwarven warrior with glowing red eyes. Taehyung held his breath. Cold sweat broke out on his temples as the horrifying truth dawned on him. He realized they weren't just dwarves. They were dwarven zombies howling amidst the stench of rotting flesh. Behind the shield wall, the other warriors, including Rose and the warrior of Iden, also sensed the threat, their faces turning pale with horror. A terrible realization struck Taehyung. He understood that all the dwarves in this mine were already dead, and had been turned into these monstrous creatures. Rov turned to Taehyung, his face desperately searching for confirmation. Taehyung's vision mechanically classified the enemies, assigning bizarre titles to their grotesque zombie faces. But the conclusion was always the same. They were all zombies. A dwarf zombie snapped an arrow with its bare hands, displaying incredible strength and signaling a new attack. "Reload!" Siri yelled, her voice echoing. Trying to rally the morale of the force on the brink of collapse, a desperate soldier pointed to his shield. It was deeply dented and cracked, unable to withstand another blow. The party stared at their breaking defensive line. Helplessness was written on every face. Cornered, the group looked small and alone. In the vast dark mine hall, a surviving dwarf suddenly burst from the shadows, rushing toward them. He held a bottle high in one hand, flames erupting from its mouth. Taehyung, without a moment's hesitation, turned it into a homemade firebomb. Taehyung snatched the Molotov cocktail and hurled it at the zombie horde while signaling for the others to cover their eyes. A blinding flash of light was followed by the gruesome screams of the zombies as they were consumed by the flames. In the midst of the chaos, a stone trapdoor on the floor flew open, revealing a secret passage. The party hastily scrambled into the narrow passage, but Rolf got stuck, creating an ironic bottleneck. Right on the threshold of life and death, Rolf was pinned to the stone floor by a combat boot, his face twisting in agony. Taehyung landed lightly on the ground after jumping from a giant pipe, while Ron and Siri watched him with an annoyed, expectant look. Taehyung's eyes widened in awe as he gazed upon the majestic scene before him for the first time. The three of them walked towards a massive gate carved into the rock face of the crystal cavern. They sat with a group of surviving dwarves, listening as their leader explained the vampire threat that had ravaged this place. The dwarf leader wore a grim expression. He recounted that the disaster had started just yesterday at dawn, causing all this destruction in a single day. Taehyung and Siri listened intently as the dwarf explained the curse that being bitten by the vampire turns you into a ghoul. And being bitten by a ghoul will also turn you into a ghoul. The dwarf clenched his fist, his voice laced with bitterness. He announced that the roughly 20 dwarves here were all that was left. Siri leaned forward. She asked about the monster's identifying features, while the dwarf described it as large with gray skin as he continued his account. A dark phantom appeared behind him as Siri envisioned a massive foe with black eyes and sharp claws. Siri looked directly at the dwarf, calling him Isaac, and advised him to put his revenge on hold. Isaac contemplated Siri's advice, his eyes reflecting his struggle between a safe retreat and the pressing mission. Isaac turned back to face the enraged dwarves, declaring that this mission had to be completed immediately, as it was more important than revenge. With an expression of extreme tension, Isaac gritted his teeth and revealed that they had recently discovered Yint in this mine. All the dwarves present were struck silent, their eyes wide with horror at the earth-shattering revelation. The shock spread to Rav and Siri as well. They also couldn't believe what they had just heard. Amidst the chaos, only Taehyung maintained a single expression, was completely bewildered, not understanding why everyone was reacting so fiercely. Two burly dwarves immediately surrounded Taehyung, yelling in his face in disbelief, making him even more uncomfortable while another dwarf tried to explain to Taehyung about the importance of UNT while the others were still in shock. Rav grabbed a dwarf, demanding a clear explanation. Sweat dripped down his face as an image appeared, depicting a mythical warhammer emitting blue lightning bolts, illustrating the power of UNT, the metal of the gods. With renewed determination, the entire dwarven army, now with new allies, advanced deeper into the cave together to reclaim what belonged to them. Isaac raised a hand to signal a stop as the group arrived, pointing forward and announcing they had reached their objective. Before them stood a majestic stone fortress, and Isaac pointed to the top of the tower, revealing that the sacred anvil was on the highest floor. Isaac explained, pointing toward the sacred anvil, which was being illuminated by a beam of light. The only place where the unit metal could be refined, and also where the vampire was hiding. Taehyung was baffled by that absurd logic, while Isaac patiently explained the tower's mechanism for opening the ceiling. Sweat trickled down Taehyung's temples as he realized a critical weakness of the enemy. They would be weakened by daylight. The fortress's giant wooden gates creaked open, revealing the profound darkness within. The dwarven army, led by the red-haired warrior, roared a battle cry, weapons clenched tightly in their hands. With a war cry, Siri led the charge, determined to launch a swift preemptive strike inside. The dwarf zombies who were carousing in a makeshift tavern were startled and looked up as they sensed the intrusion. The allied forces poured in like a flood, their cheers echoing throughout the fortress halls. The two armies faced each other. On one side were courageous warriors, and on the other soulless zombies preparing for a slaughter. Siri, Taehyung, and Ralph plunged into the center of the melee, leading the spearhead of the attack. The dwarf zombies charged, their glowing red eyes burning with soulless hatred, swinging their sledgehammers wildly. Amidst the battle, Siri shouted an order, instantly deploying the vanguard. The dwarven warriors with shields rushed forward, forming a solid steel wall to stop the initial assault. From behind the shield wall, other dwarves with glowing weapons prepared for the counterattack. One of the dwarven warriors unleashed a skill, creating energy tornadoes that swept across the battlefield. The tornadoes ripped through the enemy's formation, flinging and crushing the unfortunate dwarf zombies. Amidst the chaos, Siri turned to urge Taehyung, signaling for him to press deeper into the enemy lines with her. In the back, Isaac hoisted a heavy weapon resembling a flamethrower onto his shoulder, while the archers behind him knocked their arrows ready to fire. With a look of extreme anguish, Isaac aimed at his former comrades. A silent apology appeared on his face. He pulled the trigger, releasing a horrific sea of flames toward the dwarf crowd. Zombies. The terrifying heat of the flames forced Taehyung, Siri, and Ralph to duck down to avoid being incinerated. After the fierce battle, the group arrived before a sturdy iron door believed to be where the sacred anvil was kept. The entire party stood before the door, preparing for the final challenge now that the path was clear. The heavy door creaked open, revealing the sacred anvil in the center of the room, upon which a small yellow object was emitting a warm light. Siri's group, Taehyung, Rofa, and Isaac, cautiously entered a vast hall. They recognized the chest containing the UNT metal, but immediately sensed something was wrong and searched their surroundings. Rofa screamed in horror, pointing toward the dark ceiling at a colossal shadow with bizarre tattoos. It shot straight down from above at a terrifying speed. Rofa immediately ordered the other warriors to raise their weapons, preparing for a preemptive strike. Taehyung stared at the enemy, sweat breaking out as he sensed a terrifying killing intent. The enemy Strago was fully revealed, wearing a hideous skull mask and radiating a deadly pressure. On command, the archers drew their bows in unison, their glowing arrows aimed straight at Strago. But before the arrows could even fly, Strago had already charged into their ranks, blood splattering everywhere as he slaughtered the warriors in the blink of an eye. Taehyung was stunned speechless, his pupils shrinking in horror at the brutal scene that had just unfolded. In an instant, Strago appeared right in front of Taehyung, his skull mask pressed close to his face. Strago's clawed hand grabbed Taehyung's collar, wordlessly asserting his claim to the treasure as his figure loomed, completely overwhelming the surviving warriors. Strago held Taehyung tightly, conveying a deadly warning, forcing him to stand perfectly still lest he lose his life. He turned to face the others, a silent threat to them all. Siri glanced worriedly towards Ron, who responded with a faint nod, confirming he was okay. The group realized Strago had intentionally spared them, an act that made them even more uneasy. Strago leaned in close to Taehyung. A hideous smile appeared from under the mask as he revealed his intentions. His threat conjured a terrifying vision, warriors screaming in agony as they were turned into soulless creatures. Taehyung was utterly horrified, realizing a fate worse than death awaited him and his comrades. Suddenly an arrow shot forward, but Strago easily caught it in midair. Strago tossed Taehyung aside and contemptuously snapped the arrow, holding up the broken piece. His challenging gaze swept over the group as if asking who dared to oppose him. Siri stood firm, aiming her crossbow straight at Strago. Her eyes burned with unwavering determination. Isaac's eyes glinted with resolve, cold sweat breaking out as he accepted that he would rather die with honor than be turned into a puppet. With a defiant roar, Isaac fired his flamethrower. A sea of fire completely engulfed Strago, its heat seeming capable of incinerating the entire hall. In the midst of the flames, Strago lifted his head. A contemptuous laugh echoed from behind his mask, completely unharmed. Realizing the futility of the flames, Ciri shouted a silent command, urging the warriors to form a defensive line to protect Isaac. Immediately, the dwarven warriors and Rolf rushed forward, their shields interlocking, forming a solid wall of steel. Strago charged through the remnants of the fire, swinging a powerful fist towards the shield wall. The terrifying force of the punch shattered the ground, sending all the warriors flying into the air like puppets with their strings cut. Ciri was helplessly caught in the blast, her body slamming hard against the stone floor. Undeterred, Isaac and two other dwarven warriors charged forward in unison. The three of them prepared a coordinated attack, spinning like a whirlwind, their weapons forming a storm of blue sword energy. They slashed relentlessly at Stragos, who simply stood still and took it, his body trembling under the storm of sword energy. But the attack only seemed to amuse him. From a distance, Taehyung watched with gritted teeth, his eyes intensely focused. Waiting for the perfect moment to act, the time had come. Taehyung gripped an ancient metal lever. With all his might, he yanked the lever down, activating a hidden mechanism deep within the mine as a giant structure began to descend from the ceiling. Brilliant light shone from its crevices, as magical light enveloped Stragos, trapping him in an energy prison. Stragos let out an earth-shattering roar, as purple dark energy poured from his body before exploding outwards. It shattered the prison of light in an instant. Taehyung watched in horror as the trap was destroyed, his hand tightening on his broken staff. As a reckless decision formed in his mind, Stragos landed heavily on the ground, the aftershock from the impact making the floor tremble. He calmly sat on the central stone platform, the smoke from his body slowly dissipating as he gazed down upon the warriors. Like a king looking down on commoners, the group of warriors stood up facing the invincible enemy before them. With looks of complete despair and helplessness amid the heavy silence, a single tear rolled down his cheek. He prayed for a miracle, wondering how to defeat the enemy before him, and considering a few uncertain theories. While Ciri and Ralph looked skeptical, Taehyung's eyes widened in horror as he realized something. The enemy was chanting a spell, as glowing red ancient runes appeared, and the entire group looked up in terror. Seeing storm clouds gathering through the hole in the ceiling, Ciri gave the signal to attack, urging the team to finish the enemy. Before the ritual could be completed, with a loud bang, the monster's body disintegrated into a swarm of bats. Easily dodging the all-out attack, the group watched stunned as the swarm of bats soared upwards, realizing they were too late. The swarm of bats began to merge in midair, forming a new shape. From the darkness, a giant bat-wolf monster emerged. Its 6 green eyes glowed with malice. The new creature Bergoth let out a challenging roar, its power enveloping the entire room. Bergoth looked down smugly, deciding not to give the warriors a chance to even touch it, as the third eye on its forehead began to glow. As it accumulated dark energy, Taehyung shouted a warning when he noticed Bergoth was about to spew something out. A ball of green poisonous vapor shot out from Bergoth's mouth. In an instant, Taehyung grabbed a stunned blue-bearded warrior and pulled him aside just as the poisonous vapor corroded another warrior, leaving only a smoking skeleton behind. Bergoth looked down at the fleeing warriors with a contemptuous sneer. Cornered amidst the poisonous fog, Rolf and Taehyung desperately searched for an escape, completely trapped. Taehyung gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with final defiance, refusing to accept defeat. Taehyung channeled energy into his sword and charged straight at Bergoth in a do-or-die attack, spinning in midair. He dodged another blast of poisonous vapor fired from below. Then with incredible speed, Taehyung dove down like an arrow. Plunging down from above, Taehyung swung his sword in a decisive blow, aiming straight for Bergoth's head. Taehyung focused all his power into a decisive strike aimed at Bergoth's head. Bergo roared in surprise and anger, upon realizing Taehyung's attack was just an illusion. With a battle cry, the real Taehyung appeared, swinging his sword at the monster's nape. His sword shattered into pieces upon impact with Bergo's steel-like hide. Taehyung was stunned, his eyes wide in horror at the harsh reality. With a look of contempt, Bergo turned away, mocking the weakness of the weapon that had just struck it, leaving Taehyung utterly confused. He realized he was perched on the enemy's back after an awkward landing he had accidentally latched onto Bergo. Bergo roared with rage and confusion, trying to shake Taehyung from the strange position on its back. Taehyung looked down at the distant ground far below. The look of terror on his face showed he couldn't jump down from this height on his own. Bergo let out a mighty roar. Its eyes blazed with extreme impatience. Taehyung clung tightly to Bergo's neck, his resigned expression showing he had no other choice. Intending to throw off the nuisance, Bergot flapped its wings and soared into the air. Taehyung panicked as his body was lifted up. A stream of blue energy began to envelop him in midair. A new set of shoulder and chest armor formed on Taehyung. From the stream of energy, he shouted as the new power erupted, completely overwhelming the chaos of the situation. From the ground below, Rolf and Ciri looked up in horror at the sphere of blue light soaring towards the mine's ceiling. Despite Bergo's fury, Taehyung signaled it to be quiet. His eyes focused on controlling the new power. Blue energy erupted violently from Taehyung's body, emitting a terrifying pressure. A flash of insight struck Taehyung as he realized the nature of the power he had just obtained. An image of a majestic eagle appeared, a symbol of the power to rule the skies. Next was an image of the legendary dragon rider Sao Tet, who had the ability to tame even the most powerful flying creatures. A vision of ultimate power appeared Sautet riding on the back of a giant red dragon. Burgo had now been transformed into a smaller bat-like creature, with a dazed expression obediently flying down under Taehyung's control. Isaac and the man with the blue beard looked down with astonished and confused expressions at the scene below. Taehyung lightly patted the head of Burgo in its small, fluffy bat form, signaling that it had done well. Rolf, Ciri, and Isaac looked at each other, their faces full of bewilderment. Not knowing what to do next in this strange situation, curiosity overcame fear as the dwarven and human warriors gathered around, excited to touch Burgo. Ciri watched in silence, a smirk flashing across her face as she assessed the situation. Burgo blissfully enjoyed being petted by the warriors. Its soft fur delighted them, captivated by its unexpected cuteness. Ciri also reached out her hand, a hint of confusion on her face. Burgo responded by nuzzling its head against her face, a friendly gesture that surprised her. Taehyung struggled to hold Burgo back as it began to squirm. The playful moment ended abruptly as rage flared, and Burgo's third eye glowed intensely, as it strained against the control. A burst of dark energy exploded, and Burgo shed its cute appearance, returning to its giant monstrous form, roaring a silent challenge with fiery eyes and sharp fangs. Burgo growled, threatening to tear apart the one who had made a fool of it. Ciri and Isaac were horrified, realizing control had been lost, and that Taehyung's saga skill wasn't strong enough. Pushing aside his fear, Taehyung gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a bold decision as he realized his control time was running out. He had to reassert his dominance. Taehyung leaped onto the back of the raging monster, forcing it to submit and revert to its smaller bat form once again. Taehyung sat firmly on Bigot's back, signaling to his comrades that he would try to deal maximum damage. Seeing Taehyung's determination, Isaac, and the other warriors raised our fists to the sky. Placing their full trust in him, Taehyung pointed forward, ordering Burgos to ascend at maximum speed. Like a black arrow, Taehyung and Burgos shot upwards, heading straight for the hole in the ceiling of the dwarven mine. They pierced through the clouds, soaring into the vast sky, as their silhouettes shrank and merged into the brilliant light of the sun. Bigot groaned in pain as Taehyung's energy coursed through its body, creating burns at the apex of their trajectory. Taehyung roared a final command, forcing Bigot to dive straight toward the ground as they transformed into a living meteor. The blue energy plummeted to the ground with destructive force, creating a colossal pillar of light. Taehyung descended, reaching out to impose his will on Bigot, who was being controlled by the blue energy. The energy of the saga skill erupted around Taehyung, his eyes gleaming with determination as he focused all his power. He roared, using the power of saga to transform Bigot into a giant mass of metal and swinging it like a sledgehammer. The living weapon smashed into the stone ground with tremendous force, shaking the entire hall amidst a cloud of dust and smoke. Taehyung stared at the motionless metal mass, breathing heavily with a look of relief on his face. Taehyung suddenly froze in horror as he realized the enemy was not yet defeated, turning to raise his hand and shout a warning. Urgently signaling to his approaching comrades, Isaac rushed forward without hesitation and threw a homemade flashbang at the target. An unseen force either from the blast or the enemy pushed Taehyung back as he gritted his teeth to resist, before a violent fiery explosion erupted. It sent Taehyung flying back in utter astonishment, and the shockwave from the blast also caused Isaac to lose his balance and tumble to the floor. Sprawled on the ground, Taehyung stared into the sea of flames, while the other warriors threw in more weapons. They did this to ensure the enemy was incinerated. Rolf turned to Taehyung with a tense expression, silently asking if the nightmare was over. Taehyung looked into the dying flames where the name Struggles appeared, and then vanished, and he gave a slight nod of confirmation. The scene revealed the post-battle devastation, a giant crater in the center of the hall. Daylight shone through a large hole in the mine's ceiling, a testament to the terrifying power that had been unleashed. After the battle, the group gathered around a sacred anvil. All eyes were fixed on the reward chest, as Isaac carefully opened it, releasing a brilliant golden light. It illuminated their expectant faces, and the light was so bright that Ciri, Rolf, and Taehyung had to squint. Curiosity and anticipation were written on their faces, but Rolf's expression shifted from amazement to disbelief when he recognized the reward as Metal of the Gods. Isaac held up a tiny piece of blue metal, and a stunned silence fell over the group as they realized the modest size of the spoils. Seeing the disappointed looks on Rolf's and Ciri's faces, Isaac got angry, grabbing Rolf by the collar to defend the metal's value. Isaac jumped around enthusiastically, waving his arms and legs, as he explained that even a piece that small was enough to forge a powerful item. After calming down, Isaac solemnly handed the chest to Ciri, suggesting they let the mastersmiths of Valhalla handle it. Taking on the task with a serious expression, Isaac explained that they lacked the time or means to safely process the spoils of war on behalf of the group. Ciri nodded approvingly at the dwarf's decision, while Taehyung and Rolf listened from behind. Rolf chimed in, asking about celebrating, and Isaac immediately grew excited, promising to treat them to an entire barrel of beer. Upon hearing of dwarven ale, the other warriors roared in extreme excitement. Their faces flushed red. Ciri turned around, and her one icy glare immediately silenced the uproar. Forcing the entire group into silence, she firmly informed Isaac that they had to leave immediately, causing the crowd behind them to groan in disappointment. After a moment of shock, Isaac came up with an idea. He humorously held up 2 homemade signs, as if to make up for it. With a sly grin, Isaac pointed decisively, signaling for the whole group to follow him to another place. A heavy stone door creaked open, revealing a golden glow. Shining brilliantly from the secret room within, Isaac proudly led the group across the threshold into the treasury of his people. Rolf and the other warriors stood speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment at the magnificent sight before them. The scene revealed a massive armory. With countless exquisitely crafted weapons and shimmering armor stretching as far as the eye could see, the warriors cheered in pure delight. They rushed in to choose from the gleaming swords, maces, and axes. Rolf and the others also excitedly tried on armor and weapons, their satisfied smiles impossible to hide. Isaac turned to urge Taehyung, who was still standing there stunned, to choose a worthy reward for himself. Taehyung snapped out of his daze as a plan quickly formed in his mind. Taehyung's eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light as he activated his Dragon's Eye skill. Taehyung scanned the weapon racks. A color-coded classification system appeared, revealing their true value. His gaze landed on an object that emitted a powerful blue light. He realized he had found the most valuable item outside the majestic stone fortress beneath the shadow of a giant axe-wielding warrior statue. The group prepared to part ways. Standing before the warriors and dwarves, Isaac solemnly offered his thanks for avenging their brothers. Isaac turned to Taehyung, his eyes filled with admiration, praising his excellent eye for equipment. Taehyung wore the new eagle wing outfit. He could feel the lightness yet sturdy nature of the armor and cloak. Isaac secretly explained a magic chant to Taehyung to activate the outfit's hidden power. Leaving him utterly surprised, an eagle spread its wings, soaring majestically across the sky. The eagle radiated with extreme excitement. As it let out a resounding cry, a flock of eagles swooped together, forming a formation in the sky. They accelerated, shooting off like arrows across the vast blue sky. The scene cuts to a transport convoy, consisting of jet-black coffins flying over a snowy mountain range, heading straight for the Black Fortress in the distance. The Black Fortress appeared standing tall and majestic amidst the grand mountain scenery inside the fortress. A white-haired Valkyrie commander was informing Taehyung's group about their great victory in defeating the Strigos and protecting the dwarven mine with a solemn air. The white-haired Valkyrie commander presented a golden box, explaining that this was the precious unt they had secured. She opened it to reveal a crystal shard, containing the souls of fallen warriors, promising they would be gloriously reborn after entrusting their mission. The Valkyrie commander signaled for the group to retreat and rest. Ciri led the way along with Taehyung and Rolf, stepping out of the meeting room and walking down the stone corridor. Meanwhile, an excited Ciri put her arm around Taehyung's shoulder, eagerly inviting him for a drink. But Taehyung just wearily shook his head in refusal. Ciri stopped, turning to look at Taehyung with an expression full of recognition. She said he made the biggest contribution in the battle. Surprised and a bit flustered by the praise, a shy blush appeared on Taehyung's cheeks. As they continued walking, Rolf tried his luck again, not giving up, but clicked his tongue in disappointment when Taehyung remained firm in his refusal. Taehyung stopped at the fortress gate, his gaze distant as he became lost in thought memories of the fierce battle flooding his mind. The image of the fearsome and powerful monster Chagos appeared in his mind as he looked down at his own hand. There, a trembling blue sphere of energy, a symbol of the power he had obtained, was gathering. A virtual interface then appeared. It indicated that his synchronization rate had reached 9%, and a smile of anticipation appeared on Taehyung's lips as he wondered what would happen next. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the snowy mountain peaks, Regenleif, with her golden wings, was soaring through the air on a reconnaissance mission. She realized she had ventured quite far and was about to head back to base. Suddenly, Regenleif froze, all her senses on high alert, as she detected a strange and dangerous presence. A giant hairy monster's foot slammed down onto the snow, shaking the entire region. The earth-shattering stomp caused snow and rocks from a nearby cliff to begin sliding down. Startled, Regenleif felt an unusual tremor signaling an approaching danger, and she hesitated for a moment. With a tense expression, she weighed whether to approach and identify the enemy, or to retreat immediately and report back. Regenleif decided safety was paramount. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she activated her swan wing cloak. The item transformed into giant wings, launching her into the air. She sped away at a dizzying pace, knowing that getting any closer would be a fatal mistake. She had only one goal: to report this threat as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at an outpost, the white-haired Valkyrie commander received the report, her expression alarmed as she heard about an invading army. Regenleif suddenly appeared in the meeting room. Dazed, she realized she had already arrived and completed her report so quickly she hadn't even processed it. The white-haired Valkyrie commander announced that the battle would begin at noon tomorrow, while Regenleif was still bewildered. She couldn't even remember how she had made the report. In another area, Ciri stood sternly before the warriors. She ordered everyone to rest early, raising a finger to strictly forbid any drinking, much to the disappointment of Rolf and the others. Ciri's eyes scanned the room, and noticing Taehyung's absence, a curious glint appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, Taehyung was walking alone in a snow-covered courtyard, carefully looking around to ensure he wasn't being followed. He found a secluded corner, determined to use the quiet time before the battle. He gripped his cloak, his gaze resolute as he prepared to hone his skills. Dawn broke over the fortress towers. It heralded a new day and the impending battle. Back in the meeting room, a new Valkyrie in silver armor confidently strode in. Catching the attention of the other two, she introduced herself as Ingrid, from the Dirt Legion, the leader of the reinforcements, and immediately requested information on the enemy's numbers. The white-haired Valkyrie commander reported some grim news: the enemy had at least 6,000 troops, while their forces numbered only about 2,500. Resident Evil gritted his teeth, accepting the disadvantageous situation, and declared they would hold out at all costs, ready to activate the final defensive magic. Ingrid Resenlife and the white-haired Valkyrie commander stood side by side. With eyes burning with determination, they jointly gave the order to march. On the vast mountainside, a giant hairy monster's foot crashed down, shaking the ground. Facing the enemy, the warriors formed their ranks, ready for a battle to the death. Raichi of the Tho Legion let out a battle cry, rousing the fighting spirit of the entire army, as Ciri waved her hand to give the command. Her battle cry echoed across the battlefield, rallying the Underlegion to open fire against Asgard and the Nine Realms amidst the battle. Taehyung realized he needed a long-range weapon, and a stream of blue energy condensed in his hand, forming a lightning crossbow. With a death-defying roar for Hedda and Idun, Taehyung aimed the crossbow straight at the enemy. The Dino army, riding on giant beasts, surged forward like a flash flood. A rain of arrows poured down from the fortress walls onto the advancing snow army. The gnomes simultaneously raised their shields, forming a makeshift wall against the storm of arrows. In response, a barrage of battle axes was hurled upwards. With terrifying force, the axes embedded themselves deep into the fortress's stone walls. The gnomes used the axes themselves as footholds and began to climb the walls. From atop the ramparts, two warriors strained to topple a giant barrel of water. Determined to repel the enemy's assault, other warriors joined forces to push a giant boulder down onto the heads of the climbing monsters. A giant hairy foot of a massive creature suddenly stomped down, crushing the ground. The giant mount leading the army was torn apart by an explosion, creating a gap in the enemy's ranks, but they were unwavering. Another elite group of gnomes roared and continued to pour onto the battlefield, and the fight quickly devolved into a chaotic melee. It was a bloody melee as warriors and gnomes clashed. A warrior with a tattooed arm bravely confronted a ferocious gnome. Other warriors fought relentlessly across the battlefield to support their comrades. Rolf fired his gun, creating a massive explosion that sent enemies flying. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung watched his comrades fight tenaciously. Suddenly, giant shadows fell surrounding Taehyung. He looked up. He realized the threat wasn't from the ground. The sky was blotted out by a flock of descending wyverns. The lead wyvern tilted its head back, opening its fiery jaws wide. It unleashed a destructive stream of fire on the warriors below, turning the ground into a sea of flames. Below was a chaotic sea of warriors, while in the sky a swarm of wyverns sowed fire and death. In the midst of the battle, an orange-haired female commander braced herself. She shouted a prayer for strength to maintain the giant runic shield. The shield vibrated violently under the continuous attacks. The commander staggered, looking up at the sky in despair, as she realized the danger was not over. Standing on the wall, Taehyung witnessed the scene, his expression growing tense. Without a moment's hesitation, Taehyung dashed past the astonished Ciri and Rolf, heading straight for the edge of the wall. He threw himself into the air. "It's my turn to change the tide of battle," he declared with a determined shout. Placing his complete faith in the power of his gear, he summoned all his might and began to transform violently as a blinding golden aura enveloped Taehyung. As he was in free fall, his cloak dissolved into countless black feathers enveloping his body, and from within the cloud of feathers, a giant eagle with deep blue eyes burst forth, spreading its wings and soaring over the battlefield as the majestic bird made a single loop. Its sharp gaze locked onto a target in the sky, and through the eagle's eyes, Taehyung observed the battlefield from high above. Confirming that no one had noticed his transformation, he turned his gaze toward the fortress being burned by the wyvern swarm. Preparing for his bold plan with a silent roar, Taehyung decided it was time to act. The eagle folded its wings and dove like a black arrow with terrifying speed, its target a soaring wyvern. It was completely unaware of the approaching danger, and as the distance closed, the eagle's talons transformed back into human hands, and Taehyung's legs also took shape from the eagle's body, ready for impact. The eagle delivered a thunderous kick, its power instantly stunning the wyvern. Seizing the opportunity, Taehyung landed neatly on the wyvern's back. The approach was a success, and he quickly grabbed the wyvern's horns. He seized control of the ferocious beast, with his will riding on the back of the now surprisingly docile wyvern. A triumphant smile played on Taehyung's lips as he raised a hand to the sky. Taehyung roared a command, and blue energy began to coalesce into the shape of a sword, as a humble bamboo spear suddenly glowed with a blue energy aura. Riding on the wyvern's back, Taehyung looked at the bamboo spear in his hand with skepticism, then sighed in acceptance. His gaze hardening with resolve, Taehyung let out a battle cry and urged his wyvern straight into the fray. Taehyung's wyvern obeyed, spewing a fierce stream of fire at an approaching enemy, engulfing the opposing wyvern in flames. It burst into flames in midair. After taking down his first target, Taehyung coldly scanned the area for his next opponent. A large squadron of enemy wyverns with aggressive riders on their backs charged toward Taehyung like a storm. Facing the overwhelming force, Taehyung braced himself as blue energy exploded from his body, and a massive slash of energy swept across the sky. It tore through the enemy formation, cutting down multiple wyverns at once, as Taehyung continued to swing his weapon, unleashing another energy attack. It knocked an enemy rider from the back of his beast. From the ground below, the warriors, among them a bald man with blue tattoos, raised their weapons and cheered in praise as the sky lit up with fireballs. The entire enemy wyvern squadron was single-handedly wiped out by Taehyung. On the fortress wall, The orange-haired female commander stood speechless, her mouth agape at the unbelievable sight. Her astonishment quickly turned to horror. As she spotted a new threat, the orange-haired commander shouted an urgent warning toward Taehyung. He was already looking towards a black mass approaching in the distance. The new threat revealed itself with gleaming metallic talons. They were sharp as razors. A legion of harpies with glowing yellow eyes and ferocious expressions filled the sky. They formed a wall of monsters. Sweat trickled down his temple as Taehyung gritted his teeth at the overwhelming number of enemies. And he quickly made the decision, spurring his wyvern and ordering it to take a sudden nosedive. To change tactics, Taehyung directs his wyvern to circle back towards the allied fortress. In midair, Taehyung shouts in desperation as he spots Commander Ciri with her blue hair and determined expression. Ciri is leading an attack on the back of her wyvern as Taehyung executes a daring flyby. He reaches out and pulls Ciri onto his wyvern right under the enemy's nose. Together on a single wyvern, Taehyung and Ciri fly towards the distant snowy mountains, temporarily escaping the swarm of harpies as they dive into a fierce aerial battle. From another angle, Saga Witch raises a giant crossbow, her eyes glowing with deadly energy. A rain of fiery red energy arrows is unleashed automatically, seeking out and piercing each of the enemy's wyverns as the warriors on the ground look up and cheer. They roar wildly at the sight of the enemy squadron being wiped out. On the fortress wall, the orange-haired female commander and the white-haired Valkyrie look at each other. They are in awe and admiration of the power just displayed, but the joy of victory is short-lived as a massive dark meteorite appears. Blazing with red fire, it suddenly plummets from the sky into the middle of the battlefield, causing a terrifying explosion that sends warriors flying. It sows chaos and confusion. From the epicenter, a swirling cloud of red and black energy rises, signaling an evil presence in the air. Taehyung and Ciri turn back, their faces paling in horror at the unexpected sight. A colossal structure, black as night and wreathed in red lightning, emerges from the smoke. The transport coffin-like structure begins to crack, releasing a terrifying stream of energy. Through a fissure, a glowing icy blue eye appears. It's filled with primal fury. A giant clawed hand shatters the stone shell and reaches out. Next, a massive beastly foot stomps down, shaking the entire battlefield. Taehyung and Ciri are stunned into silence. Fear is etched on their faces as the monster's form is gradually revealed. The giant monster Frostmane stands tall. Its silver mane billows in the red smoke. From the ground, the warriors gaze up at the colossal creature. Despair washes over their ranks. Frostmane's towering shadow blots out the sky, a symbol of irresistible power. Frostmane lets out an earth-shattering roar, its icy breath billowing out, its blue eyes burning with hatred. Ciri urgently points to the ground, urging Taehyung to retreat, but he only nods reluctantly. His determined gaze is fixed on the enemy. At the same time, the ground cracks open again as a giant stone dragon golem begins to emerge. On the fortress wall, the orange-haired female commander doesn't flinch. She raises both hands to the sky. She invokes the ancient power of Odin, and a brilliant golden aura envelops her without hesitation. Frostmane charges towards the fortress wall, beginning its destructive assault. Frostmane throws a devastating punch down. Blue energy explodes around its fist. On the ground, the warriors, including the tattooed man, scream in terror, overwhelmed by the force of the attack. On the wall, Resin Life grits her teeth, enduring it. Her body tenses against the incredible pressure, her eyes glowing and teeth bared, as Frostmane lets out a furious roar. It slams its hands together, creating a massive purple energy sphere, readying for an even more devastating attack. Sweat beads on Reginald's temples. She braces herself against the aftershock of the attack to protect the fortress wall. A white-haired Valkyrie Regenleaf and another blonde-haired Valkyrie raise their hands together to create an energy barrier. The white-haired Valkyrie turns to Regenleaf with a worried expression, checking on her comrade's condition while maintaining the barrier. Realizing the enemy's strength, the white-haired Valkyrie looks forward with a despairing expression, knowing they can't hold out for long. With final resolve, she pours her strength into her two hands, trying to reinforce the faltering barrier. She looks up to the sky, screaming a desperate plea to Odin before the giant silhouette of the Frostman. The white-haired Valkyrie realizes the harsh truth that they are not strong enough to face him head-on as the golden energy barrier shatters into pieces. Under the Frostman's power, Regenleaf and the blonde-haired Valkyrie are thrown back by the shockwave. Unable to stand firm in her desperation, the white-haired Valkyrie screams to the sky, begging for permission to use her full power. She looks up at a black raven circling in the gloomy sky, making a final plea to have her combat seal broken. The black raven Hugin flies closer, its crimson eyes flashing coldly as they emit an authoritative red light. Through Hugin, a cold command is relayed, extinguishing all hope for the astonished Valkyries in the sky. Hugin circles above the Frostman, who is lifting a giant boulder, as a reminder that this is merely a test. Hugin's gaze sweeps over the three stunned Valkyries, conveying the cruel message that only the strongest are worthy of Valhalla. Amidst the chaos, a warrior with fiery eyes charges forward, ready to join the battle with a sky-shaking roar. Brachii raises his weapon, rallying the warriors of the gods to charge into battle with him. Responding to Brachii's call, a crowd of warriors roars with excitement, his name echoing across the battlefield. Rocky lets out a savage roar, using his strength to snap the neck of a black-haired warrior in midair. Then Taehyung charges in. His blue energy spear aims directly at the giant Frostman with a resounding roar. Then Taehyung summons the power of Thor, causing his weapon to erupt violently. As on the ground, Baekchi swings his giant mace with all his might. Baekchi's devastating strike hits the Frostman, creating an energy explosion that encourages the warriors. The Vikings roar their battle cries and charge forward in unison with Taehyung's weapon glowing brightly. He continues to stab directly into the Frostman's head, while from the ramparts Taehyung mounts his wyvern. Soaring up to face the besieged giant, Taehyung looks back at his comrades, his eyes questioning Ciri about the next step. With a determined expression, she signals to Rolf and Taehyung, outlining an attack plan to create a breakthrough. Taehyung looks down at the chaotic battlefield, his eyes searching for the weak point Ciri just mentioned as the Frostman roars in pain. Wounds begin to appear on its body, and Taehyung's eyes gleam as he spots the target, a deep, long gash that has just appeared on the Frostman's head. That's the weak spot. With a silent command, his beast roars in response, as from behind, Ciri shouts, signaling to Rolf. Prepare for a coordinated attack with the catapults, Ciri declares with a resolute expression. We will activate the full power of both of them at the same time, leaving Rolf stunned by the audacity of Ciri's plan. In the air, Taehyung carefully maneuvers the wyvern to approach the Frostman, holding the reins tightly. Finding a safe spot to await an opening to attack. Frostman growled, its eyes filled with wariness. Sensing the threat from the air, the giant's gaze locked completely onto Taehyung, its hostility flaring intensely. One of Frostmane's colossal arms swung with horrifying speed, aiming directly at Taehyung. Facing the attack, Taehyung didn't flinch in the slightest. From the air, his eyes flashed with a cold blue light. Taehyung, riding his wyvern, charged directly at Frostmane's face, the tip of his spear glinting with a deadly light. Frostman let out an earth-shattering roar. The shockwave from its punch sent both Taehyung and the wyvern flying into the air. Taehyung lost control. He plummeted straight to the ground with immense force, only for a blast of icy energy to erupt from below, tossing him into the air again like a toy. The ground shattered, forming a massive crater at the point of impact, and the lingering after-effects of the icy energy remained. From a distance, Reginleif and the other Valkyries watched in horror at the defeat of the warrior in whom they had placed all their hopes. Razgrid's expression was tense, sweat trickling down her cheeks as she realized how dire the situation was. Reginleif turned back, her expression panicked upon seeing her commander preparing to act. Razgrid gave a signal delegating her command. Her determined gaze fixed on Taehyung as she charged into the rubble to rescue him. Taehyung lay motionless, his face stained red with blood. He was their only hope. He struggled to push himself up with his hands, trying to pull himself from the crater his impact had created. As soon as he stood up, Taehyung realized he was surrounded by a horde of muscular monsters, their bloodshot eyes fixated on him. His vision blurred and his body trembled with exhaustion. His will to fight was fading. In his mind, the image of the massive monster army appeared, completely crushing his final embers of resistance. Taehyung's eyelids felt heavy. As a deathly drowsiness overcame him, he collapsed, his consciousness slipping away. A peaceful illusion materialized, showing an image of Hedda smiling gently. Taehyung was startled. He realized he was wearing glasses and sitting in a modern apartment. Confused, he looked around. He saw Hedda embracing him in an absurdly cozy domestic scene. Taehyung's eyes were glued to a bowl of rice, in which golden apple slices were emitting a strange light. With a smile, Hedda picked up the golden pieces and brought them to his mouth in a caring gesture. The illusion of Hedda prompted Taehyung to open his mouth to accept the golden fragments, trying to entice him with a false sense of peace. Back on the battlefield, Taehyung roared, grabbing his own face to break the illusion. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst from Taehyung's body, forcing the approaching Razgrid to stop in her tracks. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that a low-level warrior could emit such pure divine power. Amidst the ruins, Taehyung stood up, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, as he faced an army of snow monsters. Divine power erupted from Taehyung. His hair turned golden and the ground around him shattered. The ferocious gnomes froze in place. Their confidence morphed into confusion and fear in the face of his overwhelming power. Taehyung stared at his hands in astonishment, realizing all his wounds had completely disappeared, and an endless well of energy was surging through him. His eyes shone with a brilliant gold hue, reflecting his ironclad determination. Without even one shred of hesitation, Taehyung faced the horde of snow monsters alone. The entire pack of snows frantically charged toward him, attacking Taehyung all at once and creating a chaotic mass. A brilliant golden wave of energy erupted from Taehyung, sending all the surrounding snows flying. The shockwave launched the entire enemy force into the air. It completely neutralized their attack. Taehyung clenched his glowing fist. He showed his unwavering loyalty to Hedda and Idun. At the same time, Taehyung looked up at the fortress wall. He called out to Rose and Ciri to confirm they were still safe. On the wall, Ciri and a green-haired female warrior signaled that they were ready to provide support with a giant ballista. Taehyung suddenly realized he no longer had his weaver to fly into the air. A flicker of worry crossed his face. Razgrid suddenly landed in front of him, her determined gaze offering a wordless solution. Taehyung was completely speechless, his face flushing red with confusion at Razgrid's bold and incomprehensible offer. On another front, the Viking warriors let out a mighty battle cry and charged toward the Frostmane. They were stopped by an invisible energy shield, but desperately clung to the monster's giant body anyway. The warriors frantically attacked the Frostmane's chest and abdomen, but their weapons couldn't penetrate its hide. With a furious roar, the warriors swung their axes at the Frostman with all their might, determined to destroy the monster. The Frostmane merely tensed up, and a blast of dark energy sent all the Viking warriors flying away. It was effortless. In the midst of the fierce battle, Taehyung was still stammering. He was trying to understand the meaning behind Razgrid's offer. Razgrid offered no further explanation as her gaze turned icy. She chanted a single, powerful word. Draco immediately, a giant pillar of icy blue light erupted from her position. It enveloped Razgrid to Taehyung's utter astonishment. The light faded to reveal a silver-white dragon. A majestic dragon had taken Razgrid's place. In her majestic dragon form, Razgrid offered a profound insight. She seemed to understand the reason for the god's command forbidding intervention. Taehyung looked up. Utter astonishment was etched on his face as he witnessed a power far beyond his imagination. From the fortress wall, Ciri and the green-haired warrior looked down at the battlefield with stern expressions, making a tactical decision. Ruffle let out a defiant roar, declaring that this battle belonged to someone else. The giant shadow of the Frostmane enveloped the area. The overwhelming power gap was on full display. Encouraged, Taehyung clenched his fists, a fire igniting in his eyes. He was determined to seize victory with his own strength. Ciri and the green-haired warrior held their ground, their gazes resolute. They left the main confrontation to the chosen warrior. Despite the disparity, Ruffle recklessly charged into battle. He was swallowed by the enemy's shadow, facing the unstoppable force alone. But from afar, Taehyung had rediscovered his will to fight. His fist tightened, signaling a promise not to back down. Razgrid in her dragon form lowered herself before Taehyung. She invited him to climb onto her back and seize the opportunity while the other warriors bought time. Meanwhile, from high above, Frostmane appeared like a god of destruction, easily swatting away the Viking warriors who were desperately charging at it. Taehyung didn't hesitate. He cautiously stepped onto the giant dragon's back, receiving a nod that warned him to hold on tight. With a mighty flap of its wings, Razgrid soared into the air, carrying Taehyung, flying toward a brilliant golden magic circle in the sky. Startled by the terrifying speed, Taehyung could only cling tightly to the dragon's scales, screaming in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ciri and the green-haired warrior looked up at the sky, where Hugin the messenger raven was circling to observe the battle. Ciri shouted a decisive command to Rolf, and he immediately responded with a resounding roar. The female commander and the huntress took their positions on the giant ballista. Energy began to gather around the arrow. The eyes of Ciri and Rolf flashed simultaneously, showing they were synchronizing to activate their skills. Their ultimate saga. Standing before the wall, Rolf faced the giant enemy alone. With blood running down his face, Rolf roared a battle cry, summoning the power of the god Thor. A green aura exploded around Rolf, as his saga skill activated, materializing a divine sword. On the wall, Ciri and the green-haired warrior combined their witch and hunter powers, preparing for a devastating shot and seizing the opportunity. Razgrid and Taehyung shot like an ice arrow towards Frostman, who was distracted by the attacks from the ground. With a burst of fury, Rolf channeled energy into his battle axe, preparing for a do-or-die attack on the wall. Ciri and the green-haired warrior coordinated to operate the ballista, firing a blazing energy arrow. Ciri's ranged attack shot down, aiming straight at the roaring Frostman below. At the same time, Rolf, enveloped in a green aura, charged straight at the giant like a living arrow. The two attacks struck the target simultaneously, creating a violent explosion right on Frostman's body from high in the sky. Riding on the back of Razgrid's Draco form, they swooped down like a meteor to deliver the finishing blow. Taehyung's eyes blazed with azure energy, reflecting an iron will, betting everything on this one attack. The saga skill activated. A giant vortex of green and gold energy roared forward, carrying the force of a hurricane. Frostman was engulfed by the energy storm, his body beginning to crack under the unimaginable pressure. The force of the attack tore the ground asunder, sending huge boulders flying around the giant. Frostman's body could no longer withstand it and shattered into pieces within the destructive vortex. Frostman vanished in the storm of energy, leaving only a deep crater and a deathly silence on the battlefield. The desolate scene faded away, giving way to the cheers and warmth of a Viking great hall. From another time, amidst a noisy feast, Regenleif, an orange-haired Valkyrie, walked with a dignified air. She raised her drinking horn, a silent call echoing throughout the hall, standing with Razgrid and another blonde Valkyrie. Regenleif solemnly raised her cup to honor the warrior's courage. In response, all the Viking warriors cheered in unison, raising their cups to hail Regenleif and the Valkyries. Regenleif signaled for the crowd to be silent, and prepared for the most important part of the ceremony. She pointed towards her sister, entrusting Razgrid with the task of honoring the two most outstanding warriors. An annoyed expression flickered across Razgrid's face as she heard the crowd chant her nickname, Ice Princess. She let out a sigh, quickly regaining her cold demeanor, and accepted the assigned task. Razgrid turned around to face the expectant sea of people preparing to call out the heroes' names. She called out Brachi's name, a warrior with distinctive tattoos and an arrogant aura. Brachi proudly stepped forward. He accepted a celebratory cup of wine from Jasper, amidst the unceasing cheers of his comrades in the noisy great hall. Holy froze when his name was called out as a warrior of the Izun Legion. The crowd of Viking warriors erupted in cheers. They hailed Taehyung as a hero who had been visited by a Valkyrie. Amidst the chaos, Razgrid showed clear annoyance at being teased by the crowd. They joked about how she had been mounted by a warrior. Standing on a high platform, Regenleif solemnly announced the promotion for Taehyung and Brachi to the rank of 5th-class low-grade warriors. Taehyung Lee was stunned to realize his new rank, a level he had never even considered. The image of the mighty warrior Bizon appeared a benchmark for the rank Taehyung had just achieved. Looking down from above, the entire great hall was packed with warriors celebrating their victory. Reganleif raised a golden horn. She boisterously called for everyone to drain their cups to start the feast. In response, all the warriors raised their cups in unison. They shouted out toasts. Brachi, grinning widely, slammed his mug of beer against Taehyung's with great excitement. Taehyung Lee was a bit flustered and awkward, faced with the enthusiasm of his new comrade. Surrounded by the crowd, Taehyung became the center of attention. He was cheered on enthusiastically by the other warriors. Facing the challenging shouts, Taehyung closed his eyes. He chugged the entire large mug of beer in one breath. He then jumped onto a table, raising the empty mug high, to the roaring approval of the crowd who acknowledged his medal. The Viking warriors laughed with delight, excited by the rookie's performance. From a dark corner, a mysterious hooded man with an eye patch observed Taehyung with a scrutinizing gaze. The man with the eye patch turned to converse with a winged dark figure standing beside him. They seemed to be discussing Taehyung. His expression was pensive, weighing something after witnessing the young man's display. After a moment of thought, the mysterious man turned and walked away, seemingly having made a decision. He paused at the threshold, glancing back at the lively party scene one last time before leaving. 1 week later, in the simple living quarters for low-grade warriors, the scene was peaceful inside a room. Taehyung Lee was sound asleep on a rustic wooden bed. Taehyung let out a huge yawn, stretching as he awoke from a long sleep. Suddenly, a powerful force flung Taehyung from his bed, sending him flying into the air in shock. A rough hand abruptly grabbed Taehyung Lee, yanking him from his sleep in utter panic. From Taehyung's point of view, a figure in a black cloak stood imposingly, amidst a ruined landscape surrounded by streams of azure energy. The stranger's face was hidden in the darkness of his hood. He only revealed his cold, sharp eyes and a full beard that exuded an intimidating aura. Taehyung Lee was frozen stiff. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized the danger before him. He kept his distance, cautiously asking the identity of the stranger standing in a land ravaged by mysterious lightning bolts. The stranger confirmed Taehyung Lee's identity. A low-grade warrior in an appraising tone. He listed Taehyung's achievements, from defeating the snow commanders to pushing back a giant. His tone was a mix of acknowledgement and contempt. He asserted that those achievements only made Taehyung a celebrated hero among low-rank warriors. With an arrogant gesture, he declared that those feats were mere child's play to his people. A giant sword was slammed into the ground right in front of Taehyung, an undeniable challenge. Taehyung's blue eyes flashed. He could feel a terrifying aura of power radiating from his opponent. Taehyung realized this man's power was on par with or even surpassed that of a Valkyrie. The stranger threw off his cloak. He revealed a face with a long scar and a belligerent smile, introducing himself as Ragnar Lodbrok and declaring he wanted a fight. Taehyung raised his hands defensively. Confused, he questioned why Ragnar suddenly wanted to fight for no reason. Ragnar nonchalantly hoisted the sword onto his shoulder. Scornful of Taehyung's question for a reason, Ragnar's eyes glinted menacingly. He growled a rhetorical question filled with killing intent. The implication was clear. A man about to die doesn't need a reason. A chill ran down Taehyung's spine as he was completely overwhelmed by his opponent's bloodlust. Ragnar stood at a distance, poised in a fighting stance, awaiting Taehyung's response. Accepting the challenge, Taehyung summoned his equipment. A blue cloak and a sword materialized in a flash of blue light. The two warriors, Taehyung and Ragnar, faced each other with weapons in hand. Taehyung braced himself for the clash. Unavoidably activating his skill, Taehyung charged forward like a storm, his body enveloped by a fierce blue aura. Ragnar blocked Taehyung's attack with a single hand, his strength easily nullifying the blow. Taehyung roared, pouring all his strength into the attack. Ragnar calmly faced his fury. His golden eyes shone with absolute confidence as he parried the blow. Amidst a storm of blue sword aura, Taehyung and Ragnar clashed at terrifying speeds. Taehyung's face contorted with anger and frustration as he realized all of his attacks were being effortlessly neutralized. Confidently, Ragnar swung his sword, creating a deadly arc of light. Realizing he couldn't penetrate the defense, Ragnar changed tactics, lunging to attack his opponent's weak spot with a powerful swing. Ragnar unleashed a wave of energy, aiming straight at the distant Taehyung. Taehyung was thrown backwards, sliding across the forest floor. He struggled to stop his momentum with his hands and feet. The ground beneath him cracked from the impact. Intense pain was visible on Taehyung's face as he collapsed. Ragnar stood observing his fallen opponent from a distance with a condescending gaze. Taehyung coughed up blood. His body trembled in despair as he acknowledged his opponent's superior strength. He looked at a brilliant golden orb of light in his palm, realizing it had just saved his life. Ragnar approached his demeanor, suggesting he was about to explain a harsh rule of this battlefield. He continued to speak, his eyes cold and emotionless, as if lecturing a dying man. A blazing red aura enveloped Ragnar as he swung his sword, displaying his ruthlessness. Ragnar's golden eyes flashed with intense concentration, ready to end the fight. A black crow took off from nearby. It soared into the sky like a messenger. Ragnar watched the crow fly away, and a moment of silence fell over the forest. Then he turned to look at Taehyung, a defiant smile on his face as he raised his sword, inviting one last attack. Provoked, Taehyung pushed himself to his feet as blue energy began to gather around his body. He charged forward, a vortex of energy erupting from his footsteps as he poured all his strength into a single attack. Taehyung's sword was enveloped in a massive aura of energy, transforming into a weapon of destruction. He leapt into the air, swinging his sword down to unleash a skull-shaped energy attack aimed directly at Ragnar. A terrifying explosion shook the entire forest, blasting away trees and earth. As the dust settled, Ragnar remained standing. A blue energy hammer hovered in front of him, having completely blocked the attack. Stared down by Ragnar, Taehyung realized his strength was not enough. A blunt challenge was issued from his opponent as Ragnar attacked with a powerful kick. He also delivered a cold warning of impending death. Taehyung was sent flying, his sword knocked from his hand and into the air. Ragnar pointed at this falling Taehyung, an arrogant smirk on his face as if teaching the boy a lesson. Pinned to the ground, Taehyung could only look up with an expression of helplessness and terror. Ragnar clenched his fist, blazing red energy enveloping his arm as he prepared for a devastating blow. Ragnar's fist shot down with terrifying speed, aimed straight at Taehyung as an explosion of energy erupted from the ground. At the epicenter where the two warriors clashed amidst the smoke and dust, Ragnar stood over Taehyung's motionless body. The battle appeared to be over. Ragnar turned to walk away, his face showing clear disappointment that the fight had ended so quickly. Suddenly a hand gripped the hilt of a sword on the ground. Ragnar froze, his eyes flashing with surprise and disbelief at his opponent's unexpected resilience. Right behind Ragnar, a brilliant golden aura from the fragment of the golden apple erupted violently, protecting Taehyung. Ragnar's eyes lit up with interest as he recognized the divine power enveloping his opponent. Enveloped in the golden energy, Taehyung rose to his feet, his eyes now filled with determination as he charged forward. As his opponent's body glowed like a meteor, Ragnar faced the incoming surge of energy, acknowledging his divine power. With an admiring nod, Ragnar's gaze sharpened, offering a silent warning against the reckless use of power. In a flash of movement, Ragnar appeared right in front of the faltering Taehyung. He swung his sword, ending the fight decisively. The memory of the brutal battle faded as Taehyung's deep blue eyes slowly opened. A red-haired Valkyrie sighed in relief upon seeing Taehyung awaken, calling his name in a worried voice. Waking in a panic, Taehyung jolted upright when he saw Hedda right in front of him, still dazed. Taehyung tried to explain about the sudden attack, while Hedda was sprawled on the floor due to his overreaction. Taehyung stared at Ragnar, who stood with his arms crossed and a cold expression, then sighed in relief, realizing he was still alive. Ragnar smirked provocatively, causing Taehyung to jolt and scream in utter panic. As Taehyung recognized the man who had nearly killed him, Hedda stepped forward, gesturing to introduce Ragnar. Lodbrok as Taehyung's new mentor. Taehyung turned to Hedda to protest while Ragnar also growled. Expressing her frustration at being caught between two powerhouses, Hedda clutched her head and screamed in helplessness. As symbolic shards of her patience shattered around her, Hedda regained her composure and explained the situation to both of them. She explained that her strength alone wasn't enough, and she had gone to great lengths just to bring Ragnar here. Ragnar shot Taehyung a contemptuous look, belittling his achievements by claiming that using divine power was nothing special. Hedda confidently retorted, assuring Taehyung that he would soon change his mind, and even begged to learn from him. With a sincere gaze, Hedda placed her faith in Taehyung. She then asked him to show Ragnar his saga. Moved by Hedda's trust, Taehyung nodded in agreement, indicating that he would also trust Ragnarok, who took out a steel feather, a magical tool to project his achievements. Hedda pointed towards Taehyung, confirming that he knew how to use it, and urged him to begin when he was ready. Ragnarok looked on with complete skepticism, challenging Taehyung to prove his worth. Taehyung focused, and the steel feather in his hand flared with a brilliant blue energy. A giant scroll filled with glowing characters suddenly unfurled from the energy, leaving Ragnar utterly speechless in astonishment. Ragnar was still dumbfounded by the sight, while Taehyung held the steel feather, bewildered and unsure of what was happening. While the other two were still confused, Hedda turned away, smiling with a look of knowing amusement before turning back. She looked straight at Ragnar and asked for his evaluation of Taehyung's potential after seeing that. The sneer on Ragnar's face vanished, replaced by a sharp, analytical gaze, as Hedda watched him with hopeful eyes. Awaiting a positive answer, Ragnar thoughtfully raised a hand to his chin, then delivered a weighty verdict. Comparing Taehyung's potential to the legendary Sigurd, both Hedda and Taehyung were left astounded. At the comparison to such a great warrior, Ragnar suddenly threw an arm over Taehyung's shoulder, accepting the mission to training him reluctantly. Witnessing the scene, Hedda turned away with a satisfied and relieved smile on her lips. Hedda then raised a finger, sharply issuing a warning to Ragnar. He replied with an annoyed glare, thinking she was being too overprotective of Taehyung, but after a moment of consideration, Ragnar gave a firm, grudging nod, accepting Hedda's offer. Ragnar then drew his sword. His eyes were a mix of shock and disbelief as he evaluated the image of Sagafi appearing before him. An amused smile formed on Ragnar's lips as he realized the immense potential and that the upcoming training would be far from boring. Ragnar sheathed his sword, his serious gaze turning to Hedda to reconfirm Taehyung's potential. Ragnar's eyes flashed with intense focus, now fully convinced. Hedda smiled in satisfaction, her plan a perfect success. Ragnar stared into the distance. His gaze was determined, ready for his new role as a mentor. In another location, a female commander with blue hair stood imposingly before the city gate, her sharp eyes scanning the warriors gathering below. A group of warriors from various legions had assembled ready to receive their mission. The commander, Ciri, lightly punched Rolf's shoulder in greeting, which he returned with a respectful look, while the group of warriors stood waiting. Someone announced that one member was still missing just as Taehyung appeared in a new outfit, cheerfully waving to Ciri and Rolf. The other warriors in the legion immediately surrounded Taehyung, their eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity about his accomplishments. Taehyung was a bit flustered by the attention, while Rolf explained to Ciri that he had told everyone about Taehyung's exploits. A female warrior with silver hair stepped forward, drawing the attention of the entire crowd, and authoritatively announced that she was Gandora, Vaniri of the Upper Legion and the commander of this expedition. Gandora announced that this is a mission for low-level warriors, but she warned them not to be complacent. A warrior raised a fist to the sky. They vehemently objected to Gandua's warning, forcing her to retort in frustration. Taehyung observed the scene, a faint smile appearing on his face, at the relaxed atmosphere of the Owner Legion, while Gandua clapped her hands to restore order. Gandua's expression turned serious again. She announced that the mission details would be discussed once they arrived. Rolf raised his hand on behalf of the group, questioning the expedition's destination. Gandua fell silent for a moment, her expression turning grave as she lowered her voice. Her eyes grew cold as she revealed their destination, the land of the Dark Elves where eternal night reigns. Gandua's gaze was sharp as she declared the destination decisively. Taehyung was stunned, realizing they were about to face the Dark Elves. The scene opened to Svartalfheim, a world of eternal night, where gnarled tree branches intertwined to obscure the sky. Beneath the gloomy canopy, the expeditionary force assembled, ready to advance into the perilous land. A purple magic portal dissipated after the last person stepped through, cutting off their retreat. Taehyung surveyed his surroundings with a worried expression, sensing the damp air and oppressive darkness of the unfamiliar land. Gandua confirmed that the entire team had arrived safely, capturing everyone's attention with her commander's posture. Gandua began to explain the upcoming mission. She declared their objective was to eliminate a monster as an image materialized. It depicted a giant basilisk attacking a dark elf, explaining the reason for their expedition. Ciri mouthed a silent question about the King of Serpents, and Gandua nodded in confirmation. To deal with the threat, Gandua announced she would deploy a special weapon, White Silence. The warriors of the Owner Legion roared with excitement. He raised his fist high upon hearing the name. Amid the uproar, Taehyung could only wonder in confusion what was about to appear. He turned to Ciri with a curious gaze, and she simply smiled mysteriously, signaling that he would like it. A pack of giant white wolves with glowing blue eyes charged out from the shadows, leaving the warriors in awe. Taehyung's eyes widened in admiration at the majestic presence of the beasts. The giant wolves' paws landed powerfully yet silently on the ground. The warriors quickly mounted the wolves. They transformed into a formidable cavalry unit. Taehyung grinned from ear to ear with excitement, feeling the wolf's speed as if he were gliding on clouds. Riding the lead wolf, she turned back to look at Taehyung, her eyes filled with appreciation for his skill. Gandua's eyes glinted with a covetous desire for his talent. She licked her lips calculatingly. Taehyung blushed and laughed awkwardly at the compliment, and his commander's gaze. She handed over command of the army while she had to attend a meeting of the Dark Elf Council. Gandua gave a decisive nod to Ciri, her eyes showing absolute trust. Ciri responded with a firm nod of her own, accepting the responsibility. Immediately, the army mounted on the white wolves charged forward at a dizzying speed. They raced through the gloomy forest on their mission. Finally, they reached the ancestral village of the Molo clan, a settlement hidden beneath giant trees. A white-haired dark elf stood waiting his back, exuding an aura of mystery as the army and their wolves drew near. He introduced himself as Talaris, bowing politely and gesturing for them to follow him to meet the clan chief. Under Talaris's guidance, the army advanced deep into the village, their every step followed by curious gazes. And the wary villagers watched the dark elves by the roadside, whispering amongst themselves as their eyes followed the outsiders with apprehension and suspicion. A frightened dark elf child clutched its mother's skirt, its wide eyes staring at the mighty army that had just entered the village. Taehyung observed in silence, noticing the cold stares and the unfriendly atmosphere from the dark elf villagers. He continued to walk, his mind still analyzing the situation, while Talaris Molo led the way ahead. Talaris stopped in front of a large building, signaling that they had arrived while the entire army stood behind him with serious expressions. An imposing mansion appeared standing majestically in the middle of the forest, exuding the power of the Molo clan. The mansion's giant wooden doors slowly creaked open, revealing a warm space inside, as Uncle Legend's army cautiously stepped into the main hall. Their eyes scanned the unfamiliar space, as Talaris smiled, gesturing with open arms for the entire group to proceed deeper into the mansion. Beyond the threshold, a lavish dining hall was revealed, with a sumptuous banquet already prepared. At the head of the banquet table, a figure rose from the host's chair as the guests entered. The old dark elf Malice, patriarch of the Molo clan, smiled widely and spread his arms in welcome, as if they were honored guests after a long journey. A burly warrior suddenly became flustered, blushing as a graceful dark elf maid served him. Morris's eyes lit up as a maidservant filled his cup with a shimmering liquid. A radiant smile appeared on Morris's lips as he raised his cup, a silent invitation to begin the feast. In the formal atmosphere, the eyes of the Uno Legend warriors turned to Ciri, full of expectation and a hint of pleading. After a moment's hesitation, Ciri gave a slight nod of approval, deciding to join everyone to maintain the peace. Immediately, the Uno Legend warriors joyfully clinked their cups together with hearty laughter. Breaking the initial tense atmosphere in the Molo Mansion's great hall, Taehyung and Ciri sat amidst the feast. Curiously observing his surroundings, Taehyung raised a silver cup, a friendly smile on his lips as he prepared to drink. The moment the liquid touched his lips, Taehyung's pupils contracted in absolute horror as he realized something was wrong. He recoiled violently, knocking away the cup containing the deadly poison before he could swallow. At the same time, Rolf and the other warriors simultaneously spat out the wine, their faces changing color as they realized they had fallen into a trap. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung watched his comrades slump over the table, his hands clenching into tight fists. Taehyung whipped his head around his mouth agape as he called out his commander's name in a panic, but Ciri was still standing firm. Ciri stared at the scene before him with a look of shock, but quickly regained his resolve and roared the order to retreat. Malos Molo's true colors were revealed as he bellowed an order for his soldiers to seal the main door without a moment of hesitation. Taehyung led the remaining conscious warriors charging toward the only exit as his eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light. He focused all his strength preparing for the breakout. As they neared the door, the group froze, realizing that a swarm of dark elf silhouettes had surrounded them from the upper balcony. On command, the dark elf archers simultaneously drew their bows, aiming directly at the survivors who hastily raised their shields, forming a makeshift wall of steel to block the descending rain of arrows. Taehyung moved with incredible speed, using his sword to deflect the arrows flying toward him as he dashed through the volley. He was determined to carve a bloody path to the escape route, while two dark elf soldiers struggled with all their might to push the heavy wooden door shut, trying to trap everyone inside to keep the door open. Taehyung unleashed a thunderous kick from behind, sending one of the guards flying. Malos Molo silently watched the grand hall, now a chaotic battlefield, his face contorted with rage and panic. Seeing his plan fall apart, Malos's veiny hand crumpled the tablecloth. He gritted his teeth, his anger uncontrollable. He couldn't understand how his perfect trap had been discovered. Taehyung continued to fight. Ciri cut down another enemy while his comrades lay scattered on the floor. With a determined gaze, Ciri also charged forward, seeking to rally the survivors. As he ran, Ciri bit down on a small object, emitting a silent signal. In response to the command, a pack of magical white wolves, White Silence, appeared before the iron gate, ready for the escape. To block their path, dark elf archers positioned on the stairs took down a warrior with a precise arrow on command. The dark elf archers drew their bows in unison, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the escaping group amidst the deadly barrage. Taehyung stopped his eyes, showing not a single trace of fear. He raised his right forearm, focusing all his will on the magic tattoo. The tattoo on Taehyung's arm flared with a brilliant golden light as an ancient power awakened. A flood of memories rushed back, taking him to the moment. The tattoo was created. In a cozy room, a radiant red-haired Valkyrie used a magic brush to carefully inscribe each line of the runic seal onto Taehyung's arm. She explained that it was a temporary seal, a blessing, that could only be used in a life-or-death situation. Taehyung listened intently, realizing the weight and hope embedded in the seal on his body. Back in the present, Taehyung unleashed all the energy accumulated from that memory into his fist. A golden energy shield erupted from him, blasting away all the incoming arrows. Malos Molo and his dark elf soldiers were stunned, horrified by the unimaginable power that had just been unleashed. Rage overwhelmed his shock. Malos Molo roared, pointing and ordering his soldiers to pursue them at all costs. Seizing the precious moment, Ciri led the warriors on the backs of the White Silence wolf pack. They sped through that city gate, while Malos Molo and his soldiers could only watch helplessly as the escapees vanished into the darkness of the forest. His perfect plan in ruins, Malos Molo collapsed to his knees, clutching his head with both hands in utter despair and fury. Safely in the deep forest, the group of warriors and the wolf pack moved on, led by the alpha wolf. They stopped in a secluded area where the warriors gathered to check their wounds after the life-or-death escape. An orange-haired warrior winced in pain, pointing to an arrow embedded in his arm and pleading for help from his comrades. The arrow was pulled out, revealing a tip coated in a thick black substance, a sign of deadly poison. A fierce-looking red-bearded warrior licked the arrowhead, his expression hardening as he confirmed it was laced with a potent poison. Ciri turned back. His expression grew grim as he received the report, realizing that even though they had escaped, they still faced death. Ciri ordered the warriors to treat their wounds on the move, gently patting the White Silence wolf to calm it. The giant doors of the Molo mansion swung wide open, signaling a successful escape, and that their target was gone. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Malos Molo collapsed to his knees, trembling in despair. Horror and failure were written all over Malos's sweaty face as a menacing purple shadow entity appeared. It berated Malos for his failure, causing him to cringe and plead as he looked up. He desperately begged to borrow the basilisk's power, but the shadow entity coldly refused, signaling for Malos not to fear. It revealed that a contingency plan had been activated. At that same moment, deep in the forest, the warriors of the Unger Legion rode on their wolves, The White Silence pack sped off at a dizzying pace. Rolf turned and asked Taehyung how he knew the Molo clan leader was the villain. Taehyung glanced at Ciri, expressing his gratitude for her immediate trust. Ciri smiled confidently. She affirmed that trust among comrades was only natural, but suddenly Ciri's smile vanished. Her gaze sharpened as she sensed an approaching danger up ahead. A blazing red portal suddenly tore through the night, blocking their escape path. Ciri turned around. Her face drained of color and horror as she screamed a warning about the ambush. A warrior in their party cried out in agony. An arrow pierced his shoulder, splattering blood everywhere. The wounded orange-haired warrior fell from his wolf's back. Taehyung could only watch in horror as a hooded assailant emerged from the shadows, his glowing yellow eyes flashing with killing intent. Taehyung was frozen, realizing this enemy possessed a terrifying power far beyond what they had anticipated as the foe revealed himself. It was a man known as Marcus the Regenerator. To protect his comrades, the warrior with the face tattoo roared and lunged forward. He attacked Marcus, but Marcus effortlessly blocked the coordinated assault from two warriors. His power was completely overwhelming. With incredible speed, Marcus launched a barrage of brutal attacks, tearing through their ranks. Their defenses shattered. Marcus stood tall amidst the bodies of the fallen warriors, his cold gaze sweeping over the battlefield. The warrior with the lion-like beard and his comrades could only stare at each other in terror at Marcus's devastating power. Green magical energy enveloped the mangled flesh, regenerating Marcus's wounds in an instant. Standing tall, Marcus looked down at his enemies, the wound on his shoulder completely gone. Ciri, Rolf, and Taehyung were stunned, their faces showing sheer terror as they realized their enemy possessed regenerative abilities. To create a chance for survival, Ciri yelled an urgent command, signaling everyone to mount the White Silence wolves to escape. The warriors, including Rolf, scrambled to obey. As they prepared for a desperate escape, Marcus gave them no opening, unleashing a blast of dark energy. Preparing for his next attack, countless spectral snakes with glowing eyes shot out from beneath his cloak. Lunging at the warriors, the snakes quickly ensnared the White Silence wolves and their riders. It threw their escape into chaos. Struck hard by a snake, Ciri stumbled but managed to keep her footing. With a furious gaze, Marcus ignored all other targets, charging at a terrifying speed straight for Ciri. Marcus's figure loomed larger, his golden eyes locked onto his target, the commander. To stop his pursuit, Ciri spun around and raised her crossbow. She unleashed a volley of blazing red energy arrows at her foe. Marcus took the full brunt of the arrow storm, his body riddled with countless projectiles. Purple liquid splattered everywhere, but despite his injuries, he didn't slow down at all. He continued to charge forward, surrounded by a deadly purple aura. Realizing ranged attacks were useless, Ciri gritted her teeth. She drew two daggers and charged in to face him head-on. Ciri raised her two daggers to block Marcus's thunderous attack. An explosive clash of energy erupted. Marcus threw an incredibly powerful punch that broke through Ciri's defense. Unable to withstand the blow, Ciri was sent flying backward, her body thrown like a leaf. Witnessing this, Rolf let out a silent scream, his face contorting in horror and rage. Rolf threw an incendiary weapon at Marcus, creating a fierce, fiery explosion. Marcus was completely engulfed in the ferocious inferno. Amidst the flames, Rolf rushed to catch the unconscious Ciri, quickly carrying her out of the danger zone. Suddenly, Rolf froze, looking up in horror as a ghostly dark figure with blazing eyes emerged from the flames. Without a single scratch, Marcus stepped out of the flames, his eyes now glowing a bright orange. Signaling destruction, Taehyung dashed through the air, unleashing a series of lightning-fast slashes at Marcus. Marcus raised his weapon to block the blows, and sparks flew from the impact as Rolf and Ciri watched from behind. With eyes burning with determination, Taehyung roared a wordless challenge, the tattoo on his arm glowing intensely. Taehyung dove down his sword, glowing brightly as he aimed straight for Marcus, hidden behind his mask. A smug and wicked smile appeared on Marcus's face. He suddenly unleashed snakes from his body, which lunged to entangle Taehyung in midair. Taehyung still managed to slash through the attacking snakes, then, with an explosive burst of power, he broke free from their grasp. Realizing Marcus never dodged, an idea flashed in Taehyung's mind. He channeled energy into his sword, causing it to erupt in a golden light, and unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. His flaming blade sliced straight into Marcus's torso. Rolf's jaw dropped in horror, while Ciri, despite her injuries, also realized the terrible truth about their enemy's ability. A golden aura enveloped Taehyung as he landed after the attack. A deep gash appeared on Marcus's chest, purple blood pouring from the wound. Taehyung stood firm, his eyes also glowing with a golden light. Marcus merely tilted his head, his eyes glinting with curiosity at Taehyung's power. The scene faded, transporting Taehyung back to a quiet forest, where a stern, silver-haired mentor held up one finger, imparting a tactical lesson to a younger version of himself. Taehyung listened intently, engraving the lesson about using his power only at the moment of attack into his mind. Returning to reality, Marcus's purple blood evaporated and vanished from the ground. As his wound closed up, Marcus looked down, his golden eyes flashing with surprise. Sensing his energy had been nullified, he looked down at his chest, where the fatal wound had completely vanished without a single trace. With a newfound realization, Taehyung focused his energy into his sword. His eyes were resolute, preparing for a calculated attack. Marcus tightened his grip on his weapon, his confident expression now replaced by wariness and a hint of confusion. The two opponents rushed at each other once more, but this time, Taehyung's golden energy flared only at the very moment of impact, erupting in a shower of sparks. as Taeho's sword continuously parried and struck Marcus with an entirely new tactic, forcing him onto the defensive. Marcus struggled to fend off Taeho Lee's storm of blades. From a distance, Rolf roared his encouragement, clenching his fists in excitement. To give his comrade strength. Beside him, Ciri observed the fight with a pensive expression, realizing a disturbing truth. Marcus still stood firm, grinning smugly. Ciri understood that if this battle of attrition continued, Taeho would be the one to exhaust himself first. Without a single moment of hesitation, she rushed towards the battle, leaving a stunned Jove calling after her. Marcus let out a defiant roar, seemingly unaffected by the attacks. Taeho gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from him as he realized his opponent's terrifying endurance. Deciding to change tactics, Taeho channeled power into his sword, causing the tattoo on his arm to glow. He unleashed a slash of green energy, forcing Marcus to fall back and defend. Marcus raised his arm to block the blow, but the force of the slash still sent him skidding across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Taeho lunged forward, the tattoo on his arm blazing with power. He continued to press his attack with consecutive slashes, leaving Marcus unable to counter, backed into a corner. Marcus braced himself as his body began to transform grotesquely. He roared, vowing to end the fight. Marcus prepared to unleash a deadly counterattack. A giant snake emerged from his own body, lunging to coil tightly around Taeho, binding him unexpectedly. Horror was evident in Taeho's eyes as the snake tightened its grip, a sharp blade extending from its tail, aimed directly at the warrior. Marcus prepared to give the final command, his golden eyes flashing with malice. Just then, Ciri rushed in her sword, carving a lightning-fast slash across Marcus's side. Marcus flinched. He looked in surprise at the shallow cut on his shoulder, not expecting the intervention. Ciri stood her ground, her eyes full of defiance, signaling she would not let him act freely. Seizing the precious moment, Taeho poured all his strength into his fist, creating a blazing golden orb of energy. The punch landed squarely in Marcus's stomach, making him double over and cough up purple blood in pain. Despite it all, Taeho Lee let out a final defiant roar, pouring all his remaining strength into his sword. He unleashed a devastating attack called Skullbuster. The brilliant golden energy enveloped his opponent. Elsewhere, a pillar of dark purple energy erupted, signaling an unbelievable outcome. Marios Molo, patriarch of the Dark Elves, collapsed to the floor in horror, realizing his undefeated warrior Marcus had been annihilated. A command echoed in Malice's mind, forcing him to halt. Then a cruel resolve hardened his expression. With resentful eyes, Malice decided he would unleash the clan's ultimate weapon, the Basilisk. Meanwhile, in a dark forest, his desperate comrades surrounded Taeho, trying to wake him. Taeho lay motionless on the ground with a severe wound on his chest, completely unconscious after the battle. Rolf looked at Ciri with extreme worry. He didn't know what to do next now that their leader had fallen. As Commander Ciri surveyed the group, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Suddenly, a terrifying hiss echoed throughout the forest. It startled the warriors, putting them on high alert. Rolf and Ciri realized with horror what the sound was. A basilisk was approaching. Maintaining her commander's composure, Ciri ordered that the top priority was to disperse and regroup with Gondor. The Viking warriors looked at each other, exchanging emotional farewells, preparing for a life-or-death battle. With a war cry for Asgard, Ciri ordered everyone to move, her face shining with steely determination. Rolf hesitated, his gaze fixed on Taeho. But Ciri insisted that she would take care of him. With a tear rolling down his cheek, Rolf nodded, trusting his commander before turning away. Rolf ran into the night, leaving Ciri alone, kneeling beside Taeho's motionless body. Taeho remained in a deep coma, unaware of the approaching danger. Ciri placed her hand on his chest. Her eyes glowed with an ethereal purple light as she began to summon an ancient power. She lifted her head, drawing in a surging torrent of magical energy as she activated a powerful saga, the Wolf Witch. Her body began to transform, turning into a giant, majestic, and powerful blue-white wolf. Without a moment of hesitation, Ciri, in her wolf form, gently grabbed Taeho's cloak in her mouth, lifting him off the ground. The giant wolf dashed through the gloomy forest, carrying her fallen comrade to safety. A wolf-like creature, with streaks of green energy, roared in the darkness. The creature's 6 eyes glowed green. Its rock-hard skin completed its transformation. Taeho lay motionless on the ground, completely exhausted. He slowly opened his eyes, his blurry vision making out a figure as he uttered an unfamiliar name. Ciri's face came into view, her serious gaze looking down at him. She held Taeho firmly, stopping him as he tried to sit up to reassure his comrades. Ciri signaled a panicked Rolf to be quiet and explained that they were surrounded by the enemy. Inside an invisibility field, Ciri explained that they couldn't move without being detected. A battle was inevitable. With a worried look, Taeho questioned why Ciri didn't abandon him, to save herself and the others. Ciri looked directly at him, her gaze unwavering, as she prepared to answer. She explained that losing a warrior with special abilities like Taeho would be a great loss for all of Valhalla. Then her voice softened as she admitted that personally, she really enjoyed fighting alongside him and didn't want their journey to end so soon. Taeho's eyes widened. The sincerity in Ciri's words touched him. In a flash, a memory returned, an image of his classmates cheering for him, his arms holding a championship trophy. It was a reminder of the meaning of trust. Returning to the present, Taeho looked at Ciri with gratitude and new resolve. He whispered his thanks. Ciri smiled playfully, teasing that she had to try everything to wake him up, making Taeho blush in embarrassment. She stood up. The order to act is given, and complete faith is declared in Taehyung. Taehyung nods decisively, his gaze sharp, fully prepared for the battle to come. And now Taehyung is riding on the back of Siri, who has transformed into a massive blue magic wolf. He lets out a determined cry. Ready to obey the commander's orders, Siri in her wolf form lunges forward, her eyes intensely focused. Suddenly, her wolf eyes flash with caution as she senses danger ahead. The two of them charge through a narrow, dark path. They are surrounded by countless pairs of green eyes lurking in the darkness. The threat reveals itself as a swarming horde of basilisks. Opening their fang-filled mouths wide, they are ready to attack. Taehyung charges into the middle of the monster horde, his sword drawing deadly blue arcs of light. A horde of basilisks with brightly glowing eyes charges forward, opening their fang-filled mouths wide. Gritting his teeth, Taehyung pours all his strength into every swing of his sword. To break the encirclement, he unleashes a mighty vertical slash, tearing a basilisk in two. Instantly, a horizontal swing sweeps away a row of closing enemies, followed by a series of continuous slashes. The monsters are torn to shreds, opening a small clearing. Suddenly, Taehyung shouts a warning as he senses a massive threat approaching from underground. An abnormally large basilisk emerges, its body covered in veins of green energy. The ground trembles and shatters under the power of the colossal monster as it fully reveals itself. From where Taehyung and Siri stand, the basilisk's teeth loom like a deadly wall hanging over Siri in her wolf form. She lets out a warning roar, signaling Taehyung to avoid the monster's paralyzing gaze and attack its weak point. Taehyung leaps into the air, aiming straight for the basilisk's massive body, then lands back on Siri's back. The two coordinate seamlessly, moving across the chaotic battlefield. They charge forward at an incredible speed. They weave over rugged outcrops to dodge attacks. Taehyung glances behind him, pinpointing the giant beast in hot pursuit. Determination flares in their eyes. Taehyung shouts a battle command to Siri, and without a moment of hesitation, they both change course. They charge straight toward the basilisk for a direct confrontation. The giant monster opens its mouth, gathering a deadly stream of green toxic energy. A massive stream of toxic vapor erupts, engulfing Taehyung and Siri in a dangerous fog. In that critical moment, Taehyung holds out his hand, activating the skill Gan, causing his hand to shine with a golden light. A brilliant golden aura explodes from his palm. It forms a solid shield enveloping them both. Siri stomps her paw hard on the ground, unleashing a blue shockwave to build momentum for a counterattack, breaking through the toxic vapor. Taehyung and Siri then come face to face with the basilisk, which looks on in astonishment. With a deafening roar, Taehyung swings his sword and charges in to deliver the finishing blow. The basilisk's giant eye opens wide, its green pupil flashing with a deadly light. Taehyung lets out a roar, unleashing divine power from his glowing tattooed arm as he faces the monster. Taehyung charges forward, his entire body enveloped in a blinding golden aura. He summons a Sword of Light, a powerful saga skill preparing for the final strike. The sword transforms into a colossal energy spear, hurtling forward with immense destructive power. In the forest, a wolf composed of purple magical energy silently materializes. The purple energy slowly fades, revealing Siri reverting from her wolf form. Exhausted, she collapses to her knees as Taehyung stands nearby. Both of them staggered from exhaustion. Taehyung signaled to Siri that they needed to take a break as sweat poured out. Taehyung kept a tense expression, wary of any movement in the gloomy forest. Inside the basilisk's shattered head, a small item flashed with light, the spoils of war. A broken sword hilt emitting a brilliant aura lay among the remains of the monster. Taehyung's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected discovery. He picked up the hilt, realizing it was a powerful ancient relic. Suddenly, Siri screamed a sharp warning, causing Taehyung to startle and turn around. A look of terror was clear on Siri's face. As she realized they had fallen into another ambush, the two immediately stood back to back, taking a defensive stance in the middle of an unseen enemy encirclement. Taehyung gritted his teeth, his body trembling from exhaustion, as he realized their hopeless situation. Siri stood protectively in front of Taehyung. She signaled for him to run and leave her to hold the line alone. Taehyung looked at Siri, stunned, unable to believe her decision to sacrifice herself. Siri drew her dagger, her eyes firm, ready to face death to protect her comrade. Suddenly, Taehyung stood up. He refused to leave and stretched his hand toward her as a blue stream of healing energy formed. Siri looked up, her purple eyes welling with tears at Taehyung's unshakable loyalty. Tears streamed down Taehyung's grimy face, but his eyes gleamed with iron determination. Side by side, they both roared a battle oath, ready to fight the countless pairs of enemy eyes glowing in the darkness, as dark serpent heads lunged forward from the shadows. Their sharp fangs were ready to tear their prey to shreds. The swarm of dark serpents slithered in from all sides, trapping Taehyung and Siri in a deadly circle. Siri gritted her teeth, swinging her dagger to fight off a serpent that lunged with terrifying speed. Taehyung blocked the bite of another snake with his bare hands. Muscles tensed amidst the chaotic battle as the two warriors fought ferociously. The blood of the monster splattered everywhere from within the shadows. A gigantic figure began to rise, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. A red eye blazing like lava opened. It stared down at the two warriors. Taehyung stood alone, facing the giant dragon, his figure small yet unwavering. He gritted his teeth in despair, realizing that the strongest enemy had appeared right when he and his teammate were at their limit. Siri whipped around, her eyes filled with horror as she realized the threat was not just a single monster. Another dark serpent with eerie purple eyes roared, ready to join the fight. Next was one with cold green eyes, its body writhing in the darkness. and then another with dark purple scales. Displaying their overwhelming power, the warriors were engulfed by the shadows of the 5 giant monsters. Tightening their encirclement, the 5 dark serpents formed an impenetrable wall. To protect each other, Taehyung and Siri went back to back in a final defensive stance, all hope now lost. Realizing all paths were blocked, Taehyung stared directly at the pack of monsters, bitterly accepting that there was no way out. Siri turned to Taehyung, her eyes asking a worried question about his remaining strength. Taehyung looked down at his hands, helplessly acknowledging that his divine power was almost completely gone. Yet the fatigue in his eyes was suddenly replaced by an inextinguishable fire of determination. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt in a wordless action. Affirming that he would not surrender, Taehyung roared a silent oath, pouring every last bit of his energy into the sword, making it flare with a brilliant blue light. A faint smile of admiration and pride graced Siri's lips as she witnessed her comrade's indomitable spirit. Fire burned in both their eyes as they roared in unison, vowing to fight for their gods. Ready for a life-and-death battle surrounded by a swarm of giant dark serpents were Taehyung, Lee, and Siri. They suddenly saw an army of reinforcements charging down from the sky. Taehyung and Siri looked up in utter astonishment as the allied warriors landed on the battlefield. Leading a white wolf, the green-haired warrior roared a declaration of war and charged straight at the enemy. Razgrid dashed across the battlefield at terrifying speed, her twin daggers ready to tear the monsters apart. With fiery eyes, Razgrid yelled a command for a merciless attack. Taehyung stood frozen, his eyes wide, unable to believe the sudden appearance and the power of the reinforcements. Despite the chaos, a dark serpent still charged forward, its sharp fangs aimed straight at Taehyung. The monster was cut in half with a single slash right in front of Taehyung, its purple blood splattering everywhere. Taehyung's jaw dropped in astonishment. Sweat trickled down his temple as he realized he had just narrowly escaped death from between the 2 halves of the monster's corpse. A silver-haired warrior carrying a greatsword on his shoulder stepped out. The legendary warrior gave a confident smile, reassuring Taehyung that he had fought valiantly. Taehyung's face lit up with joy and recognition as he shouted his savior's name. Siri, with a look of disbelief and amazement, stammered a question to confirm the identity of Ragnar Lothbrok. Siri's usual stern expression vanished, replaced by admiration and excitement. Surprising Taehyung, who stood behind her, the green-haired warrior commanded his wolf to breathe a destructive stream of fire, incinerating a dark serpent. Razgrid charged into the middle of the monster pack and unleashed a powerful punch, demonstrating extraordinary power. Ragnar swung his greatsword, creating a wave of blue energy that wiped out everything in its path. When the battle ended, the night forest fell silent with only motes of magical light left floating in the air. Ragnar planted his sword in the ground and declared to his troops that the battle had ended in victory. The entire army, including the green-haired warrior, cheered Ragnar's name in unison. Lothbrok with great reverence. Taehyung looked at Siri, who was still blushing with excitement, and silently acknowledged Ragnar's greatness. Ragnar turned to Taehyung, acknowledging his feat of defeating Marcus and affirming the importance of that act. From behind Razgrid, Taehyung looked up with gratitude upon hearing the promise of a reward. Razgrid's sharp eyes assessed Taehyung. A smile of recognition appeared on her lips as she recognized his talent, startling Taehyung. He glanced at the other warriors and noticed their envious gazes fixed on him, making him a little uncomfortable. Razgrid's figure became imposing as she stood straight, her commander's aura emanating as she gave the order to withdraw. Taehyung held a broken sword hilt, a relic he had just found on the battlefield. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she carefully examined the ancient item. Razgrid shook her head, looking regretful about the damage. It was too badly damaged. She then used gestures to explain to Taehyung that she could not identify it. Razgrid's eyes became serious. She asserted that despite being damaged, this was undoubtedly an extraordinary relic from the Great War. She explained that the remnants of that fierce war were still scattered across the world. A memory of the ancient war surfaced a lone legendary warrior facing a giant shadowy entity on a fiery battlefield. Back in reality, Taehyung looked down at the sword hilt in his hand, gripping it with newfound determination. After understanding its historical weight, Regenleif suddenly changed the subject, excitedly pointing forward. She urged Taehyung to accompany her to Eden's residence, and the scene shifted to a bustling harbor where a large ship was anchored. Regenleif struggled to row a small boat, which looked completely dwarfed by the massive ship they had just departed from, as she continued to paddle the tiny vessel. Persistently rowing across the vast water, the boat glided gently along the peaceful river as they entered a remote area. They docked inside a cave that had been fashioned into a grand structure. Regenleif announced that they had arrived. 2 pairs of feet stepped onto the ancient stone floor, heading deeper inside, as Regenleif cheerfully led the way. She turned back to talk to Taehyung as they walked through a wide corridor, holding up one finger. A radiant smile graced her face as she revealed a special gift from the goddess for Taehyung. Taehyung's eyes lit up and a radiant, hopeful smile spread across his face. Regenleif leaned forward curiously, her eyes eager to see the gift Taehyung was about to receive, and Taehyung happily agreed to show her. He held up the golden apple and waved goodbye to Regenleif before departing. Taehyung then released the golden apple from his hand. It floated in the air, held by an invisible force, as a radiant golden magic circle lit up, teleporting Taehyung to a sacred space. The goddess Idun, with shimmering golden hair and a silk blindfold, gave a silent summons to her warrior. Taehyung immediately knelt on one knee. He bowed his head with deep reverence, the tattoo on his arm prominent, as Idun extended her hand. It was a gesture acknowledging Taehyung's great achievement in thwarting the enemy's plan. He looked up with a grateful smile. Taehyung humbly claimed it was all thanks to the goddess's blessing, and Idun gave a slight nod. Her eyes hidden behind the silk blindfold exuded relief and joy at his safe return in the magnificent Great Hall. Idun then began to inquire about the female teammate she had heard fought alongside Taehyung, causing him to jump in surprise. A flustered and awkward look appeared on his face as he hastily waved his hands in denial, but she ignored his embarrassment. Idun smiled mischievously and announced that a worthy reward was waiting, raising two hands to show that Taehyung would have two choices for his reward. Two treasures appeared: the heavenly horsewings outfit and a small leather bag named Unya. Taehyung was stunned, his face overwhelmed by the value of both gifts. Feeling the choice was cruel, he plopped down on the floor, tearing his hair out in a comical internal struggle. As he struggled to decide, Eden looked at him indulgently, reassuring him that if he performed another great deed, she would give him the remaining item. A glint of determination flashed in Taehyung's eyes as he realized that either choice was a huge bargain. Standing up decisively, Taehyung pointed towards one of the two gifts to make his final choice. Back in a stone room, Taehyung gave the Unya bag he had chosen to Regenleif, who looked surprised. She admitted she thought he would have chosen the more splendid outfit, but Taehyung held up one finger. He began to smugly explain his strategy of prioritizing inventory expansion, leaving Regenleif looking confused. Later that day, Regenleif and Taehyung rowed a boat together on a quiet river, heading to a training session with their new master. Regenleif asked Taehyung if he was excited, and he scratched his head laughing, as he admitted he was really looking forward to it because he was about to meet a legend. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a burly warrior with a scar under his left eye let out a long, tired yawn. The scarred warrior sat leaning against a wooden post, a single blade of grass held loosely in his mouth as he lethargically leaned back. He looked up at the sky with a bored expression, muttering to himself about how annoyingly beautiful the weather was in the training ground. Taehyung sat across from his new master, a burly warrior, with a scar under his left eye. The scar-faced warrior narrowed his eyes. He started the conversation with a probing question, unexpectedly asking something suggestive about Taehyung's relationship with Heda. This made Taehyung jump, his face flushing red as he stammered in flustered protest, completely caught off guard by the rather personal question. The scar-faced warrior let out a mock sigh, clarifying that he was only asking about his training progress and teasing him. Taehyung glared back, annoyed at his master's teasing about his thoughts. While his master just smirked and dismissed the awkwardness, the scar-faced warrior stood up and decisively swung his claymore to begin the training session. He explained that they would set aside advanced lessons for now to focus on strengthening Taehyung's foundational power. With a smug smile, he declared that Taehyung would have to find the answers for himself without any hand-holding. A look of determination flashed in Taehyung's eyes as he accepted the challenge. The scar-faced warrior charged forward. He swung his sword with a challenging smile, signaling for Taehyung to get ready to fight. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. An intense sparring match began as Taehyung braced himself against a storm of attacks, with sparks constantly flying from the impacts. With a challenging smile, the scar-faced warrior ordered Taehyung to unleash every saga he possessed. He stressed the importance of sagas, warning Taehyung not to abandon them just because he had obtained the power of a god. In response, Taehyung roared and unleashed his power. A blue aura erupted from his body as the two charged at each other in a whirlwind of blows. Their high-speed moves and sheer power enveloped the entire training ground after a fierce exchange. Taehyung, exhausted, fell flat on his back. Looking down at him, the scar-faced warrior began his assessment. He pointed out two immediate goals for Taehyung, starting with his critical weakness. Lacking a true finishing move among his support skills, Taehyung was still lying on the ground. His eyes widened as he realized the truth in his master's words. The scar-faced warrior continued his lecture. He ordered Taehyung to reconsider all of his sagas because they were all incomplete, he reprimanded. He berated the narrow-minded thinking of low-level warriors who only use sagas in a single way. Taehyung sat up. He listened intently, his eyes now filled with new focus and realization after the harsh day of training. The scar-faced warrior declared the session over, leaving an exhausted Taehyung on the ground with some cryptic parting words. With a smug smile, the master issued a nearly impossible challenge: maintain God State 6 during all daily activities. With that, the scar-faced warrior turned and walked away, leaving Taehyung alone to face the daunting task. Taehyung loses his balance and crashes to the ground, showing just how difficult it is to maintain his divine power as sweat and dirt cover his face. Taehyung pants heavily. Exhaustion and discouragement are clear in his eyes as night begins to fall. The sky is painted red. Meanwhile, in a cozy kitchen, shrimp and onions are stir-fried in a hot pan. Regenleif, with her fiery red hair, is focused on preparing dinner by the fireplace. She smiles with satisfaction. She proudly shows off the incredibly appetizing pan of stir-fried shrimp. Regenleif's gaze turns to the training ground where Taehyung and the Scarface warrior are still standing. The Scarface warrior notices a change in Taehyung's expression. His eyes glint with curiosity as he challenges the student, who no longer shows any sign of fatigue. Taehyung responds with a confident smile and eyes burning with determination. A burst of blue energy explodes from Taehyung's hand as he activates his saga skill. He proudly presents the newly summoned sword, Junfang. He explains that this is his familiar weapon. The master just raises an eyebrow, looking unimpressed. He waits to see what else Taehyung can do. Taehyung just smiles, knowingly gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Preparing for the real show, he raises the sword once more, activating his saga skill with a different purpose. Junfang transforms, radiating a brilliant aura and becoming a divine weapon. To illustrate, Taehyung explains that by holding a broken hilt, he can summon an upgraded version of any weapon. This is shown through an image of two swords, one red and one blue. Astonishment is clear on the Scarface warrior's face. He realizes that Taehyung's strategic thinking is completely different and full of potential. The demonstration is cut short by the sudden appearance of Regenleif. She calls out Taehyung's name loudly with an urgent expression. She quickly unrolls a scroll relaying an urgent order. Razgrid is requesting Taehyung's immediate assistance. Taehyung looks surprised and Regenleif explains that Razgrid wants him to witness the situation on-site for himself. A glint appears in Taehyung's eyes as he realizes this isn't just a mission, but also a chance to find more fragments of the broken hilt. Regenleif's cheeks puff out in a pout, her golden eyes flashing with annoyance. Regenleif puts her hands on her hips and squints at Taehyung suspiciously, noting his over-the-top excitement at the news about Razgrid. Taehyung scratches his head and laughs sheepishly, quickly trying to change the subject and showing his readiness to depart. Instantly, the pout on Regenleif's face becomes even more pronounced. The silver-haired master glances at Taehyung with a disdainful look. He mutters a contemptuous remark about the awkward atmosphere. Elsewhere, an eerie space is woven from delicate web-like threads, sharp claws radiating dark energy. Touch the web of threads, revealing the presence of a dangerous entity. The silhouette of a powerful figure. Avit stands before the web, observing a subordinate flying towards him. A small moth-like figure. It flutters through the shadowy space, approaching its master. The moth-like figure reveals its true form. A woman with large wings and glowing purple eyes. The moth-like figure bows respectfully before Avit, reporting on the movements of an enemy, known as the Giant of Strength. Avit confirms that he is also observing them while also receiving news that the followers of Harad are heading towards Svartalfheim. With a sinister smile hidden in the shadows, Avit shows his amusement at the upcoming events. Meanwhile, in the gloomy forest of Svartalfheim, a burly warrior with a fiery orange beard aggressively declares himself to be Tostein. A warrior from Odin's Legion, Tostein enthusiastically greets Taehyung's party, mentioning he's heard of them and will lead the way to the outpost. He points towards a set of prepared warhorses, urging everyone to get moving quickly. The warriors immediately mount up, charging swiftly through the dense forest. Taehyung's squad moves like a whirlwind through the rugged terrain. Taehyung frowns, feeling unaccustomed to riding a normal horse after his own extraordinary experiences. He glances at the green-haired warrior, who is visibly scowling. His blue-haired teammate informs him that Rav had to cancel his vacation to join the mission and lead the army. Tostein spurs his horse, yelling a command to speed up to reach the excavation site faster. The entire formation accelerates, charging forward with great fervor. Taehyung is startled, his expression tense. He recognizes the familiar and ominous sound of a war horn as a horde of bloodshot-eyed goblins charges out from the shadows. Their weapons glisten in the darkness. The green-haired female warrior roars a command to charge her eyes, scorning the enemies blocking their path. The mighty cavalry charges forward like a storm of steel, while on the ground their infantry also sweeps through the enemy ranks. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Tostein turns to Taehyung with a panicked look, seeking direction. Suddenly, a flock of harpies dives down from the sky, their shrieks tearing through the air. A Viking warrior is snatched by a harpy's talons. He realizes it is too late to retaliate with a bow and arrow. A horse neighs in panic as it is attacked, throwing its rider to the ground. The green-haired female warrior, undaunted, swings her glowing sword, cutting down an approaching harpy. The green-haired warrior scowls, swinging his sword to fight back, his annoyance clear on his face as the battle descends into chaos. Amidst the chaos, Taehyung calmly draws a small crossbow, a weapon that looks completely out of place for the scale of the battle. The aerial assault from the harpies throws the warriors' formation into complete disarray. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from Taehyung's position, enveloping the riders. The golden light explodes into a blinding wave of energy, incinerating and blasting away the entire flock of harpies in the air. Taehyung stands firm at the epicenter of the blast. His hand now grips a flaming sword, his eyes filled with determination. Tostein and the green-haired warrior are stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the brown-haired Valkyrie just watches silently with an unreadable expression. All the attention turns to Taehyung, making him blush. His bashfulness replaces the determination from just seconds before. He awkwardly raises his hand. He stammers out an incoherent explanation for his actions, apparently an offering to his goddess. After quelling the threat, the army reforms its ranks and continues to gallop. Tostein excitedly turns and shouts to Taehyung. He points ahead, signaling that they are about to rendezvous with Odin's Legion. Taehyung's eyes widen. He is completely awestruck by the magnificent sight before him. In front of them is a gigantic valley. It is a silent graveyard bearing the scars of a great war. Their army is but a small group compared to the sea of people gathering in the distance. All of them are heading in the same direction. On another front, the green-haired female warrior squints purple magical energy, gathering around her giant crossbow as she activated her saga skill. A shower of purple magic arrows was shot into the sky, then rained down like a flood, completely wiping out an army of advancing monsters. A beam of pink energy pierced through a row of 5 monsters. The gnolls roared as the blue-haired warrior spurred her horse forward. her eyes filled with determination signaling for the army to charge. Surrounded by enemies, Taehyung and his comrades fought fiercely to carve a bloody path. Taeho's hand tightened around his golden crossbow. A brightly glowing energy arrow was knocked to break their formation. Taehyung activated his saga skill, pouring all his power into the thunderbolt crossbow. A massive blue energy explosion erupted from the arrow, wiping out all enemies in its range. He was enveloped in an aura of power. Taehyung smiled confidently, believing they could break through the enemy's defensive line. The warriors in the Legion opened fire in unison, unleashing similar blasts of energy that created a devastating rain of light upon the battlefield amidst the chaotic fight. Taehyung looked up at the sky and called out Razgrid's name as a winged figure appeared. The Valkyrie Razgrid swooped down from above. Her slashes of light easily took down the approaching gnolls as she landed on the battlefield. Razgrid turned to look at Taehyung with a welcoming smile acknowledging his presence. Taehyung spurred his horse closer and began to report the battle situation to his commander. Valkyrie Razgrid announced that the situation was temporarily stable, but the enemy seemed to also possess a similar long-range attack. Suddenly sensing a new danger, Razgrid shouted a command, ordering everyone to scatter immediately. The sky darkened as a massive swirling vortex of dark energy formed, carrying boulders from above. Countless magic meteors rained down on the battlefield, sowing chaos and destruction. The boulders crashed to the ground and shattered, revealing something inside. From within the fragments, a new army of gnolls with blood-red eyes arose, more numerous and ferocious than before. A giant gnoll leader, more muscular than its brethren, roared and led the new assault. Taehyung froze, sweat beading on his brow as he realized the threat was relentlessly escalating. Another giant shadow blotted out the sky. A boulder of unimaginable size was forming. The warriors, including Toastain, looked up in absolute horror at the enemy's overwhelming power. Amidst the chaos, Razgrid's gaze was drawn to another fireball hurtling down from a different direction. She realized in horror that the fireball's target was the ancestral village of the Molo clan. Taehyung breathed a sigh of relief as the aftershock from a terrifying red energy explosion faded. Just as he managed to get up, he was startled when Razgrid suddenly appeared behind him. Her wings of light radiated majesty. Razgrid rushed over her face, filled with urgency, and gave a decisive command to Taehyung. She pointed into the distance, explaining the dire situation as a giant entity had descended upon the village of the Dark Elves. Taehyung's face grew serious as he nodded, accepting the mission and affirming he would leave immediately. Razgrid stopped him, saying there was no time, and pressed something into Taehyung's hand, causing him to blush in surprise. She explained it was a dragonwing cloak, a treasure that must be entrusted to the most reliable person. The thought of giving the cloak to the noble Toastain briefly crossed Taehyung's mind, but he immediately dismissed it with an annoyed expression without any hesitation. Taehyung donned the cloak, and a pair of huge, pristine white wings unfurled from his back. With his new wings, Taehyung shot up into the air, flying towards the village that was engulfed in an eerie light. He spurred himself on with an unseen command, heading straight for Commander Siri and the endangered village. At the same time, in another area of the battlefield, a fire giant was bracing itself, gathering energy. The fiery energy erupted, tearing the ground apart in a devastating attack at the Dark Elf village. Commander Siri drew her sword, her sharp, cold eyes sensing a sinister aura. An aura even more terrifying than the Black Fortress. A skull-shaped energy core erupted from the ground, revealing the malevolent mechanism that allowed the giants to grow stronger. After each kill, the fire giant tilted its head back, opening its mouth to gather a blazing orb of energy. It unleashed a furious roar, creating an energy shockwave that enveloped the entire battlefield. The shockwave spread wide, engulfing everything in its radius, including the Viking warriors. Including Toastain, who collapsed in agony under the attack's pressure. Even the ferocious swarm of snails was overwhelmed by the force of the explosion. The entire army on the ground was overwhelmed, shaken by the terrifying power of the fire giant from on high. Taehyung watched in horror as a giant forest golem rose from the middle of the Dark Elf village. Below, the Dark Elves fled in desperation. As the forest golem's shadow fell over them, a malevolent green light flashed from its eyes, signaling a deadly threat. Taehyung stared at the forest golem, stunned, realizing the true nature of his enemy. The forest golem began to gather a brilliant green orb of energy before its chest. A blast of green energy then swept out, sending the desperate, screaming Dark Elves flying. Riding his magic wolf, Taehyung charged forward with determination to draw the monster's attention and protect the villagers. Using his dragon wing cloak, Taehyung shot up like an arrow toward the forest golem. With a battle cry, Taehyung swung his sword Junpeng, its blade flaring with a magical blue light. He threw Junpeng, and it shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning aimed straight at the forest golem's head. The sword struck an invisible surface, causing a violent burst of blue energy. Taehyung was stunned, realizing his attack had been blocked. A barrier of glowing hexagons materialized around the forest golem, easily neutralizing Junpeng. Taehyung's expression grew tense as he realized the situation was more complicated than he had thought. The forest golem turned its head. Its cold green eyes locked onto its attacker. The monster tilted its head slightly, a gesture full of confidence and menace. Riding his magic wolf, Taehyung looked on with a confused expression as his first plan failed. The forest golem raised its wood and stone hand and began to gather the new orb of energy. The green energy orb in its hand grew larger, glowing menacingly. The forest golem fired a destructive energy beam straight at Taehyung and his magic wolf. The energy beam missed its target, devastating the forest behind in a terrifying explosion. The dark elves screamed, clutching their heads, as the houses in their village were completely destroyed by the blast. From the back of his magic wolf, Taehyung watched helplessly as the village was ravaged. He realized he couldn't drag out the fight. Desperation was clear on Taehyung's face as he struggled to find a way out. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to concentrate, searching for a way to defeat the monster. The scene dissolved as a memory returned to him, the image of a majestic snow-covered mountain. At the ice fortress in a grand hall of ice, Tostin sat majestically upon a throne. Meanwhile, a winged figure flew toward him in a cold space, a small owl-like creature. It landed on the finger of a mysterious figure whose eyes were filled with contempt as he thought about Avon's cowardice. That puppet master, hidden in the shadows, was manipulating complex webs of conspiracy as his impatience flared. Harad used his sharp teeth to aggressively pop the cork of a wine bottle. He poured the dark red liquid into a golden goblet, his anger seeming to boil along with the wine, as a savage and crazed smile appeared on Harad's lips. It signaled a destructive command was about to be issued, one that would envelop all, burn everything, and crush every enemy. Until the green seed is found, Harad tilted his head back and drained the horn full of wine, determined to sweep everything away. To drag even the enemies in Valhalla into the Great War, the identity of the raging figure was revealed: a giant. The mighty Harad, one of the Magic King's most powerful minions. At the same time, Golem Zung, one of Harad's tools, fired a barrage of deadly energy blasts toward Taehyung. In response, Taehyung swung his sword Junipang. A blue light erupted fiercely from the sword. His cloak transformed into dragon wings, and he unleashed a rain of energy swords toward the creature. However, Golem Zung easily erected a hexagonal magic shield, completely blocking the attack. Undeterred, Taehyung charged forward, his eyes blazing with determination to find his opponent's weakness. Two streams of energy, one blue and one green, clashed violently, creating an endless stalemate. The magic wolf sweated its eyes, showing clear anxiety at the enemy's power. Taehyung was also growing tired, but in his tense gaze, a plan began to form in his mind. The tactic was ridiculously simple: just keep attacking until the shield breaks. With a newfound spark of hope, Taehyung gathered his strength. The tattoo on his arm began to glow as Iden prepared for an all-out assault. On another front, a fire giant stood tall amidst a sea of flames, facing a solitary figure with white wings. The white-haired warrior, a Valkyrie of Iden, stared directly at the monster with a cold gaze. Without a hint of fear, the fire giant gritted its teeth, ready to crush the one who dared block its path as the monster's flaming hand clenched tight. In stark contrast to the Valkyrie's elegant but resolute posture, a silent warning. The Valkyrie lunged into an attack, a streak of white light tearing through the fiery air. Their collision created a terrifying explosion, engulfing the vast battlefield below. In the sky above the dark forest, Taehyung soared on his dragon wings. He faced the giant forest golem that was wreaking havoc below, and worry was etched on his face as he realized something. There wasn't much time left before the entire village below was completely flattened. The village of Molo was engulfed in a sea of green magical flames, its wooden structures collapsing in the destruction as a dark elf gave a command, urging the panicking villagers to flee the dangerous area. The lantern on a dark elf's hat flashed. A two-toned light signaled the arrival of a special force, the feet of the dark elf warriors. Advance rapidly into the combat zone without hesitation. The Dark Elf Fire Brigade had arrived, an elite and organized force ready to face the disaster. On command, the Fire Brigade members raised their hands in unison, signaling to Taehyung that they would handle the flames so he could focus on the enemy. Taehyung looked up in surprise as the sky began to roil. It signaled a shift in the battle as rain began to pour down in torrents. On the forest golem's stone and wood body amidst the rubble, the magical rain extinguished the flames and weakened the monster's protective shield. The forest golem roared in frustration as the water droplets made its shell sizzle, neutralizing its energy shield. Hope sparked in Taehyung's eyes as he silently thanked the Dark Elf support squad for their timely assistance, not showing one bit of hesitation. He charged down, determined to strike before the golem could regenerate its defenses. Taehyung and his magic wolf dashed forward at maximum speed, following the guiding energy spear to deliver the decisive blow. The memory of Ragnar's teachings flashed through his mind as crimson energy enveloped Eden's branch, causing Taehyung's synchronization rate with the weapon to skyrocket. His power was pushed to a new height as another vision of Kaladbolg's ultimate skill, Dragonic Ballista, appeared. Bolstering his resolve, he returned to reality and roared, unleashing all his accumulated power through the skill. His saga transformed the sword into an ancient dragon cannon, firing a destructive beam of energy. The energy beam pierced through the forest golem's chest, causing it to roar in excruciating pain and exposing its green energy core. The core was cracking inside the monster's chest. Taehyung froze for a moment upon seeing it, instantly recognizing it as the enemy's weak point. He immediately turned and shouted to relay his critical discovery to Siri, seizing the opportunity to end the battle. Taehyung shot down like an arrow, aiming straight for the forest golem's energy core with a determined cry. Taehyung called for support from Commander Siri as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, activating his saga skill. His attack transformed into a pink energy arrow that could not miss its target as the energy converged. It formed a storm of power around Taehyung, ready to be unleashed as the energy arrow shot forward with terrifying speed. Piercing through the forest golem's defenses, its core shattered into pieces in a blinding explosion. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force erupted from the center of the explosion, pulling everything into a purple energy vortex. Taehyung's expression twisted from victory to absolute horror as he realized he was being sucked in. His magic wolf was also dragged in, its eyes wide with panic at the irresistible force. Taehyung and his mount were swallowed whole. They were pulled completely into the chaotic energy vortex. From the ground, the dark elves could only watch in stunned silence as the warrior who saved them mysteriously vanished. At the same time, in another dimension filled with meteor fragments, Taehyung and the warrior with the eye tattoo were running for their lives on a floating rock. They stopped in the middle of the endless void. Taehyung looked around with a bewildered expression, trying to determine his location. The blue-haired warrior explained that the golem's core explosion had thrown them through a spatial rift. Taehyung listened, realizing they had been brought to a place called the Ruins of the Great War. His eyes widened, the shock and realization of a greater danger clear on his face. Amidst the rubble, Taehyung discovered the hilt of a broken sword, realizing it could be a legendary relic. He picked up the sword hilt, feeling the weight of history and the power remaining within it. Amidst the tension of the discovery, Taehyung's stomach rumbled unexpectedly, breaking the serious atmosphere. The blue-haired warrior smiled, taking a surprisingly lavish meal out of his bag. Taehyung stared in amazement at his companion, who explained that the Unia bag was a gift from the goddess Idun. The blue-haired warrior ate while looking at Taehyung, explaining that a leader named Gan wanted to recruit Taehyung, but Idun's favor made it impossible. Taehyung gave an awkward laugh. He scratched his head in confusion as he thought about the complexity of relationships, especially with Heda. A simple meal of bread and water lay on a blue cloth, signaling an unfinished journey. Full of energy, Taehyung raised his hand to signal their departure while his companion calmly asked him for directions. Taehyung turned away, momentarily flustered, then began searching through his belongings for a solution. A confident smile appeared on Taehyung's lips as he held up the broken sword hilt, believing it held the answer. The hilt suddenly erupted with a turquoise light, casting a beam into the chaotic space to chart a path. Taehyung decisively pointed in the direction of the light beam, his hesitation replaced by steely determination. His companion simply watched in silence. A giant winged magic wolf appeared, and Taehyung firmly mounted its back, his companion looking on with an unimpressed expression at the display. Ready for the flight, the winged wolf soared through the endless void, carrying the two warriors. As they flew through a land of floating rocks, the blue-haired warrior sitting behind Taehyung expressed his admiration for his strength and curiously asked about his past. Taehyung scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, but still proudly revealed that he was once a world champion. The wolf's eyes widened in surprise at the confession, while Taehyung realized his words had caused a misunderstanding as they flew on. Taehyung sensed they were approaching an exit, and his companion urged him to use his special eyes to scout ahead. Taehyung's eyes flared with a powerful blue aura as he activated his ability. His vision pierced through space, revealing a vast, ancient battlefield where countless weapons had been abandoned. A joyous shout erupted from Taehyung as he saw the sea of treasure before him, completely overcome by greed. Taehyung dove into a pile of gold coins, his face flushed with extreme excitement as he dashed across the battlefield. He happily collected everything from shields and helmets to bows and arrows, while the blue-haired warrior stood amidst the chaos, sighing wearily at Taehyung's scavenging. Even broken items. Taehyung held up a handful of glowing fragments, insisting that everything was useful. Suddenly his gaze froze fixed on an item with utter astonishment as he triumphantly held up a sturdy leather belt with a unique golden buckle, a relic of the Freya Legion. The blue-haired warrior was stunned as he recognized the familiar symbol, uttering the name Freya in disbelief. A symbolic image appeared depicting the goddess Freya with her two opposing natures, one side of love and beauty with roses. In Taehyung's mind, the other side was a place of war and magic filled with swords, spears, and sharp thorns. An image of a warrior goddess like Lady Idun appeared, unleashing a powerful attack. The captain, with a mischievous look, suggested that Taehyung should also equip himself with some items, then cleared his throat. Trying to look serious but unable to hide his amusement, he emphasized that they shouldn't leave good equipment behind. Taehyung grinned widely, giving a thumbs up in agreement. Completely sold on the idea of gathering loot, he acted without a moment of hesitation. Taehyung dashed like a whirlwind toward the pile of weapons and armor scattered on the battlefield, letting out a satisfied breath. He put his hands on his hips to show off a new leather belt with a golden metal buckle bearing the symbol of the Freya Legion. The captain was speechless, seeing how ridiculous Taehyung now looked, decked out in all sorts of mismatched weapons and armor, while Taehyung argued it was for functionality, not for appearances. Suddenly Taehyung froze as a strange sensation caught his attention. The broken hilt in his hand vibrated again and emitted a blue light pointing in another direction. Signaling a new discovery, the light led them to another short hilt stuck in the ground. It emitted a faint aura of energy. Taehyung picked up the hilt, his brilliant blue eyes focusing intensely. Trying to sense its nature, he turned to the captain with a confused look, confirming that this item was not related to his broken hilt. The captain explained that it might be a relic from another world, one that had been destroyed from people who once fought alongside them. Taehyung suddenly understood. He realized this was why even a Valkyrie like Heda couldn't identify these items. Having agreed that they must take the mysterious artifact with them, the two prepared to continue their journey. They strode together across the desolate land, moving forward decisively. The two of them stood on a high cliff looking down at an overwhelming sight before them as Taehyung's jaw dropped in amazement. He realized the terrain was terrifyingly familiar. A giant basin came into view where blue magical energy was converging intensely. It was reminiscent of an old battlefield of the Odin Legion. The captain pointed to the center of the basin, where the energy was most concentrated, questioning if that was the exit. In the center of the basin, blue energy erupted from the giant skeleton of an ancient creature, perhaps a dragon. Before them was a giant crystal object, shaped like a sword. The captain glanced at Taehyung, waiting for him to use his special ability. Taehyung's eyes flashed with blue light as he activated his dragon's eye skill, ready to perceive the nature of the ancient relic. A look of horror crossed the captain's face as he recognized a legendary deadly name. Suddenly, an invisible force yanked Taehyung and the captain backward. They were both swept into a vortex of magical energy amidst countless gathering glowing bone fragments. Taehyung cried out in shock as bone fragments flew past his face. Before their very eyes, the fragments began to assemble into the giant skeleton of a terrifying creature. The captain stared, breaking out in a cold sweat, as he realized a nightmare was taking shape. Both of them backed away to keep their distance, preparing to face the newly resurrected magical bone creature. It stood towering over them, radiating an ancient and powerful aura as a skeletal hand erupted from the ground. Signaling a new threat from deep underground, hordes of wolf skeletons began to claw their way up, their eyes glowing menacingly. Soon, an army of skeletal wolves formed, ready to shred anything in their path. Facing the undead army, Taehyung and the captain took their stances, preparing for a life-or-death battle. From their point of view, a massive army of skeletal wolves was charging forward like a tide of death. Surrounded, Taehyung and the captain stood back to back, their swords drawn and ready for battle. Taehyung gritted his teeth. Sweat dripped down his temples as he assessed the hopeless situation. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Taehyung's deep blue eyes as a ghostly army of ancient Viking warriors materialized from thin air. The ghost warriors charged into battle, clashing head-on with the skeletal wolf pack. A chaotic battle erupted between the two spectral armies, reenacting a grand battle from millennia ago. Taehyung and the captain stood stunned. Overwhelmed by the magnificent yet horrifying spectacle, Captain Kai Santail shouted a battle command. She urged him to charge forward, but Taehyung quickly raised a hand to stop her, his eyes completely devoid of fear. The captain froze, her expression utterly bewildered by Taehyung's action and strange composure. Taehyung gazed directly at the battle. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he broke into a confident grin and gave a thumbs up. He made a proposal that left Siri utterly stunned, and Taehyung's excited expression quickly brightened into a radiant one. As his plan was immediately approved, Taehyung found himself sitting on the back of a grumpy-looking magical beast. He had a dazed look on his face as the beast shot off to carry out the plan, while Siri soared through the sky. Observing the colossal ghost army led by Gamora in the distance, the commander monster Karma detected Siri's presence in the sky. It turned its head, and the colossal monster let out an earth-shattering roar. Siri unleashed a violent blast of electrical energy. Taehyung struggled to hang on to the magical beast, as it thrashed violently in the energy storm. Both Taehyung and Siri were struck by the immense shockwave. Thrown through the air, they lost control and free-falled towards the chaotic battlefield below. The two of them crash-landed hard. Right in the middle of a pack of snarling skeletal wolves, Taehyung scrambled to sit up, his head spinning. He anxiously searched for his companion, only to look down and realize in a panic that he had landed on top of a motionless Siri. Taehyung gently shook Siri, trying to wake her up in a state of extreme anxiety. His panic was reaching its peak. Taehyung flailed his arms frantically, stammering an incoherent apology. Siri held a hand to her forehead. She chuckled at Taehyung's overreaction, signaling that she was fine. She brushed his hand away, her expression turning serious. She gestured that they needed to get out of there immediately. Both of them stood up back to back. Facing the surrounding pack of growling skeletal wolves, Taehyung drew his sword to protect his comrade, his eyes glinting with steely determination. Siri also drew her sword and launched into the air to attack from above, evading the ground-level enemies. Together they plunged into the enemy encirclement, fighting side by side. They coordinated their attack on Gamora, the commander of the ghost army, who roared in fury. In retaliation, it swung its massive skeletal jaws towards them. The monster then spun around, creating a vortex of magical energy. To repel the two warriors, Gamora roared a command, and the entire army of skeletal wolves charged towards Taehyung as one. And Siri unleashed a blast of magical energy, sweeping away the ghost Viking army, blocking her path. Looking back at the road she had just cleared, Siri let out an excited shout, urging her comrades to advance. Siri ran for her life across the desolate battlefield, pursued by the colossal figure of Gambler. To provide support, Siri activated her saga skill, summoning the image of a female magic archer. With a glowing bow, red energy arrows shot straight into Gambler's head. The attack passed harmlessly through it, leaving Siri stunned as she realized that normal attacks were completely useless and had no effect. Gambler leaned down, preparing to swallow Siri whole. As she was being devoured, Siri masterfully twisted her body right inside the monster's jaws, aiming her crossbow at a weak point inside. The magic wolf lunged forward, firing a blast of energy that shattered part of Gambler's form to rescue Siri. The wolf looked up and let out a silent howl, a telepathic warning sent to Taehyung. Taehyung gritted his teeth. He decided to use his divine power, activating a warrior saga. His body was enveloped in a storm of blue magical energy as he let out a sky-shattering roar. Taehyung raised his sword and it blazed with the golden light of divinity. The tattoo on his arm also began to glow. He swung the enhanced sword down, striking Gambler with all his might. The impact created a massive explosion of golden energy, knocking Taehyung backward. He stood up and looked forward with a hopeful expression, believing his attack had dealt heavy damage. However, on Gambler's leg was just a small, insignificant scratch. Taehyung gritted his teeth in frustration at the lack of progress. Siri's urgent voice called out his name through the wolf. Siri signaled for Taehyung to get on its back to perform a cavalry-style charge against Gambler. It gave them no time, opening its massive maw to gather energy for a devastating breath attack. Facing the enormous beam of energy, Siri stood her ground, resiliently, crossbow raised and ready to retaliate. Taehyung realized that half-hearted attacks would be useless and that they needed a more definitive approach. He turned and signaled to Siri, pleading with his comrade to buy him some time so he could find the enemy's weak point. Taehyung activated a new saga. His eyes glowed with a blue light as he used Dragon's Eye to analyze the enemy. From his position, Taehyung analyzed the giant skeletal monster. A realization flashed through his mind. It was on the defensive. He continued to observe, noticing the giant monster hadn't moved from its spot at all, despite the magic wolf provoking it. A glint appeared in Taehyung's eyes as he connected the clues and realized the truth. Gambler wasn't just defending. It was guarding something. Provoked for too long, Gambler finally reacted, opening its bony jaws wide, unleashing a stream of magical energy at the magic wolf. The wolf was sent flying by the blast, unable to resist it. Undeterred, the magic wolf regained its balance and charged once more, knowing that normal attacks were useless. It decided to resort to a different power, baring its fangs and growling as dark energy began to gather around its body. Using the power of a curse, the magic wolf sank its fangs deep into Gambler's skeleton, causing an explosion of dark energy. The attack was effective. The magic wolf saw that Gambler was affected and maintained its bite, sensing a golden opportunity. Taehyung prepared to act while the Gambler was distracted. The magic wolf's power was at its limit, and it was straining to hold on. It sent an urgent telepathic call to Taehyung for support. The signal reached Taehyung, startling him into immediate action. Without a single second of hesitation, he shot up and darted forward like an arrow, his eyes blazing with a brilliant golden light. An ancient power activated within him. He swung his arm, releasing a wave of golden energy to sweep away the phantoms in his path. His face was a mask of determination. He knew the key to defeating the monster was not a direct confrontation. Ignoring the Gambler, he ran with all his might toward an object. Glowing at the far end of the battlefield, he reached it and placed his hand on it, a giant crystal sword embedded in the ground. Taehyung strained with all his might. His muscles tensed, and the magic tattoo on his arm began to glow brightly. As he struggled to lift the sword, he gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from his forehead. The sword was far heavier than he had imagined. Sensing a threat to what it guarded, the Gambler turned its head. Its magical gaze locked onto Taehyung. The Gambler's fury erupted, and it completely ignored the magic wolf. It focused all of its attention on Taehyung and unleashed a destructive energy attack aimed straight at him. Though still struggling with the sword, Taehyung ignored the incoming blast and roared in a final desperate effort. He poured every ounce of his strength into lifting the crystal sword from the ground. An intense burst of blue magical energy exploded forth. It took the form of a predatory beast. Taehyung was thrown into the air by the aftershock, while the Gambler's massive body shattered into pieces below. From high above, the Gambler completely disintegrated, releasing an imprisoned army of phantom warriors. Standing nearby, one astonished warrior pointed to where the Gambler had been destroyed. Mouth agape, he announced the unexpected victory to his comrades. A phantom commander immediately signaled, urging the entire army to advance and seize the battlefield. Amidst a fantastical space, Taehyung landed on the magic wolf's back, one hand tightly gripping the crystal sword he had just won. The pair stood before a swirling purple energy vortex, the only escape from this place. The magic wolf turned its head. Its gaze urged Taehyung to act at once, so they could break the encirclement together. After only 1 second of hesitation, Taehyung steadied himself on the magic wolf's back. The wolf prepared for the final breakthrough, their gazes both fixed forward. Filled with absolute determination and unity, the magic wolf roared and charged straight into the center of the energy vortex, becoming a streak of purple light. They burst through the spatial gate, creating a blinding explosion of light and leaving an empty void in the phantom army. A bearded warrior swung his giant hammer. He smashed an unseen target with overwhelming force, his attack crushing a cubic block of energy that symbolized their final enemy. Other phantom warriors also joined the attack. They completely annihilated the remnants of the foe. The entire phantom army roared in victory, raising their weapons for the glory of Valhalla. The bearded warrior's celebration was cut short, replaced by confusion, as he realized the heroes who had defeated. The Gambler had vanished without a trace. The entire army fell silent, staring at the empty energy vortex where Taehyung and the magic wolf had just passed through. Suddenly, the energy vortex flared, sucking the entire phantom army inside as they screamed their promises would return to Valhalla. Meanwhile, on another fiery battlefield, a white-haired Valkyrie swings her sword, confronting a giant fire monster as wings of pure light energy burst forth from her back. Lifting her up to face the towering lava creature, she dives down like an icy meteor while the fire monster swings its flaming arm in response. Two opposing streams of power, fire and ice, collide with each other in an earth-shattering battle. The mighty white-haired Valkyrie grits her teeth, pouring all her strength into the attack, determined to shatter the monster's flaming skull. blocking the devastating swing of a giant fire monster as rage erupts on its face. A stark contrast to the determined battle cry of the female warrior in the midst of the fiery battlefield. The two towering opponents face each other, neither willing to back down, as the white-haired Valkyrie unleashes a purple energy orb. Hurtling straight towards the fire monster, the attack collides violently, creating an explosion. A blinding light engulfs them both, and the fire monster roars in pain as the magical explosion spreads across its body. The white-haired Valkyrie's eyes widen in astonishment at an unexpected and unforeseen development. In midair, Taehyung and Ciri suddenly appear from a chaotic stream of energy, falling straight onto the battlefield. Pushed back by the aftershock, the white-haired Valkyrie slides across the ground, creating a deep furrow. She quickly regains her balance, standing protectively in front of Taehyung, who had just collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Her eyes are filled with shock and confusion as she recognizes the sudden presence of Taehyung and Ciri, and the fire monster is also stunned. But its attention is drawn to something else, its gaze locking onto the crystal sword lying on the ground. An object it covets. The creature lets out a greedy roar, its entire body flaring. The angry flames are drawn into a vortex of energy, pulling Taehyung and Ciri along with them, unable to resist. To protect the newcomers, the white-haired Valkyrie roars a silent command and lunges forward, unleashing another energy attack, once again confronting the fire monster head-on. The warrior is confused as she senses a strange energy rising from the ground around her. From beneath the earth, the blue phantoms of Viking warriors begin to emerge. The white-haired Valkyrie stares in shock as the ghost army of Valhalla materializes before her eyes. A bearded ghost warrior, who appears to be the leader, lets out a rallying cry to gather his forces. Excited by the prospect of a new battle, the ghost warriors eagerly charge forward with their weapons ready, surrounding the fire monster. Ready for a great battle, one of the ghost warriors turns back and gestures to the white-haired Valkyrie, as if making an offer. The Viking ghost army kneels in unison, their pleading gazes fixed on Razgris, asking for one last chance to fight. In response to their plea, Razgris points her sword forward. A powerful unspoken command is issued from her shouting lips as blue energy explodes, enveloping the ghost warriors. Eager and wild smiles spread across their faces as they are granted physical forms. A blonde, bearded Viking warrior, now fully tangible, grits his teeth in a warlike grin, ready for a fight to the death. The fire giant unleashes a massive fireball, engulfing the first 5 rows of the Viking army in a sea of flames. Despite their losses, the Viking warriors roared and charged forward, forming a whirlwind of weapons and fury against the monster legion. A blonde warrior let out a defiant roar, using all his strength to block the blow. From a ferocious monster, the battlefield's crimson sky was torn apart by giant boulders. Thrown into the chaotic crowd from the center of the destruction, the fire giant's flaming skull roared a ground-shaking sound. Undaunted Razgrid spread her wings of light, charging straight at the giant monster like a silver arrow. In another corner of the battlefield, a green-haired warrior was stunned to realize that Taehyung and Ciri had just appeared in the middle of the fight. The green-haired warrior looked at them in utter confusion, not understanding why they had returned so quickly. Taehyung calmly explained the difference in the flow of time, while Ciri gazed pensively at the battle before them. Ciri's contemplation quickly turned into determination. She clenched her fists, preparing to jump in and support the Viking warriors. Taehyung quickly held Ciri back, the magic tattoo on his arm flashing with a blue light as he stopped her impulsive move. He pointed towards the fight between Razgrid and the fire giant, suggesting they focus on the most important target. Taehyung summoned a giant winged magic wolf. Ciri quickly climbed onto its back, ready to fly into battle. He glanced at Ciri, noticing her exhaustion from the successive battles. His eyes showed concern but also resolve. The magic wolf growled, its purple eyes glowing intensely. In sync with its master's fighting spirit, Taehyung rode the wolf, soaring across the chaotic battlefield, heading straight for the climactic showdown to support Razgrid. The eyes of Taehyung and his wolf were fixed forward, a plan forming not to attack, but to draw the enemy's attention. From above, Taehyung observed the evenly matched duel between Razgrid and the fire giant. Searching for the perfect moment, blue energy gathered in Taehyung's palm as he prepared to cast a spell to create a diversion. The plan worked. The fire giant suddenly turned its head towards Taehyung, creating a fatal opening for Razgrid to exploit. An energy sword plunged straight into the fire giant's skull, but it caused no damage at all. Another volley of energy blades flew in, striking the monster's face, but they were merely an annoyance. The fire giant let out a mocking roar, showing its contempt for the feeble attacks. It turned to Razgrid with a silent threat that she was next. After it dealt with the distant pests, Taehyung Lee, riding a magic wolf, whistled a sharp tune to provoke it, trying to draw the monster's attention. At the same time, Razgrid let out a battle cry, undaunted by her colossal enemy. Taehyung's taunt was effective. The fire giant turned its head toward him, momentarily letting its guard down. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted a command, launching a feint attack. He channeled divine power into his fist, the tattoo on his arm blazing with golden energy while riding the magic wolf. Taehyung shot forward like a golden meteor, creating a dazzling attack. The brilliant explosion of golden energy completely diverted its attention. Taking advantage of that precious moment, Razgrid faced the monster, ready for the decisive blow. The power of the gods flowed into Razgrid. Her eyes glowed with a golden light as energy enveloped her body. She swung her sword, unleashing a gigantic slash that split the sky, aimed directly at the fire giant. Witnessing the successful attack, Taehyung raised a fist to the sky, cheering in victory as the fire giant collapsed onto the battlefield. Its lava body began to cool amidst the army's cheers as the werewolf warriors let out a savage roar. Charging forward, the Viking ghost army also surged ahead in unison as he swept away the enemy remnants from above. Taehyung and Ciri looked down at the battlefield, confirming that victory was theirs. Finally, Taehyung let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Completely exhausted, Ciri looked at him, a faint smile mixed with admiration appearing on her tired face. Her gaze became resolute. A silent promise of loyalty was clearly expressed. As she watched her resting comrade, the mission was complete, and the Viking ghost warriors began to fade into nothingness. One Viking ghost warrior with an elaborately braided beard bowed in thanks to Razgrid before returning to Valhalla with his comrades. Razgrid, with her energy wings spread wide, solemnly addressed the Viking ghost army, promising that Valhalla would always welcome them. In a brilliant golden light dressed in ceremonial attire, she raised her sword, unleashing a powerful source of energy. A multicolored pillar of light enveloped the ghost warriors, preparing to take them from the battlefield, as Taehyung stood and watched. A ghost warrior representing the entire army turned back and bowed to express his gratitude to him. The face of a golden-bearded ghost warrior appeared. His eyes were full of pride as he declared they would return to Odin and recount the glory of the battle. Taehyung nodded solemnly. Accepting their thanks with a resolute expression, the rainbow pillar of light shot up into the sky, carrying the souls of the Viking warriors with it. The pillar of light vanished, leaving only a single stream of blue energy shining down on the desolate ground. Razgrid turned back to face the surviving warriors, announcing she had to go ahead to prepare the rewards for their heroic deeds. Razgrid's gaze focused on Taehyung and Ciri, specifically acknowledging the outstanding contributions of both. Taehyung humbly thanked her. At the same time, he returned the magic wolf, acknowledging its usefulness. Razgrid looked at the wolf with a complex expression. A fleeting thought crossed her face. Razgrid then checked on Ciri, expressing concern and asking about her safety after the intense flight. Razgrid also announced that Regenleaf and Gondel would soon arrive to take over, signaling that their mission was over. Taehyung and Ciri accepted the order in unison, ready to rest. Razgrid drew closer. She reached out with two hands toward Taehyung with an unclear intention. She suddenly placed both hands on Taehyung's cheeks, leaving him completely surprised and flustered. Razgrid closed her eyes and gently placed a kiss on Taehyung's forehead like a blessing from the gods. Taehyung blushed. He watched in astonishment as Razgrid bestowed a similar blessing upon Ciri, realizing it was a solemn ritual. That moment suddenly brought back a distant memory. The image of Hedda also giving him a kiss flashed through Taehyung's mind. An image appeared depicting Razgrid with a majestic beauty. She had snow-white hair and held a black raven in her hand, symbolizing her role. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a giant ice fortress stood imposingly in the middle of a frozen land. Inside the fortress, a harpy cowered at the foot of the stone walls, trembling in extreme fear. A terrifying figure appeared. It was Adam, with fiery hair and a body covered in tattoos. He suddenly exuded a brutal, murderous aura. The harpy gritted its teeth. The anger of his failure was clear on his face. He spread his two arms wide, declaring that the failure of the attack was unimportant, as the main goal was to sow the seeds. His gaze turned toward the fallen target. A fallen warrior with a magic seed on their back revealed their plan to Valhalla. Harad collapsed, screaming in agony and utter despair. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the Shadow Monarch observed the scene through a magic orb, his long fingers in control. Invisible strings of energy. He mused, his silence more terrifying than any words of reproach for Harad's failure. The Shadow Monarch smirked, a sinister and smug smile appearing in the darkness. He held his head high, his powerful silhouette showing that everything was happening exactly as he had foreseen. Meanwhile, in the glowing sky, two swans swooped down onto the battlefield. They landed on the desolate ground in front of Taehyung and Ciri. The two swans transformed back into two female Valkyrie warriors, Gondua in golden armor, and another white-haired Valkyrie. Taehyung and Ciri looked at the two arrivals, ready to report the situation. Gondua and her comrade approached. Gondua gestured for a concise report, and Taehyung began to recount the events that had occurred. He presented a glowing ice crystal, a captured spoil of war, which amazed Gondua. Gondua confirmed the importance of the artifact. She summoned a magnificent golden chest to store it. Taehyung carefully placed the ice crystal inside. Gondua closed the chest, signaling for Taehyung to rest, and that they would discuss details later. She then unexpectedly raised her two hands and held Taehyung's face. This left him stunned. Gondua placed a blessing kiss on Taehyung's forehead, and a warm light enveloped them. Taehyung stood frozen, his face bright red, completely flustered by the intimate gesture, while Gondua blessed Ciri behind him. The white-haired Valkyrie looked at Taehyung with surprise, not understanding his reaction. She smiled mischievously, a teasing look aimed at his innocence. Taehyung covered his face, trying to convince himself it was just a normal blessing. Gondua stared straight ahead. Her green eyes shone with authority, and a confident smile as she prepared to bestow the blessing of a Valkyrie. Gondua held Taehyung's face and unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Taehyung was completely stunned. His face turned beet red, his mind went blank, and he let out a silent scream from the shock. Gandua's white-haired comrade grinned from ear to ear. She raised a glowing object as if to bestow the owner's blessing while he was still trembling. Taehyung touched his cheek, trying to process what had just happened. as the tattoo on his arm began to glow. Afterwards, Taehyung and Ciri rode a giant white beast to meet a red-haired Valkyrie who was waiting for them. She turned with a probing smile as Taehyung approached. His face still red, Taehyung happily waved hello to Hedda. Meanwhile, Ciri watched silently from behind her purple eyes, narrowing as she assessed the situation with a calm, yet calculating expression. Taehyung shyly asked Hedda something, but she just responded with a rather blunt smirk. From behind, Ciri watched the awkward exchange between the two, a mischievous and amused smile playing on her lips on the desolate battlefield. Rows of black coffins, known as Black Flash, lay silently in wait. Hedda rested her chin on her hand. Her sharp gaze swept over Taehyung as if reading him. A cryptic half-smile appeared on her face. Lying inside a Black Flash? Taehyung sighed from exhaustion, feeling how suffocating this cramped space was. In the other coffins, Hedda sat pensively while Ciri tiredly covered a yawn, causing Hedda to burst into a hearty laugh. Hedda waved her hand to show she was only joking, then gestured for Taehyung to rest easy. Taehyung closed his eyes. His body was completely drained from exhaustion, ready to sink into sleep. After confirming that Taehyung was asleep, Hedda quietly touched the wing-shaped ornament in her hair, her face growing solemn. With a gentle expression, Hedda leaned down toward the soundly sleeping warrior to bestow Eden's blessing. Hedda gently kissed Taehyung's cheek as he slept, and a peaceful smile suddenly formed on his lips. Hedda quietly turned away, leaving Taehyung sound asleep with a flushed face, whether from her blessing or from his sheer exhaustion. Taehyung sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. At the roots of the world tree, Yggdrasil, an elderly man with white hair lay unconscious among the giant roots. A majestic figure approached their wooden staff, tapping the ground. The figure was revealed to be Odin, king of the gods, his single eye filled with concern. At a sacred lake, Odin and a young warrior stood before the stone head of Mimir. That warrior was Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin. With a stern expression, Odin clenched a shard of icy crystal in his hand. He held the fragment towards Thor, his eyes questioning the enemy's true objective. Could it be Fenrir? From beneath the water, Mimir the Wise opened his glowing blue eyes, ready to offer guidance. Mimir began to explain, but Odin interrupted, asserting that the enemy wouldn't go to such lengths just for a beast like Garmr, the king of the gods insisted. Believing the costs and benefits were disproportionate, Thor listened silently. His eyes hardened as he analyzed the situation, his gaze demanding a clear answer about the connection between the fragments of Garmr and the return of Fenrir. Mimir responded, his eyes shining with insight as an illusion appeared. The demon wolf Garmr roared in its chains. Its howl was the key to breaking the seal and awakening the world wolf. Odin's expression darkened as he realized the dreadful prophecy. The day the world wolf awakens, he would become its prey. Meanwhile, in Jotunheim, the land of the giants, an icy fortress stood tall amidst the snow. Inside a towering spire, dark conspiracies were brewing. A figure walked down a vast corridor toward the throne, stopping before the reigning king, reporting that all preparations were complete. In the darkness, glowing red eyes with concentric circles opened, announcing that the five fingers had begun to move. On the throne, Utgard Loki, the sorcerer king, sat with a look of self-satisfaction. Dark power radiated from him. Loki the traitor appeared with a sinister smile, confirming that the war would soon begin. He touched his chin smugly, his red eyes gleaming with delight at the impending chaos. Back at the sacred lake, Thor and Odin were still listening to the explanation. Mimir concluded that the enemy didn't need a complete Garmr, they only needed to collect enough of the fragments, and they would achieve their ultimate goal. In a gloomy forest, Odin solemnly explained to Thor about a new enemy. Thor gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with furious lightning as he realized the traitor could wield ancient power. Loki was involved in this calamity. With a troubled expression, Thor presented a sword made of blue crystal ice. It was a powerful artifact. The towering figure of Odin gave a decisive command that allowed no room for argument. It must be destroyed. Thor was stunned, sweat trickling down his temples as he heard his father's command. Odin's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He explained that this was the only way to prevent an impending disaster. Thor stood silently, his hand still clutching the ice sword. His internal conflict was clear on his face. Meanwhile, in a magnificent hall, the goddess Eden opened her arms wide. She welcomed her returning warrior Taehyung, who knelt on one knee and bowed his head. He expressed his deep gratitude for Iden's blessing. Eden smiled gently, praising Taehyung's heroic achievements. The tattoo on his arm glowed in the light. She announced it was time to bestow the promised reward, a special gift for his great victory. Taehyung's face was blank, completely clueless about what was happening as Eden raised one finger. Signaling for him to choose, Eden turned away, covering her mouth with two hands to hide a mischievous smile. At the warrior's confusion, she presented the first option, the Pegasus wing equipment. A glowing piece of fabric floated in midair. Eden struggled with the second choice, a bulky and heavy saddle. The magical beast saddle materialized, radiating a powerful aura. In a flash of thought, Taehyung imagined himself riding a giant eagle across the sky. Taehyung puffed his cheeks in confusion, completely helpless against the goddess's teasing. Elsewhere, Hugin flew towards the divine tree where two figures were waiting. Taehyung, now with the saddle, was being welcomed by a Valkyrie. She was red-haired, and with her was an experienced warrior with two-toned hair. Taehyung smiled. Taehyung told himself he would have another chance to get the Pegasus wing equipment. The warrior with two-toned hair rested his chin on his hand. His sharp golden eyes assessed Taehyung thoroughly, as he looked straight at him and suggested that it was time to accelerate the young warrior's training. The red-haired Valkyrie smiled, suggesting that Taehyung get some rest, since the battle had only just ended. Taehyung's brilliant blue eyes widened in sudden surprise, and he turned back. He made an offer to help the two-toned warrior and the red-haired Valkyrie. The scene shifts to a sturdy wooden house. In a training camp, the two warriors looked at each other, confused by Taehyung's unexpected request. Inside the house, Taehyung stared in shock at the huge arsenal of weapons he had laid out on the table. The red-haired Valkyrie crouched down, picked up a dagger, and realized they were all magical items. With a look of amazement, the stern warrior with two-toned hair offered some advice. That these items should be returned to their respective legions. Taehyung smiled, agreeing with the reasonable suggestion. The warrior with two-toned hair and the red-haired Valkyrie both sighed in relief, pleased with his decision. With a radiant expression, the red-haired Valkyrie clapped her hands enthusiastically, suggesting they sort them together. A black crow perched on the roof as they began their work. They worked together, sorting and naming each weapon according to its divine owner. The red-haired Valkyrie paused in confusion, holding a sword hilt she couldn't identify. She turned with an awkward smile and scratched her head, admitting she didn't know who the item belonged to as the two-toned hair warrior narrowed his eyes in speculation. He suggested it might be an artifact from a completely different pantheon. A bead of sweat rolled down Taehyung's cheek as he decided to check the item himself, getting into position. He clasped his hands to focus his energy as his two comrades watched, then gripped the sword hilt tightly. He prepared to use his special ability to activate it, and a burst of blue energy erupted from Taehyung. His eyes blazed intensely as the power radiated outwards, shaking the entire house in a frenzy of magical light. The faces of the red-haired Valkyrie and the two-toned hair warrior showed utter astonishment as the energy dissipated. It left the three of them staring at a control panel. It had strange symbols that appeared out of thin air, and after a moment of silence, Taehyung gave a forced laugh. He tried to hide his embarrassment, as it seemed nothing had happened, but suddenly a blinding yellow energy beam shot out from the hilt. It shot straight into Taehyung's face, making him scream silently while Kuchu yelled out in panic. He pointed toward the wall to warn Taehyung, while the red-haired Valkyrie stood nearby, stunned into silence. Kuchu, the red-haired Valkyrie, and Taehyung all turned their eyes to an image being projected onto the wooden wall. The scene on the wall began to move, telling the story of a young warrior rowing a boat alone. Crossing a treacherous sea, the warrior was known by the name Scotty. He steadfastly steered his small boat toward a distant land under a gloomy sky. After a long journey, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Scotty's face as he found his destination. He pulled his boat onto a deserted beach and began his journey into the strange land, striding alone through the barren landscape. He headed straight for a giant fortress looming in the distance, arriving before the great gates of the Land of Shadows. It was a place ruled by a mysterious queen, and inside the path to the castle was littered with the skeletons of humans and beasts. It was a testament to the dark rumors about the place, yet despite the gruesome scenes, Scotty's resolve did not waver. His determined gaze remained firm as a noble female figure in a long dress appeared before him. She blocked Scotty's path, and a mysterious smile graced the face of the Queen of the Land of Shadows as she accepted him as her student. Wearing a crown and royal attire, the Queen stood as an icon of power and wisdom. Scotty respected her immensely, and on the day he was to leave, the Queen gave him a gift. Now a full-fledged warrior, he received a parting gift, a spear as white as snow. It was forged from the bone of a sea monster, and with this spear in hand, Scotty began his path of conquest. He achieved countless victories and stood atop a mountain of monster corpses, his proud silhouette outlined against the sunset. Signaling an endless winning streak, his fame echoed across the world, but that glory was short-lived. When his kingdom crumbled to ashes in a fateful battle, Cuchulainn was defeated and fell before an enemy clad in white. Heavily wounded and helpless, Cuchulainn, the Prince of Light, could only stare at his enemy with eyes full of hatred, the pain of losing his family and lover. And friends was etched on Cuchulainn's face, stained with blood and tears as his world shattered. The victor Loki turned his back, leaving Cuchulainn amidst the rubble with a silent taunt provoked by the humiliation. Cuchulainn let out a silent roar and mustered his final ounce of strength to charge at Loki. To take revenge, Loki glanced back with a smug and cruel smile, his red eyes gleaming with pleasure at his opponent's desperation. A flood of memories returned, showing Cuchulainn screaming in extreme agony as he was defeated, blood spraying from his mouth as his legendary weapon, Gaibolg, shattered into pieces in a blast of energy. Returning to reality, the image of the broken weapon faded, leaving Taehyung. Cuchulainn and Hedda stood in silence. Cuchulainn realized this was his relic, while Hedda looked at him in utter astonishment. Taehyung grabbed the hilt, and a powerful surge of energy made him scream, his eyes flashing as he was thrown back by the energy. Taehyung staggered with a panicked expression, while Cuchulainn simply watched calmly. Cuchulainn gently placed a hand on Taehyung's head. Seemingly to calm both him and the chaotic energy, Taehyung naively asked about Cuchulainn's identity, not realizing the man was standing right in front of him. In another flash of memory, an image of a young Cuchulainn appeared, majestic with the intact Gaibolg. Taehyung's eyes glowed a brilliant blue as he focused on accessing the memories within the weapon. Cuchulainn confirmed the weapon's name. He understood why the sagas had no effect on it. He warned Taehyung not to use a saga on Gaibolg, alluding to an ancient curse called a Geas. An image of a shackled fist appeared, illustrating the binding power of the Geas vow. The memory then flashed to a young Cuchulainn. Bound by countless Gaias chains in exchange for unrivaled power, Cuchulainn explained that the weapon might not have yet accepted. Taehyung as its new master, another image from the memory appeared showing Cuchulainn standing with his master. The warrior queen Taehyung looked down at the hilt, reflecting on the tragic life of its former owner that he had just witnessed. With determination burning in his eyes, Taehyung tightened his grip on the hilt, declaring he would become worthy of this relic. Cuchulainn smirked in approval, while Hedda also smiled at Taehyung's resolute attitude. The story pauses as the scene shifts to outside a peaceful log cabin during the day inside. The tattoo on his arm was revealed as he raised his hand to get her attention. Hedda listened intently as Taehyung began to ask for a favor. Taehyung explained that he needed a mount, and images of powerful beasts appeared in his mind. He suddenly blushed and sweated in embarrassment as an unrelated memory of the series unexpectedly came to mind. Hedda explained to Taehyung that their legion did not have pre-assigned summoned beasts. Meanwhile, Cuchulainn sat with his arms crossed, squinting at Taehyung, and suggested that he needed more than just a simple means of transportation. Cuchulainn's face lit up with confidence as he made a bold proposal. They would go and catch a mount themselves. Taehyung and Hedda were both stunned, their eyes widening at the warrior's unexpected idea. Cuchulainn smirked, confirming his plan to hunt a wild griffin. A majestic griffin stood proudly on a cliff. Its sharp eyes scanned its territory on the border between Asgard and Olympus. Cuchulainn turned to Hedda. He asked for her opinion on the long journey ahead. Hedda responded with a radiant smile and a determined nod. Ready for the challenge, Cuchulainn declared the plan was set, also announcing they could continue. Their divine power training along the way. The thought of owning a griffin as a mount made Taehyung blush. His heart pounded with excitement. Many days passed as their carriage ventured deep into a dense forest. Hedda cheerfully handled the reins, humming a tune as the carriage rolled along the trails. Inside the carriage, Cuchulainn gravely observed the divine power training session. Taehyung and Ciri, who had unexpectedly joined the trip, sat facing each other, concentrating on maintaining the flow of golden energy that enveloped their bodies. Ciri gritted her teeth. Sweat beaded on her forehead, determined not to collapse under the watchful gaze of Ragnar in her mind. Cuchulainn raised his hand, signaling that they could both rest. The exercise was over. Both Taehyung and Ciri panted, exhausted, but maintained their posture. Cuchulainn poked his head out of the carriage. He called for Hedda to stop so they could rest and he could take over driving. The group made camp by a clear stream. He set up a temporary campsite in the peaceful wilderness. Cuchulainn placed a large rack of ribs on the grill. The rack of ribs sizzled over the crackling fire, releasing an appetizing aroma. He drew a sharp knife, ready for the meal. With expert cuts, Cuchulainn carved the grilled ribs into equal portions. He held up a large piece with a satisfied expression, proud of his handiwork. Taehyung took a huge bite of meat, devouring it with absolute delight. Beside him, Ciri smiled in amusement as she watched Taehyung eat with such gusto, her eyes shining with contentment. She watched the tender meat melt in his mouth. From a distance, Cuchulainn and Hedda observed, both smiling with satisfaction. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere of the meal, Cuchulainn sincerely made an offer, inviting Ciri to join the Eden Legion, so that he could continue teaching her. Ciri was surprised by the offer, while Taehyung immediately turned to look at her. His face was beaming, fully endorsing the idea, with his mouth still full of food. Ciri politely refused, placing a hand on her chest to express her gratitude. But her determined gaze showed her unshakable loyalty to the Uther Legion. The leftover bones lay bare on the grill, a sign that the hearty meal had just ended. Cuchulainn stood up, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He signaled to the group that it was time to resume their journey. The carriage began to move. It carried the group deeper into the dense forest. From a distance, their carriage looked tiny as it moved along the path, winding through vast mountains and forests. Cuchulainn held the reins steadily, his eyes focused ahead, leading the team. The carriage stopped at the edge of the forest, preparing for the next phase of their plan. Cuchulainn signaled to Hedda. Tasked with preparing the bait for their plan, Hedda placed her hand on the horse, channeling a brilliant yellow magical energy into it. The energy spread, amplifying the horse's scent to lure the griffins out of their hiding place. In the distant sky, a flock of winged creatures began to appear, soaring over the mountain peaks. The entire forest suddenly fell eerily silent, with only the rustling of leaves signaling the approach of a dangerous presence. Cuchulainn's expression grew extremely tense as he shouted a warning, announcing that the enemy was coming. Hearing the warning, Taehyung and Ciri immediately went on the defensive, ready to face the approaching threat, as 3 griffins swooped down from high above. Their mighty wings stirred the air. Ciri looked at Taehyung and Hedda with a sharp gaze, ordering them both to prepare for battle. She stated that she and Cuchulainn would observe from a distance, her expression determined. Ciri declared she would prepare a paralyzing poison to provide support from the rear. In response, Taehyung focused his power, a golden energy. It gathered dazzlingly in the palm of his hand. With a powerful shout, Taehyung activated his skill. A magical cloak materialized, enveloping him. Ciri and Hedda flinched in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. From Taehyung Lee's perspective, he saw Ciri and Hedda waiting, their expressions somewhat tense. Hedda glanced at Taehyung as he rushed off to his mission, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks with a silent cheer. As Taehyung Lee began to chant, the magic tattoo on his arm flared to life. A black magical hunting bird was summoned, shooting forward like an arrow to lead the hunt, as Hedda and Ciri stood side by side. They silently watched the magical bird fly away, both Ciri and Hedda looking confused by the unexpected situation. They exchanged an awkward glance. Ciri gave an embarrassed cough and turned away while Hedda also shyly looked in another direction. Hedda turned to Cuchulainn, her face flushed, waving her hands frantically with an annoyed expression to explain some misunderstanding. The magical bird shot straight towards a circling griffin, beginning its provocation at a terrifying speed. The magical bird dodged the griffin's sharp talons. The griffin roared in anger as its prey, so small, easily escaped its attack. It watched in astonishment as the magical bird soared upwards completely out of its reach. Ciri appeared with a giant crossbow ready in her hands, aiming straight at the unsuspecting griffin. The griffin was hit. It lost its balance and began to fall from the sky. Taehyung's magical bird let out a challenging cry, signaling for the next target. It flew past two smaller griffins, making it clear they were not the prey it sought. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Rollo, the giant griffin leader, was resting amidst the dense foliage. Rollo let out a huge yawn. Its expression was one of clear boredom and fatigue. It exhaled a light puff of smoke, its majestic golden eyes looking somewhat vacant. Rollo gazed into the distance, its expression growing impatient, as if it were waiting for something. A flicker of suspicion flashed in Rollo's eyes as it suddenly realized the unusual delay. It burst through the treetops. Its power sent leaves scattering everywhere. After pinpointing the direction of the commotion, Rollo took flight. A black magical bird dove down like an arrow, stirring up the ground in a whirlwind. The female griffin collapsed to the ground. Its eyes rolled back in shock. From the bushes, Ciri lowered her crossbow, signaling that the first phase of the ambush was a success. While Cuchulainn and Hedda observed from the sky, Taehyung rode another griffin, his smile filled with excitement as he awaited the true target. Suddenly, hundreds of birds from the forest flew up into the sky in a panic. Taehyung was startled, realizing the birds' panic was a sign that a giant predator was approaching. On the ground, Cuchulainn squinted into the distance, his hand tightening to signal Taehyung to prepare. Taehyung responded with a confident nod. His hand gripped the magical rope, ready for the showdown with Rollo, the giant alpha griffin, from the horizon. It appeared and charged towards Taehyung. Taehyung was amazed by Rollo's size, but then he noticed a contemptuous smirk on the monster's beak. With a mischievous smile, Taehyung whipped the rope hard, provoking the charging monster. Enraged, Rollo let out an earth-shattering roar and accelerated, determined to tear the intruder to shreds. Taehyung held the reins steady, preparing for the impending collision. With a completely calm expression, Rollo closed in from behind its giant shadow, engulfing both Taehyung and the griffin. He was riding. Just before Rollo could attack its target, suddenly vanished from the sky. The alpha griffin froze. Its fierce eyes were now filled with confusion and bewilderment. Rollo scanned the sky, searching for the enemy that was just in front of it. In Taehyung's place, a smaller hawk suddenly appeared, circling defiantly. Rollo realized the human had transformed into a hawk right before its eyes. After a moment of surprise, Rollo decided the hawk was also a tasty meal and lunged to attack. The small hawk didn't flinch. It charged straight towards the giant monster. The hawk's eyes, Taehyung's eyes, began to glow brightly. As he began to chant a spell, Taehyung's hand tightened on the rope, infusing it with magic. It glowed brightly, activating the trap. An invisible rope had tightened around Rollo's neck, stunning the giant monster. As Rollo realized it was trapped, Taehyung braced himself and tightened the reins, with all his might, to subdue the flying beast. The giant griffin flapped its wings frantically, trying to throw off the stranger on its back. Taehyung gritted his teeth, tensing his muscles to resist the beast's terrifying strength. Amidst the battle, a flock of smaller griffins flew chaotically across the sky. Both Taehyung and the griffin were panting heavily. A battle of will and endurance unfolded in the sky. Despite its fatigue, Rollo let out a proud roar, asserting its dominance. Taehyung noticed a weakening in the beast's movements, and a glint of opportunity flashed in his eyes. With a split-second decision, he drew a small, strange weapon from his belt. Meanwhile, on the ground, Cuchulainn and Hedda looked up with tense expressions. Hedda was clearly worried for Taehyung as the power of the immortal warrior awakened within him. Magical images of ancient battles appeared around him. The weapon in his hand began to glow brilliantly. It transformed into the more powerful warrior's armament. The weapon completed its transformation. It became a giant warhammer ready to be wielded. The power of the forger's hammer was summoned. Taehyung channeled an invisible stream of power into his hammer, unleashing a blast of magical energy aimed straight at Rollo to reinforce the binding. Rollo screamed in pain, its body convulsing as the magic gradually drained its power. The giant griffin staggered in midair. Its strength was rapidly depleting. With a smug smile, Taehyung saw his plan was taking immediate effect. Rollo could only whimper in despair, its eyes filled with terror at the human's power. Taehyung's eyes blazed with power as he prepared to deliver the decisive blow to completely subdue the beast. The power of the dragon tamer activated. A brilliant light enveloped Taehyung and Rollo, completely breaking Rollo's will. The resistance in its eyes turned into absolute submission. On the ground below, Cuchulainn, Hedda, and Ciri witnessed the scene as Cuchulainn raised his hand in a sign of victory. Now in complete control, Taehyung smiled triumphantly as Rollo obediently flew under his command. Hedda breathed a sigh of relief, a radiant smile appearing on her face as she saw Taehyung was safe and successful. A sudden loud noise echoed, startling Cuchulainn, Ciri, and Hedda into high alert as Taehyung approached on Rollo's back. Two bright red signal flares tore through the sky, soaring up from a distance. Hedda recognized them immediately. It was an urgent distress signal from their comrades. Cuchulain's face hardened as he analyzed the situation. Multiple units were under attack at the same time. Ciri turned to Cuchulain and gave a decisive order that they had to split up to respond. Immediately, Ciri summoned a giant swan creature and signaled for Hedda to quickly climb onto its back. The swan creature faced Rollo. Ciri looked at Taehyung, giving him a silent but serious warning. Taehyung nodded decisively. Beads of sweat on his forehead revealed the tension of the situation. Without a word of warning, Cuchulain grabbed Taehyung and effortlessly lifted him onto Rollo's back, pinning him against the muscular warrior's body. Taehyung wore a stunned and slightly awkward expression. Cuchulain and Ciri flew off in two different directions, splitting up for the rescue mission. Cuchulain urged Rollo to speed up, and the griffin roared in response, shooting forward. Rollo flew over rolling mountain ranges at a dizzying speed. Taehyung looked down at the land below, noticing the landscape had suddenly become desolate and barren. Cuchulain spotted something up ahead. His eyes sharpened as he pointed towards it. Below them, a fierce battle was raging. Warriors were being overwhelmed by a giant headless monster. Rolf, a brown-haired warrior, swung a massive battle axe. Facing the monster alone, Rolf let out a defiant roar, pouring all his strength into his attack. The massive shadow of the headless monster loomed over Rolf. It raised its weapon, preparing to land a fatal blow with a tremendous effort. Rolf braced himself, blocking the devastating attack. Around him, his comrades were desperately holding out against the orc warriors. Against the monster's power, Rolf narrowly dodged one of its swings, his body spinning in midair. He immediately retaliated with a powerful glowing slash, charging straight at the enemy. From high above, Taehyung witnessed the scene with an astonished expression. He was amazed by the extraordinary power of the lone warrior in the sea of fire and war, as a shadow warrior charged into a swarm of orcs. Swinging his sword like a whirlwind, Cuchulain took down a giant orc with a lightning-fast slash, sending blood splattering across the chaotic battlefield. Ragnar stood firm like a beacon as his warriors behind him desperately roared their commander's name. At that very moment, on another front, Taehyung and Zoro swooped down from the sky, heading straight for an uneven battle below as Taehyung pointed forward. He ordered Zoro to speed up to intervene in time, and Zoro shot through the air, leaving a blurry trail. He injured the headless monster in the face before it could react. On the ground, Rolf let out a heaven-shaking roar. Unleashing his full hidden potential, he and the monster charged at each other, their weapons clashing to create a violent explosion of energy. The headless monster let out a silent scream of pain and anger as Rolf's eyes flared with a blue light. He gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure as lightning energy gathered, and then he leaped into the air. The war scythe now blazed with the power of lightning as Rolf roared, calling upon the power of his father Thor, the god of thunder, channeling all his lightning power into the weapon. He brought it down in a fatal blow upon the monster. Amidst the rubble, the warriors began to chant a name, their eyes filled with hope. Ragnar turned his gaze resolute as he heard his soldiers' calls. The warriors below looked up. They were amazed at the appearance of a warrior riding a winged creature, while Taehyung muttered to himself. A look of annoyance was clear on his face as he realized he was being called by his nickname again. Zoro's claws landed, cracking the ground. It signaled the arrival of reinforcements. Rolf turned, his face beaming as he recognized the newcomer, joyfully calling out both Taehyung's real name and his nickname. The warriors gathered around, looking at Zoro with curiosity and admiration, wondering which Valkyrie legion it belonged to. Taehyung awkwardly explained. He clarified that Zoro was not a Valkyrie, but just a male griffin. Upon hearing this, the warriors' expressions immediately shifted from admiration to utter disappointment. Rolf placed a hand on Taehyung's shoulder. His expression grew serious again, reminding him that the battle wasn't over. Cuchulain looked directly at Rolf. His gaze demanded a detailed and urgent report on the situation. Rolf began his report, revealing crucial information. He said they had found a soul fragment of Garmr which left Taehyung stunned. Rolf continued with a tense expression. He explained that the giant faction had also discovered the fragment, and Cuchulain immediately asked if the enemy had captured it yet. Gritting his teeth, Rolf admitted that the situation was critical, but that the enemy had not yet fully succeeded. A monstrous boar appeared with a brilliantly glowing blue crystal embedded in its forehead. Rolf explained that the soul fragment had possessed the boar, turning it into a creature so ferocious that even the giants could not subdue it. He finished his report by stating that the giant faction had dispatched a troop to block their path, while they pursued the monster themselves. Cuchulain summarized the situation, understanding the nature of the beast. He affirmed that they still had a chance if they acted immediately. Without a word of warning, Cuchulain grabbed Taehyung from behind. He lifted him up with ease. Held tight, Taehyung gritted his teeth, his face flushing from helplessness and embarrassment at his comrade's strength. Still held tight by Cuchulain, Taehyung worriedly asked about the fate of the other warriors and proposed a plan for a quick getaway. Rolf gave a confident smile, signaling that they didn't need to worry about transportation. Rolf upended a bag, pouring out a pile of mysteriously shimmering white bones, which included a goat skull that lay on the ground. Rolf roared an ancient word, his two hands flaring with golden magical light as he channeled energy into the pile of bones. From within the blinding light, a pure white baby goat with blue eyes appeared, looking completely harmless. Daholi stared blankly at the small creature, while Cuchulainn looked on with understanding, recognizing the value of this summoned being. Rolf tensed and shouted a powerful command at the baby goat, and its eyes flared with energy. Its body began to transform violently, as the baby goat swelled up, bulging muscles rippling as it turned into an incredibly muscular humanoid creature. The goat creature flexed, displaying its phenomenal power. Now massive and muscular, it swung its arms powerfully, standing firm in its final combat form, ready to charge. Despite having the body of a god, Tengrisnir's face showed extreme panic and stress. Sweat poured down its face as if it couldn't believe its own transformation. Proposing a bold plan to pursue the enemy, Cuchulainn gave a decisive order to split their forces, with one group staying behind to care for the wounded. While the vanguard set out, Rollo carried Cuchulainn and Taehyung from high above, soaring past the crowd of cheering Valhalla warriors. The two pursuit groups split up, one group flying in the sky, led by Rollo, and the other running on the ground, led by Tengrisnir. Cuchulainn urged Rollo to fly faster, his eyes fixed on the tracks across the desolate ground, while Tengrisnir charged ahead at a terrifying speed. Its footsteps kicked up a thick cloud of dust as Taehyung clung tightly to Cuchulainn, her face filled with awe. Leading the Valhalla warriors, Grove shouted and pointed forward upon spotting their target, amazed at the divine goat's incredible speed. Meanwhile, at their destination, a chaotic battle was raging around the monster boar. Cuchulainn and Taehyung realized the target was already down, but the fragment had not yet been claimed, so they had to act fast. An army of orcs charged into the fray to claim the prize, with Tengrisnir and Rolf leading the ground forces. While Rollo and the aerial team dove straight into the orc encirclement, a warrior with a shaggy lion-like mane was attempting to claim the monster boar, but was intercepted by a gray-skinned giant. An army of 4 giants and hundreds of orcs had surrounded the battlefield, forming a wall of monsters. Cuchulainn gave Taehyung and Rolf their mission, his eyes resolute as he took on the responsibility of confronting the giant foes. Cuchulainn roared a battle command. The sole objective was to retrieve the fragment at all costs. Taehyung and Rolf simultaneously roared in reply. Determination burned in their eyes as the two armies clashed, with Rollo attacking from the air, while Tengrisnir swept across the ground. Elsewhere, the blue-haired Valkyrie coldly struck down the last enemy, ending her battle. Her warriors cheered in victory amidst the battlefield as a satisfied Razgrid approached. She reported to the blue-haired Valkyrie that everything was resolved, but the blue-haired Valkyrie looked worried. She suggested checking on Taehyung, but Razgrid laughed, expressing absolute faith in Ragnar. Suddenly, Razgrid's confidence shattered. Her eyes widened in horror as she sensed a terrifying threat from above. A giant flaming meteor was tearing across the sky. Plunging straight into the fiery battlefield, Hedda and the blue-haired Valkyrie looked up to see a massive fireball hurtling down. A violent explosion knocked Hedda to the ground. The blue-haired Valkyrie screamed her name in horror, Hedda's eyes wide with shock. She was stunned by the terrifying pressure of power she felt from an unseen enemy. She and the blue-haired Valkyrie got back on their feet. They warily looked towards the fireball, which had left a dazzling streak across the sky. The blue-haired Valkyrie turned back to look at Hedda. With an expression of utter worry, Hedda struggled to her feet, her resolute gaze returning. An aura of power enveloped her. To come to their aid, the blue-haired Valkyrie turned to the giant swan and issued an urgent command. Her gaze fixed on Taehyung. At the same time, Tang Juicer with his powerful goat legs shattered the ground with a stomp. Charging forward, the giant goat creature stormed directly into the enemy ranks, carving a bloody path. The orc warriors faltered for a moment. Their hesitation was clear as they faced the unstoppable force. On Tang's back, the Valhalla warriors let out a battle cry and charged. They raised their weapons high, ready for the slaughter. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Cuchulainn landed, holding Taehyung tightly to protect him. Cuchulainn gave Taehyung a sharp look, a silent combat command assigning him and Brekkie to handle the rest. While he would face the Fias giants, Tang Joester led an army sweeping through the sea of orcs. And the giants. Cuchulainn, having fulfilled his duty of protection, leaped from Rollo's back and charged straight into the enemy ranks. Taehyung, now safe, urged Rollo with a decisive command for them both to join the battle. In another corner of the battle, the monstrous boar was surrounded by a group of orcs, trying to subdue it with magical chains. An orc mage raised his hands to the sky, performing a dark ritual, while a small messenger bird circled overhead. Taehyung urged Rollo forward, determined to attack and break the ritual. Taehyung's eyes flashed with a blue light. A newly upgraded flow of Saga's power began to course through his body. Taehyung and Rollo shot forward like a thunderstorm. The power of Saga erupted in a dazzling display of light aimed straight at the orc mage. The messenger bird dove down like an arrow of lightning. An orc's face contorted in utter horror and pain. An entire troop of orcs was swept over by Saga's electrical current. Their bodies convulsed in the storm's fury. From above, Taehyung riding Rollo summoned destructive bolts of lightning down upon the orc ranks. A shaggy-haired warrior yelled a command to charge, his gaze fixed on a larger target beyond their view. Taehyung's Blackie Saga, a long-haired warrior with blue tattoos, swung his axe, charging into the enemy's encirclement. The giant foot of a creature crushed the ground. Entering the chaotic battlefield, Brekkie and Cuchulainn stood back-to-back together, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Brekkie dashed forward like a whirlwind, his slashes creating an arc of green energy, sending countless enemies flying. Witnessing the power of Saga and the might of Brekkie, Taehyung smiled with admiration and pride. Taehyung's gaze hardened. He signaled for Rolo to dive into the battle as a brilliant red killing intent flashed in his eyes. As he prepared to unleash his power, a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, causing a terrifying explosion in the middle of the battlefield. At the epicenter, a figure stood firm, their hair blazing like fire and their body radiating an overwhelming aura. A savage smile filled with sharp teeth emerged from the red smoke and dust. The figure stood up straight. The cloak billowed open, revealing the figure of a mighty warrior. Taehyung, the shaggy-haired warrior, and the owl warrior were all stunned into silence. Their faces showed sheer horror and disbelief, as the newcomer was identified as Harad the Giant of Strength, one of the 5 fingers of the Sorcerer King Utgaloki. Harad arrogantly faced an enemy much larger than himself, his silhouette standing tall and imposing as his smile grew even more confident. His eyes glinted with excitement for the upcoming battle as he turned to face Tang Joestar, causing the giant goat-like creature to freeze in fear. Harad tensed his body, and the red tattoos covering him began to glow as he cast off his cloak. Ready for battle. Harad's fists clenched tightly, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. Harad and Tang Joestar faced each other, the air tense before the lopsided confrontation. The shaggy-haired warrior's initial courage completely vanished. Replaced by absolute terror, he screamed a hopeless warning to retreat as a cruel glint flashed in Harad's eyes. His smile widened further. Ignoring the massive size difference, Tang Joestar roared and charged straight at Harad. Winding up for a devastating blow, Tang Joestar was easily sent flying by Harad with a single fiery punch. Both Taehyung and the shaggy-haired warrior were stunned silent by the horrifying scene, his hair now blazing like fire. Crushing another enemy underfoot without a shred of mercy, Taehyung's Sagabreki tried to attack, but was blocked by an overwhelming torrent of red energy from Harad the Speed Warrior. Harad the Speed Warrior. Haras Busu grinds his teeth, sweat pouring down as he struggles against an invisible pressure that's suffocating him. Haras extends his hand, and a blazing red killing intent radiates from his body, enveloping the entire battlefield. Haras's imposing figure stands amidst the chaotic battlefield, radiating an aura of destructive power. From a distance, Taehyung lets out a silent scream. In despair, he realizes his body is paralyzed by an irresistible force as Harad walks through the sea of fire he created. Completely in control of the situation, he stops. His blazing golden eyes scan the battlefield with smug satisfaction, a cruel and curious smile appearing on Harad's face. When he spots a familiar opponent, Harad's eyes flash with amusement as he recognizes his foe, Yakna Lotbrok. He is being protected by Ragnar, who grinds his teeth, his eyes filled with indignation and astonishment at Harad's appearance. Harad bares his sharp teeth, mocking the decline of his old rival. Harad's taunt evokes the image of Ragnar Lodbrok in his prime, a legendary warrior. A proud Viking on the front lines. Back in the present, Ragnar pants in exhaustion, forced to endure his enemy's false pity. Taehyung's eyes flash with steely determination. He realizes he must act to create an escape route for his comrades. The stunned warrior Busu and Taehyung both grind their teeth, regaining their fighting spirit in the face of the dire situation. With everything hanging by a thread, a burst of blue energy erupts. From the ground, the eyes of a stone creature begin to glow brightly. A giant monster boar has summoned, its stone body enveloped in a magical aura. Harad turns, his eyes shining with interest as he faces the new threat. The monster boar lets out a wordless roar. Blue energy radiates intensely from its body as it charges forward, its massive form ready to crush Harad. Harad faces the monster boar's attack head-on. A battle between two colossal forces is about to begin. With a fierce expression, Ragnar shouts a desperate command, urging his comrades to flee. Elsewhere, Breki is seen screaming in pain and despair, his face bruised and battered. A warrior shouts Ragnar's name as a giant griffin swoops down from the sky. Ragnar turns back. A confident yet bitter smile flashes across his lips. Taehyung's gauntleted hand, covered in blue magic tattoos, reaches out in desperation. Taehyung rushes forward with a panicked expression, trying to hold his comrade back. Ragnar glances over. A flicker of surprise and admiration shines in his eyes at Taehyung's action. Rushing forward to join the fight and protect Breki, Taehyung uses all his strength to push the other warrior back, signaling for him to get to safety. Taehyung turns to look at Ragnar, worry and questions clear on his face. Ragnar faces an unseen enemy, but his gaze does not waver, showing only steely resolve. Ragnar's eyes flash as he prepares to unleash his full hidden power. Blood drips from an old scar as an aura of power explodes around Ragnar, heralding an imminent transformation. The image of a great invincible king sitting on a throne appears. This is the legend of Ragnar Lodbrok. In a sea of fire, Ragnar appears with blazing golden hair and golden armor. The power of the ancient Viking king awakens. The face of the saga, Ragnar Lodbrok, appears, his blue eyes glowing with the power of a legend. At the same time, Taehyung's monster boar confronts Harad. The red-haired enemy Harad clenched his fist as terrifying crimson lightning gathered around his arm. A horrific explosion erupted as Harad's punch collided head-on with the monster boar. With overwhelming power, Harad sent the giant creature reeling, causing it to shatter into pieces. The monster boar's crystal tusk flew out and embedded itself in the ground, a sign of defeat. Harad stood tall on the battlefield, looking down at the fragments of the enemy he had just vanquished. Harad's eyes flashed with cruelty and amusement as he reveled in his own power. Harad swung his arm with a sinister smile, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in his way. Harad gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire as he stared at the figure of Cuchulainn standing tall amidst the desolation in the form of Ragnar Lothbrok. Cuchulainn unleashed a brilliant golden aura. His hair blazed like the sun. Harad narrowed his eyes, a glint of amusement, flashing in his single golden eye. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile spread across Harad's face as he found a worthy opponent. He let out a challenging roar and charged straight towards Cuchulainn with tempestuous force. Harad swung his fist down, making a wordless declaration that this was the battle he had always longed for. Harad's fist collided with Cuchulainn's attack. His excitement peaked as he felt his opponent's power. In the sky, the griffin carrying the blue-haired warrior Rial lurched violently, and he was thrown off by the shockwave from the ground. From a safe distance, Tiraholi watched in horror at the confrontation of unimaginable power. Tiraholi's eyes filled with worry as he silently called Ragnar's name in desperation. Harad charged forward with terrifying speed, determined to take the Viking king's head as a tribute for his master. Cuchulainn realized his body could not hold out much longer. His expression turned cold and resolute. A massive wave of energy tore up the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. In just a single moment, the two warriors exchanged countless deadly blows, creating a fiery shockwave. The shockwaves from the battle spread out, forcing the Viking warriors to struggle to hold their ground. Sensing the mortal danger, a white-haired warrior signaled for his comrades to retreat even further. Cuchulainn gritted his teeth, enduring. Realizing he had reached his limit and had to end the fight with a single blow, he tightened his fist, pouring all his remaining strength into it. The two warriors once again charged at each other in a final life-or-death confrontation. Cuchulainn swung his sword with all his might, creating a brilliant golden arc that slashed through the air. Harad's eyes widened, focusing intently on the approaching blade. With a lightning-fast movement, Harad twisted his body, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. Cuchulainn was stunned, unable to believe his opponent had dodged his all-out attack. The force from Harad's counterattack sent a huge chunk of earth and rock flying into the air. Harad channeled crimson energy into his fist, baring his sharp teeth in a smug grin as he prepared to launch his own attack. He unleashed an incredibly powerful energy punch, sending Cuchulainn flying back through the air. Cuchulainn used his sword to block a massive oncoming energy sphere. His eyes widened in shock. In a moment of horrifying realization, Cuchulainn realized Harad's attack was not aimed at him. The Viking warriors behind him screamed in panic, pushing and shoving to escape as they realized they were the true targets. Harald shot Cuchulainn a challenging look, a silent question about what the Viking king would choose next to protect his people. The Viking warriors were forced to turn back to the fight, desperately raising their axes and shields with a silent roar. Cuchulainn erupted with golden energy, his hair shining as bright as the sun, while a destructive torrent of red and black energy swept through the enemy ranks. Chaos spread through the Viking warriors as the dark energy enveloped the soldiers. Their faces showed utter terror as they were consumed, while Cuchulainn braced himself, his body tensing up. He took the full force of the attack to shield his comrades with rage and determination etched onto his face. He gritted his teeth, mustering all his remaining strength and abandoning his own attack as he slammed his sword into the ground. He created one last barrier as his Viking warriors stared at his back. His golden hair had faded, and they screamed his name in desperation, Ragnar Harald. He made a gesture part taunt and part acknowledgement of the sacrifice made by the man who could have defeated him, if not for the need to protect his people. The transformation ended. Cuchulainn returned to his normal form, gritting his teeth against the pain and exhaustion as Harald loomed over the kneeling king. A shadow of defeat fell over the Viking king. Sweat poured down Cuchulainn's temples as he panted heavily. Completely drained of strength, he looked up, a bitter and resigned smile on his chapped lips, as the exhausted Cuchulainn mumbled. It was a weak reproach to the very people he had risked his life to protect. Harald frowned. Annoyed and confused by the whispers of his defeated opponent, Harald suddenly looked up. His attention was drawn to a dark messenger that had just streaked across the sky from the horizon. Taehyung and the moss-green-haired warrior charged in on a magical beast, their eyes blazing with determination. The moss-green-haired warrior let out a silent roar, a declaration of war on his face. His face was taut with fury and the will for revenge. From above, a storm of lightning shaped like a bird of prey descended upon the moss-green-haired warrior who braced himself to receive it. With a determined roar, he channeled all the lightning energy into his warhammer, causing it to glow with a blinding blue light. The moss-green-haired warrior poured all his strength into the attack, swinging a massive arc of blue light directly at Harald. Harald raised his armored arm, blocking the lightning attack with incredible strength as the moss-green-haired warrior roared a command. He urged his comrade to exploit the opening he had just created. Harald gritted his teeth. Bracing against the immense pressure of the attack, Harald was distracted for an instant as a black magic bird shot past him, creating an opportunity. Seizing the moment, a spear of brilliant yellow energy shot forward with terrifying speed from Taehyung. With his eyes glowing and a magic circle before him, Taehyung unleashed his full power. Both Taehyung and Harald roared. As the two opposing energies were about to collide, Harold was pushed back by an invisible force, unable to react to the surprise attack. Taehyung's golden energy was completely overwhelming, shooting straight for Harold as his punch unleashed a destructive beam of energy. His fist became the epicenter of the energy storm, and a cataclysmic explosion erupted where Harold stood. From a distance, Cuchulainn screamed Taehyung's name. His face showed horror and helplessness. Amidst the smoke and dust, Taehyung and Harold faced off. The battle was not yet over. Harat flashed a brutal smile as his body erupted with a dark red energy to counterattack. A giant hand of red energy snatched Taehyung from midair. Harat effortlessly intercepted Taehyung's attack. His power was completely overwhelming. A victorious glint appeared in Harat's eyes as he seized the upper hand. Taehyung screamed in agony as he was slammed violently into the ground. His body's impact created a second, even larger explosion. Cuchulainn screamed Taehyung's name in despair, his face contorted with worry for his comrade amidst the rubble. Taehyung panted heavily, his body tense from the attack. A faint glimmer of hope shone in his bright blue eyes. He believed the attack had worked, but from within the cloud of smoke and dust, Harat's colossal figure emerged. Towering and without a single scratch, Harat bared his teeth in a brutal grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As he acknowledged his opponent's strength, cold sweat broke out on Taehyung's forehead, and his hope flickered out. As he realized his desperate situation. Witnessing this, Cuchulainn let out a low growl. He signaled to his warriors that they must risk their lives to help Taehyung. A Viking pointed to Cuchulainn's heavily injured back, a silent warning of his exhaustion, when suddenly a burly axe-wielding warrior dove down from above. He landed right beside the exhausted Taehyung, who recognized his comrade Brocki, the one who had vowed to fight alongside him. Brocki gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination, asserting that there was no retreat and only attack now that there were two warriors. Harat let out a satisfied roar as dark red energy surged from his body, enveloping him completely. It transformed him into an incarnation of destruction, with fiery hair and a devilish smile. In response, Taehyung and the blue-haired warrior activated their powers at the same time. Their saga's blue lightning erupted around both of them, as the blue-haired warrior charged forward, swinging a hammer imbued with lightning energy at Harat. At the same time, Cuchulainn also roared, unleashing his own golden aura, preparing for a final assault. From above, Taehyung shot down like a black arrow from a manhwa bird, aiming straight for Harat. A swan-like entity with fiery red hair also appeared in midair, its cry echoing Taehyung's name as Harat stood his ground. He raised one hand effortlessly, blocking Taehyung's attack and scorning his effort. On the ground, Cuchulainn lay motionless among the rubble. Blood stained his armor red, his white hair fanned out on the ground, and the arm with the magic tattoo hung limp and powerless. Harat looked at the heavily injured Taehyung with contempt. A cruel, unspoken farewell was uttered without a hint of hesitation. Harat lunged forward, delivering the finishing blow with terrifying speed. Taehyung was sent flying like a puppet, with its strings cut, his body soaring through the air. Before the opponent's overwhelming power, a swan-like creature streaked across the crimson sky, its desperate call echoing. Its cry of Taehyung's name echoed across the desolate battlefield. For a moment, Taehyung's consciousness drifted into an endless star-filled void. He looked around bewildered as horror began to dawn in his eyes. As he stared at his own hands, wondering if this was truly death, a calm voice resounded from behind. It reassured Taehyung that if he could think, he wasn't dead yet. Taehyung whipped around. Recognition and astonishment washed over his face as he confronted the speaker. Meanwhile, back in reality, Hedda clutched Taehyung's motionless body amidst the rubble, her desperate calls lost as her eyes filled with tears. Hedda looked down at Taehyung's bloodied face, begging him not to give up on life. As back in his consciousness, Taehyung recognized a figure floating before him. It was Cuchulainn. A soul fragment of Cuchulainn looked at Taehyung with a firm gaze, confirming that he was one of the remaining parts of his soul. Taehyung was stunned by Cuchulainn's declaration that from now on, he would be his guiding master, as Cuchulainn's spirit explained. He explained that because the weapon Gaibolg had acknowledged Taehyung, he also chose to acknowledge him. In the real world, in a final act of sacrifice, Hedda bit into a brilliant golden apple ready to transfer the secret of Ariel. With an urgent look in her eyes, she gave Taehyung one final mission to collect the 10 remaining fragments of Gaibolg. She rested her head on him, whispering her last words. She asked him to complete Gaibolg and search for her master. Taehyung's hand twitched as a new power seemed to flow into his body. An invisible promise of support was made. Hedda looked up in utter astonishment, witnessing Taehyung being chosen as Ariel's successor. With his last breath, Taehyung tried to call Hedda's name, but his words were drowned in blood. Not far away, Harad stood up, his red hair flaring like a vivid flame. He held his head high, the power of a victor radiating from his body, his glowing golden eyes looking down upon the battlefield. A shadow entity named Abao appeared, urging Harad to quickly collect the 10 fragments and leave, as too much time had been wasted. Harad looked annoyed by Abao's urging, but agreed to retrieve the fragments. As Harad turned to walk away, a resilient figure struggled to rise from the rubble behind him. Harad paused. He glanced over his shoulder with a hint of amusement at the persistence of his opponent Cuchulainn, who went by the alias Ragnar. His body was covered in injuries, but his gaze was unwavering as he stood firm facing Harad, refusing to fall on the fiery battlefield. Hedda screamed in despair as Taehyung, despite his severe injuries, staggered to his feet, tears streaming down her face. Heda was in utter anguish at the thought of losing her precious comrade, but Taehyung's back radiated an iron-willed determination. He would not let Ragnar die, and he himself would not fall. He looked back. A determined smile appeared on his grimy face, a silent promise that he would return leaving Heda stunned and in tears. Taehyung tightened his grip on his sword hilt, azure energy flaring from his magically tattooed arm to protect his comrades behind him. Taehyung faced the enemy head-on, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. From a low angle, Cuchulain's figure seemed small before Harad. Even Cuchulain, who was struggling to his feet while Harad unleashed a lightning attack on the cliff, turned in astonishment to see Taehyung charging forward. Harad seemed amused by the unexpected challenge, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Despite the power gap, Taehyung charged in to attack. His body erupted with blue lightning energy. Harad roared a challenge as his own body flared with dark energy. Showing his intent to finish Taehyung, Harad's fist enveloped in deadly red energy shot forward with destructive power. Taehyung was pushed back by the terrifying power of the attack, his body engulfed in a stream of blue energy. From a distance, two figures, one large and one small, clashed in a blinding explosion of light. Harad's face showed utter surprise as his attack was blocked. Taehyung gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes shining with unshakable resolve as he was enveloped in red energy. Taehyung strains against the immense pressure from his opponent as Harad throws another punch, dark energy swirling more fiercely. Taehyung is sent flying into the air by the force of the attack, and Harad watches with a smug expression. Convinced his opponent is finished, Harad's fist still smokes from the attack as cracks start to form on Taehyung. His whole body erupts in crimson flames as Harad lunges forward to deliver the finishing blow, swinging a powerful attack straight at Taehyung. Harad's attack clashes violently with Taehyung's weapon, creating a terrifying shockwave as Harad erupts in an aura of red fire. Standing tall over the fallen Taehyung, the giant roars in rage, staring in disbelief at the wound on his body. From the ground, Taehyung looks up, his eyes filled with defiance, making Harad wonder about the nature of his foe. Blood streams down his face, but Taehyung's brilliant blue eyes still shine with an unshakable will. Harad points at Taehyung in disbelief, unable to accept that such a critical wound came from a warrior who seemed so much weaker. Taehyung grits his teeth, looking down at his paralyzed right arm. Realizing the price he paid for that last attack, a purple shadowy entity appears and issues a psychic command. It orders Harad to retreat to avoid wasting more time. Harad turns away, his blazing golden eyes narrowing. Decisively rejecting the command, the giant tenses, determined to destroy Taehyung at all costs to eliminate this potential threat. Sensing his opponent's intent, Taehyung glances at his injured arm. He wonders if he can land one more blow. The shadowy entity accepts Harad's decision and prepares to transfer its power to him. Purple energy surges from the shadowy entity, merging into Harad's body to grant him power as he absorbs the new energy flow. His body is now wreathed in both red fire and purple lightning. The gazes of Cuchulain and Taehyung meet. Both are battered but share an ironclad resolve. Harad flexes his empowered hand, declaring the start of round 2 of their life-and-death battle with Taehyung Lee. Sensing his opponent's energy has been fully restored, a look of utter astonishment crosses his face. From a distance, a blue-haired female warrior rushes in, her cry of Taehyung's name echoing across the battlefield. Shortly after, Heda joins the fray alongside the blue-haired warrior. Seeing his comrades arrive, determined to fight with him, a grateful yet defiant smile spreads across Taehyung's lips. The shadowy entity laughs with glee, savoring the chaos and the dramatic confrontation it had hoped for. Taehyung looks up, his eyes glowing with energy, while below, Cuchulain takes an attack stance with his battle axe. To end the battle, Taehyung and Cuchulain together face the empowered Harad. Harad unleashes his full power, creating a destructive vortex of purple energy aimed directly at the two warriors. Despite the danger, Taehyung and Cuchulain charge directly into the eye of the storm, determined to land one final blow. An inhuman roar erupts from the dark entity, a vow to incinerate everything in its path. A fierce wave of dark energy pushes back Taehyung and Heda. The two struggle against the incredible heat and pressure from the enemy, which paralyzes Taehyung, his body frozen and unable to move. In its demonic form, it roars a wordless threat, targeting Taehyung as its first victim. With terrifying speed, Harad lunges to attack both Taehyung and Cuchulain, at the same time, his power completely overwhelming. Just as Harad's attack was about to land, a brilliant blue bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, intercepting the assault. The two opposing energies collided, creating a terrifying explosion of light as Harad staggered back. His grotesque face showed clear surprise at the unexpected intervention as Taehyung's eyes widened. He stared in shock toward the source of the power that had just saved his life. Amidst the lingering sparks, the figure of a burly hammer-wielding warrior stood protectively in front of Taehyung. That warrior turned to look at Taehyung with a reassuring gaze, a silent apology for being late. Taehyung was stunned, confusion written all over his face as he recognized this giant of a man. Not only did he know his name, but he was also the god of thunder. Thor turned back to face the battlefield, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dark territory. Then he raised his hammer high, determined to shatter it. He channeled energy into the hammer, creating a ferocious whirlwind of lightning. The dark sky was torn asunder. Heda and the blue-haired warrior looked up with expressions of awe and relief. The blue-haired warrior cried out in joy upon recognizing his father, while Taehyung could only stare in amazement at that divine power. Thor threw a confident look over his shoulder, signaling for his comrades to fall back. Foreshadowing the fierce battle to come before Hera could even react, Thor lunged forward with the speed of a lightning bolt. His hammer smashed straight into the enemy's face. The thunderous blow sent Hera flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Thor didn't stop. He transformed into a streak of blue light, chasing after him to end the fight. In midair, Thor gripped his lightning hammer, preparing for a final attack. Thor's figure loomed in the sky, his hammer brimming with energy aimed straight at the helpless Hera on the ground below. The hammer descended with the full might of the thunder, colliding with the ground in a blinding explosion. The earth shattered under the power of the thunder god. Only a deep crater and flickering bolts of lightning remained. Cheers of Thor's name echoed across the battlefield as a bolt of lightning struck down. To protect everyone from the coming battle, Cuchulainn raised his hand, ordering the warriors to fall back with a grave expression. Hera gently supported Taehyung, her resolute gaze conveying to him her faith in Thor's victory. Watching the battle on a whole other level, an ironclad determination appeared on Taehyung's dirt-stained face. Struck by the second surprise attack, Hera crashed to the ground in the middle of a deep crater. Hera looked up, his smugness turning to shock and fury. He realized the one who had just attacked him was Thor. From above, Thor descended, his razor-sharp gaze locked onto Hera. The dark energy erupted even more fiercely around Hera as he roared in defiance. Thor paused. His eyes glinted with surprise as a cloud of black smoke suddenly enveloped his foe. Without hesitation, Thor charged straight into the dark smoke to confront the enemy. Inside the smoke, Hera roared in anger. He questioned an unseen force named Avon about this intervention. The shadowy entity Avon appeared, offering a silent warning that Hera could not win, and offered to cover his retreat. Hera gritted his teeth. The grinding sound filled the air as his fury warred with Avon's cautious advice. Casting aside all hesitation, Hera clenched his fist and a blazing red energy erupted from his arm, signaling his decision amidst the dissipating smoke. Thor stood firm, observing his opponent with a deadly calm, his eyes flashing as he realized Hera had chosen to fight to the death rather than flee. The two opponents faced each other in a chaotic maelstrom of dark lightning, preparing for their final clash. Hera roared, dismissing Avau's advice and asserting his identity as a warrior. Never backing down, he turned his back on the path of escape, holding his head high in defiance. As Thor hovered in the fiery sky, Hera let out a crazed roar and looked up to the heavens. He begged his king to witness his deathmatch against the god of thunder, as a confident smirk crossed Thor's lips, accepting the challenge. Thor raised his warhammer high and pure blue lightning gathered, forming a storm of energy. Hera's dark energy was repelled and consumed by Thor's overwhelming power. From high above, Thor unleashed a devastating lightning strike. It engulfed Hera in a blinding blue light as Thor's lightning energy and Hera's dark power clashed in a mighty confrontation. A blinding explosion of light engulfed the battlefield, forcing the warriors below to cry out as the entire army shielded their eyes from its intensity. Unable to withstand the force, the ground cracked and smoked from the aftershock of the terrifying clash. As the dust settled, Thor stood firm, facing the weakening Hera, his gaze sharp and calm. Exuding the confidence of a war god whose victory was assured, Thor turned his back on his disintegrating opponent. He gave one last look back, a silent acknowledgement of Hera's courage as Hera's body crumbled into stone fragments. Ending the giant's existence, Thor strode away from the desolate battlefield, his shadow stretching long in the twilight. He walked past a giant blue crystal sword left on the ground and summoned his warhammer. It flew into his hand in a streak of blue lightning. He swung the hammer and brought a lightning strike down upon the crystal sword. Guardian Hedda and Kuchu watched in astonishment as the fragments of the gambit were destroyed in a pillar of light. Kuchu furrowed his brow. He realized this was a direct order of destruction from Odin. Thor landed before his army, his cape fluttering majestically. The warriors roared their praises, calling out the name of the god of thunder and their father. Thor landed on the ground as Taehyung's group approached to greet him. The entire group bowed reverently before the god's overwhelming presence. Thor greeted Hedda and Kuchu, then turned his gaze directly to Taehyung and called his name. Taehyung was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why a god would even know of his existence. Thor simply looked at him in silence. His eyes held an understanding that was far beyond mortal comprehension. The scene faded away. The scene shifted back to a memory of Mimir delivering a grim prophecy to Odin and Thor. In the memory, Odin stared into the distance, determined to face the prophecy with a cold calculation of fate. A look of surprise and disbelief flashed in Odin's eyes as he noticed an unexpected change. Thor stood beside Odin. He was also stunned by the new information, an event that seemed to defy even the oldest prophecies. Odin was deep in thought. He confirmed with his son the change in a fateful number. Odin's expression grew worried as he realized that for the first time the number had decreased. Now Thor was on the battlefield. Reflecting on this small yet hopeful change in the prophecy of destruction, he turned to look at Taehyung. His eyes showed recognition and gratitude for the young man's role in this matter. To show his appreciation, Thor solemnly declared he would bestow a blessing upon Taehyung, then suddenly grabbed him and pulled his face close, causing the young man to freeze in shock and panic. A flash of blue energy erupted from Thor's hand, transferring a new power into Taehyung as the blessing was given. Taehyung breathed sighs of relief while Thor smiled and said they would meet again. Thor then turned back to face the warriors. He signaled that he had to leave as others were in need of his help. Cuchulainn stepped forward. On behalf of the warriors, he bowed to thank Thor for his help, and the god returned the gesture with respect. Thor turned his cape fluttering. Preparing to leave the battlefield, Thor rallied the warriors with a resounding shout to meet him again at the outpost for Asgard and the Nine Realms. The god of thunder shot up into the sky, leaving behind a brilliant aura and the admiration of the army. Below, the scene shifts to Taehyung's quarters, a peaceful place to recover from the battle. A wooden sign engraved with ancient runes stood guard outside. It marked the warriors' territory. Inside the stable, Ikaron the griffin, Taehyung's mount, was curled up fast asleep in the house. Hedda looked at Taehyung with concern, reminding him that even with the golden apples, he still needed to rest. She sternly pointed her finger, ordering Taehyung to get complete rest and to postpone his search. Taehyung, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and agreed. But then he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. Mustering all his courage, Taehyung looked directly at Hedda and asked her out. Hedda was completely stunned. Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed at the unexpected proposal. The scene opens to the port of the city of Anaheim, where Taehyung and Hedda were rowing a small boat together on the sea. On the boat, Hedda turned and asked Cuchulainn, the man using the alias Ragnar. She asked if he was coming with them into the city. Cuchulainn smiled, signaling that he was only escorting them to the gate. He implied they needed some private time to enjoy Anaheim. Taehyung looked slightly worried upon hearing Cuchulainn's implication while looking at the city map. Their boat docked at the vast and bustling port of Anaheim under the bright sun. On the pier, Cuchulainn raised his hand to wave goodbye. He wished Taehyung and Hedda a good day before leaving. With only the two of them left, Taehyung immediately blushed, his eyes darting around, unsure of what to do. He was stunned by Hedda's beauty and her casual clothes, a completely different sight from when she wore her armor. An awkward silence fell as the two stood side by side, neither knowing where to start. Taehyung turned away, raising a hand to his mouth to hide his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hedda, also flustered, glanced away in another direction. To break the atmosphere, Taehyung stammered something nonsensical about the weather. He immediately cursed himself for his foolishness. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out Taehyung's name from behind. Interrupting his train of thought, Taehyung flinched and turned around, a surprised expression on his face as he recognized the voice. Ciri appeared with a mischievous smile, waving at them. Beside her, a green-haired warrior was standing at attention. She cheerfully greeted both Hedda and Taehyung, who was still bewildered by this sudden appearance. The green-haired warrior pointed at himself in confusion. He was trying to get their attention, feeling ignored. A noisy crowd of warriors led by Bjorn and Braki appeared. They rushed forward to envelop Taehyung in a boisterous greeting. Rolf eyed the green-haired warrior with a scrutinizing look, as if questioning him about a missed promise. The green-haired warrior frantically waved his hands to explain, while Ciri just stood by indifferently as the other warriors threw their arms around each other, cheering that they were going to have a blast. Leaving Taehyung to watch with a look of resignation, Ciri grabbed the green-haired warrior's hand and dragged him away, despite his loud protests that he wanted to stay. Finally alone again, Taehyung and Hedda looked at each other and burst out laughing at the recent chaos. Together, they dove into the bustling market of Anaheim, beginning their real date. To blend in, Hedda cheerfully put on a straw hat. Meanwhile, Taehyung wore a pair of goofy sunglasses. Over at an amusement park, Ciri and the green-haired warrior and their other friends were excitedly joining a shooting game. Hedda jumped in fright when a sea monster, a giant one with jagged teeth and a brightly glowing lure, suddenly appeared in front of her. Inside an aquarium tunnel, Taehyung and Hedda gazed in awe at the ocean world surrounding them. Back out in the bustling market, Hedda happily tried on her new straw hat, while Ciri and the green-haired warrior were enjoying some food in the background. A roller coaster shaped like a Viking dragon ship was pulled to the top of a vertical track. Ciri braced for the plunge. A panoramic view revealed the towering Viking roller coaster in the middle of the amusement park. On the ride, Taehyung and Hedda screamed with absolute exhilaration. Ciri grinned mischievously while the green-haired warrior screamed in absolute terror. The sky turned to a brilliant sunset, signaling that the day of fun was coming to an end. After the ride, the group walked together with Taehyung still buzzing with excitement. The green-haired warrior, however, looked pale and exhausted. From high above, Cuchulainn silently observed Taehyung's group as they had fun below. A satisfied smile played on the lips of the unseen protector. A discreet smile formed on Cuchulainn's lips as he saw those he protected enjoying a moment of peace. At that same moment, an elderly man wrapped in a cloak suddenly appeared beside Cuchulainn. He was casually holding a sandwich. Cuchulainn was startled, his entire body tensing up. He realized he hadn't sensed the man's presence at all. The elderly man calmly took a bite of his sandwich. His eye, hidden behind a patch, signaled to Cuchulainn that he knew his true identity. Cuchulainn regained his composure. His gaze questioned the strange man's purpose for being there, especially his interest in Taehyung. The elderly man, Odin, explained that sometimes he preferred to witness the world for himself instead of relying on his messengers. Cuchulainn broke into a cold sweat, trying to carefully choose his words in the face of Odin's wisdom and power. Odin continued to casually enjoy his meal, chewing with relish. His calmness only added to the invisible pressure on Cuchulainn. After complimenting the food, Odin announced his intention to leave. This prompted Cuchulainn to ask why. Odin confirmed that he had other matters to attend to. He implied this visit was just part of a larger plan. Before leaving, Odin issued a solemn warning. The air grew heavy as he signaled an impending war. A giant black raven took off, soaring into the sky. Cuchulainn was left standing alone on the balcony, watching the creature disappear. He then gazed toward the sunset, his face etched with deep concern about the gods' interference in the world. Returning to the group, the moss-green-haired warrior happily showed off a cat-shaped souvenir that they had just won. Taehyung and Siri laughed brightly together, enjoying sweet cotton candy, ending a day full of joy. 2 days after returning from Anaheim, Taehyung and Siri began their training in the forest. Under the supervision of Kuchulain, Siri, now his disciple, stood next to Taehyung with a determined expression, ready to face the challenge. To demonstrate, Kuchulain released a brilliant golden stream of energy, his power blanketing the entire forest. He looked directly at his 2 students, his gaze wordlessly conveying the pinnacle of power they must aspire to reach and surpass. Taehyung was completely stunned, his eyes wide at the display of unbelievable power from a mythical grade saga. Siri looked at Kuchulain with an adoring gaze. Meanwhile, Taehyung glanced at her with a hint of jealous annoyance. To vent, he turned and poked the bewildered Roth on the head, leaving the guy confused about what was happening. Time passed, and 3 months flew by in the training forest. Night fell on a wooden cabin, signaling that another day of grueling training had ended. On the nightstand, the sunglasses from the Anaheim trip lay like a memento. Taehyung was fast asleep, drooling from exhaustion. After months of relentless training, he was sprawled out on the bed, his sword placed carefully on a nearby table. Suddenly, Taehyung's sword glowed with a mystical blue light, awakening a deep connection within the darkness of his consciousness. Kuchulain, with long hair and in legendary warrior attire, appeared before Taehyung. Taehyung was startled, breaking out in a sweat as he recognized the warrior in a completely different form. Kuchulain reassured Taehyung. He explained that they were not in a dream, but inside Taehyung's own consciousness. He then revealed the purpose of their meeting. To pass on his legacy, Taehyung must find the lost memory fragments along with the spear Gaebolg. An image appeared in his mind showing the spear Gaebolg shattered into 4 pieces. Kuchulain looked directly at Taehyung, announcing that he had just remembered the location of one fragment. Hope sparked as Taehyung leaned forward, eager for the answer. Kuchulain revealed the location: Svartalfheim, the kingdom of the dark elves deep within the forest of shadows. He continued describing that the path beyond the forest was a desolate gray wasteland. Kuchulain explained that there, Taehyung would find the temporary base of the Red Branch Order to which he once belonged. A brief vision showed the surviving warriors of the Order marching across the cold wasteland, the ones who had built their base there, after everything had collapsed. Back in the mental space, Kuchulain explained that he had placed a teleportation spell on the fragment of Gaebolg as a precautionary measure. Taehyung realized the magnitude of the mission ahead, his heart pounding with excitement. With a solemn expression, Kuchulain officially gave Taehyung the quest to find the remaining fragments of Gaebolg, and also his master Skathhawk. Kuchulain declared he would bestow the power of Eryu upon Taehyung, his chosen successor. He gently placed his hands on Taehyung's cheeks as Taehyung prepared for the succession ritual. Kuchulain placed a solemn kiss on Taehyung's forehead as a stream of blue energy enveloped them both, sending a violent shockwave through Taehyung's mind. Thrown back to reality, Taehyung shot up in bed, screaming in panic as he gasped for air. Drenched in sweat and still reeling from the intense spiritual experience, Taehyung sat silently on his bed. Trying to compose himself in the quiet wooden room, Taehyung got dressed and headed downstairs to start the new day. Outside, a cheerful red-haired Valkyrie and Ragnar were waiting. The girl greeted him happily and commented on his lack of sleep. Taehyung awkwardly covered his face with his hand, trying to explain that he'd just had a sudden nightmare. An illusion of Kuchulain appeared with an annoyed expression, visible only to Taehyung, who flinched in surprise. Seeing the spiritual form of his master floating before him, he let out a sharp cry. He pointed at the invisible specter in absolute terror, startling the other two. Taehyung desperately tried to point out the ghostly presence that only he could see, as the red-haired Valkyrie and Ragnar exchanged glances. Completely bewildered by Taehyung's strange behavior, Ragnar and the red-haired Valkyrie whispered to each other, worried that the training had been too harsh and affected Taehyung's mind. The illusion of Kuchulain smirked mischievously, challenging Taehyung to explain the situation to his bewildered companions. Some time passed as Taehyung tried to explain everything to the other two. After a moment, Taehyung finished his explanation before Ragnar and the red-haired Valkyrie. The red-haired Valkyrie blushed, cupping her cheeks with both hands in utter admiration. Upon learning Taehyung was Ariel's successor, Ragnar remained composed, signaling for the red-haired girl not to get overly excited. He reminded them that the mission to collect the 10 fragments of Gaebolg had only just begun. The red-haired Valkyrie looked at Ragnar, who had his sword slung over his shoulder, and made a suggestive comment about his own excitement. A subtle but amused smile flashed across Ragnar's face. Taehyung admitted that the upcoming mission was indeed something to look forward to. Ragnar then steered the conversation back on track. He signaled for Taehyung to focus on explaining the Gaebolg quest to the red-haired Valkyrie. Taehyung agreed decisively. Meanwhile, the illusion of Kuchulain appeared beside him with an eager expression, also nodding in agreement. The scene shifts to the desolate gray lands of Spartacus, a frozen world buried under relentless snowfall. The sturdy boots of the traveler trudged through the deep snow, beginning a journey across the harsh landscape. Taehyung and Siri, now clad in heavy winter gear, pushed forward through the blizzard. He sincerely expressed his gratitude for accompanying him on this mission. Ciri replied that she was only doing it to repay her debt to Taehyung's master. And now it was time to get serious. A pinkish-purple magical energy erupted around Ciri as she closed her eyes. Beginning to activate her hidden power, Ciri unleashed her Saga World Witch, her body becoming enveloped in a brilliant aura. She exuded an aura of immense power. Taehyung watched the spectacle with unconcealed awe and admiration. Taehyung proudly declared that his own saga had also been enhanced, and a giant magical wolf, radiating a divine aura, appeared behind him. Accepting the beast's unspoken offer, Taehyung prepared to jump onto its back to speed up the journey. Riding the magic wolf, he shot off like a streak of golden light through the white snowy land. Guided by the glowing fragment of gay bulg in his hand, Taehyung urged his companion to keep moving forward, and the wolf accelerated. It became a blur, streaking towards the horizon. Their journey continued through the hazy, snow-capped mountains. Taehyung and Ciri finally arrived at an ancient fortress nestled among the majestic snow-capped mountains. They both came to a halt when Taehyung noticed the fragment in his hand had stopped vibrating, indicating they were very close to their target. The illusion of Cuchulainn materialized. He announced that he would lead them from here and show them a secret entrance. They proceeded into a vast cavern. In the center was an underground lake that gave off a mystical blue glow. Both of them stepped into a circular stone chamber where the air grew heavy. Taehyung and Ciri looked around in confusion and disappointment, realizing they had walked into a dead end with no way out. A small spirit version of Ciri pointed at a stone wall and motioned for Taehyung. Taehyung complied, focusing as he pressed his forehead to the spot Ciri had indicated on the rock wall. He stepped back, looking at his hands with a puzzled expression as nothing happened. Suddenly, a stone gate opened, revealing a dark, deep passageway. Spirit Ciri eagerly urged him to go on while Taehyung gave her a slightly weary look. Without hesitation, they both entered this darkness of the ancient tomb. They ventured deeper into a vast space where an ancient altar loomed dimly in the distance to light the way. Taehyung now focused energy into the tattoo on his arm. A brilliant orb of light flared to life in his palm. Dispelling the darkness, they pressed on Taehyung's orb of light, guiding them through the gloomy cavern. The two of them moved forward. Their shadows stretched long across the stone floor as they stopped before a massive empty stone altar. Taehyung and Ciri stood before it. The mood soured with disappointment. Taehyung stared at the empty altar, his expression a mix of confusion and deflation. Spirit Ciri flew closer to Taehyung, motioning for him to place his hand on the altar. Taehyung hesitantly extended his hand. Preparing to touch the cold stone surface, he placed his hand on the altar, and it instantly erupted with an intense light. Taehyung was engulfed by a blinding golden light that erupted from the altar as the scenery around him faded away. It plunged Taehyung into a spiritual space swirling like a golden liquid. A majestic female figure with purple hair slowly materialized before Taehyung. He was stunned to recognize the powerful woman floating in front of him. It was Scarlet. The ghost of Cuchulainn appeared behind Taehyung, a testament to their connection. Scarlet looked at Taehyung with pride in her eyes. She introduced Cuchulainn as her finest student. The spiritual landscape changed to a desolate wasteland as Scarlet began to tell the story of the day Eryu and the land of darkness were destroyed. A vision opened up showing Cuchulainn desperately reaching out as he was swallowed by a chaotic stream of time. After wandering aimlessly, Cuchulainn eventually arrived at an ancient tomb, his hand resting on a stone sarcophagus. Realizing he was too late, he collapsed, sobbing in agony as he clutched a fragment of the spear Gaebulg. In the vision, Taehyung stood before the grieving Cuchulainn, his eyes firm as he made a decision. Scarlet looked at Taehyung with a solemn smile, her eyes conveying a promise that she would wait for him. The vision faded into motes of light, leaving Taehyung and Cuchulainn to watch on with complex expressions. Cuchulainn stood speechless, sweat pouring down his face as regret and loss became clearly visible. The warrior's grief erupted into a silent sob as he collapsed, desperately calling out his master Scathach's name. The vision ended, and Taehyung returned to reality, his expression still heavy with the gravity and sorrow of what he had just witnessed. Ciri turned to Taehyung with a worried look, and he explained that he'd just experienced a vision. As Taehyung placed his hand on the stone map, his tattoo began to glow. It created a magical map showing the way to where Scathach was holding the last fragment. Together, they ventured deeper into the catacombs. Following the guidance of the magical map, a defiant roar suddenly echoed from the darkness ahead. Putting Taehyung and Ciri on high alert, an ancient stone wall began to tremble and crack violently. The crack spread rapidly, signaling that something enormous and dangerous was about to break free from its seal. Taehyung and Ciri aimed their weapons forward, ready to face whatever would emerge, and Ciri immediately recognized the enemy. Rage ignited in her eyes as she identified them as the very beings responsible for the fall of Ariel. From within the darkness, enormous amorphous Fomorian monsters began to rise. Their bodies emitted a menacing blue glow, and Ciri realized they had been waiting for centuries for this place to be unsealed. She turned to Taehyung and ordered him not to let a single one escape. Taehyung roared in response, ordering Ciri to block the entrance to handle any who tried to flee, and she immediately agreed, dashing away. Taehyung faced the enemy, determined to show the results of his training as a blue aura of energy began to envelop him. He unleashed his power, summoning the saga of the Winter Wolf's sword. A vortex of icy energy erupted from Taehyung as he charged into the heart of the Fomorian swarm. His attack both froze and crushed the monsters. He carved a bloody path through the first wave of Fomorians, charging forward with iron determination. Enveloped in blue energy, he unleashed a powerful horizontal slash, creating a streak of azure light. It wiped out every obstacle in its path, sending one Fomorian flying back from the force of the blow. Taehyung followed up with a thunderous punch, blasting another Fomorian out of his way to clear a path. After clearing the area, Taehyung signaled he was going to Siri and rushed through the dark cavern. He headed toward his comrade. Meanwhile, Siri was in the middle of a fight, firing a red energy arrow at an enemy. Another Fomorian lunged at her from the shadows. The monster swung its sharp claws at Siri as she backed away, forcing her to grit her teeth. After narrowly dodging the attack, she raised her crossbow with a look of both anger and relief, firing a blazing red energy arrow. It shot straight toward the hovering Fomorian, but slammed into the cave wall, creating a small explosion on impact. The Fomorian dodged the fatal blow and zipped out of the cave. Siri watched helplessly as Taehyung rushed to her side, his eyes filled with concern for her safety. Taehyung glanced at the scattered Fomorian corpses, admitting the battle had been incredibly tough due to their sheer numbers. A spectral image of Kukulin appeared with an urgent look in his eyes. Seeing this, Siri urged Taehyung to hurry towards the treasure. Taehyung turned back with a surprised expression at the unexpected command, as Siri proudly led him into a giant warehouse. Siri explained that it could move on its own, using Kuchulain's spirit image magic, signaling for Taehyung to place his hand on the boat. She ordered it to shrink, and Taehyung complied, his hand emitting a blue light as he touched the boat's hull. The magic boat shrank in a brilliant flash of light, fitting neatly into Taehyung's hand under the moonlight. The Skidbladner landed on the snow with great force, and the vessel shot forward at incredible speed. It parted the snow like waves across a frozen mountain range, as Kuchulain's spirit image appeared, informing Taehyung that Skathak was in need of Velir. He ordered him to prepare for battle, and with a wordless command from Kuchulain, the entire group accelerated. Meanwhile, their faces shining with determination, Taehyung and Siri charged straight ahead on the Skidbladner, their destination, the distant kingdom of Nidavellir. In a giant cavernous hall, an army of monsters stood guard before a throne, as a messenger in glowing green armor walked past a line of 5 monsters. Entering the main hall, the messenger knelt before the king of Nidavellir, a gray-skinned ruler seated upon the throne. The king of Nidavellir smirked, signaling for the messenger to report on Skathak's whereabouts, as the messenger bowed his head. He admitted that Skathak, the Witch of Shadows, had hidden herself too well, so the king of Nidavellir turned to a pool in the hall, his gaze commanding an entity hidden below. The water's surface bubbled violently, heralding a giant creature being summoned from the depths. The sea monster Admeha emerged, letting out a deafening roar before rushing off to carry out its master's command. At the same time, Taehyung's Skidbladner was still crossing the desolate, cold wasteland when Kuchulain's spirit image turned to Taehyung with an urgent expression. It explained that his master was in danger, but Taehyung seemed confused, questioning Skathak's power. Then Kuchulain began to reveal an unexpected truth, as an image of Skathak in majestic attire appeared. As Kuchulain explained that she was an educator, not a warrior, another vision appeared. The vision showed a young, arrogant Kuchulain holding a sword to Skathak's neck, forcing her to teach him. Back in the present, Taehyung broke out in a sweat over the unbelievable story, while Kuchulain's spirit image turned away in embarrassment. Seeing Taehyung muttering to himself, Siri turned back to check on him with a worried look, startling him. He quickly waved his hands and forced a smile to reassure her he was fine. Then Siri looked up at the strangely bright sky and realized they had reached the border of Nidavellir. It was the place of the White Knight phenomenon, and Taehyung also looked up, astonishment and unease clear on his face. At the surreal sight, Kuchulain's spirit image suddenly shouted a warning, pointing forward as a threat rushed towards them. In the middle of the frozen wasteland, a terrifying explosion tore through the snow's surface right in front of their vessel. From beneath the shattered ice, a colossal dark creature emerged. It sent the boat flying, throwing Taehyung and Siri off their faces, showing sheer terror and shock at the sudden attack. The creature slowly revealed itself, its body a pure white that shimmered like pristine ice. It was a giant sea dragon. With elegant and majestic features, the dragon Admeha raised its head high, its blue eyes radiating ancient power. Admeha coiled its body surrounding the vessel and blocking every escape route for Taehyung and Siri. Siri frantically screamed a warning, her face wrought with tension, her words evoking the image of the master Milbreast. The king of the Fomorians sat on his throne with a smug grin, but despite the danger, Taehyung was instead admiring Aiden Maha's beauty. This left Siri utterly speechless at his nonchalance, as a defiant smirk spread across Taehyung's face. He realized this was a real dragon, and his eyes blazed with excitement as a wordless shout rang out. Calling out to his opponent, a giant magic wolf appeared beside Taehyung, in response to the challenge, growling as it faced Aiden Maha. Taehyung stood beside the wolf, the two forming a warrior duo ready for the fight. Aiden Maha was taken aback, not expecting the appearance of such a formidable opponent. Taehyung and the magic wolf grinned mischievously in unison, taunting their opponent together. At Taehyung's command, a legion from the Shadow Saga rose from the ground in various grotesque forms, charging forward with the magic wolf. They formed a pincer movement to encircle Aiden Maha. Then Taehyung activated the Taro Saga, and both he and the magic wolf were shrouded in a lightning storm, shooting forward like an arrow. The lightning from their charge swept across the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy, while Taehyung and his wolf shot up into the sky. Facing the sea dragon head-on, Taehyung's gaze sharpened as he pointed directly at Aiden Maha and ordered a full-scale assault. In response, Aiden Manhwa opened its maw wide, gathering a brilliant blue sphere of energy as it let out an earth-shattering roar. Preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack, Taehyung shot forward with his magic wolf. Leaving a blue streak in their wake, a look of utter astonishment crossed Aiden Manhwa's face, who broke into a cold sweat upon realizing the unexpected threat. A rope was suddenly looped around its neck, causing Aiden Manhwa to let out a pained and panicked roar. Taehyung landed on the sea monster's back, tightly gripping the reins he had just created, and threw his entire body weight into pulling them taut. Determined to subdue the beast, the rope constricted around Aiden Manhwa's neck, forcing it to submit to his control. The giant sea monster was jerked back violently, its head snapping back in submission, as Taehyung stood firmly on its back. Taehyung struck a confident pose, declaring himself ready for the next challenge, as his eyes ignited with a blue flame. He realized Cansteed's Dragon Knight saga had been strengthened, giving him an absolute advantage against this foe, as blue energy exploded outwards. As Taehyung fully activated the saga, the dragon tamer officially asserted his dominance. Overwhelmed by the saga's power, Aiden Manhwa was completely subjugated, and Breast's control over it shattered, transferring to Taehyung. Taehyung confidently declared his new ownership, urging Aiden Manhwa to advance, but suddenly his expression froze. He was utterly bewildered by the sea monster's question, faltering as he realized Aiden Manhwa could speak and was female. His gaze shifted from the reins to her with an expression of sheer disbelief, as Taehyung muttered to himself. He compared Aiden Manhwa's intelligence to another creature named Zolo, his face still showing a hint of shock. Shaking off his surprise, Taehyung gave a decisive command, which only confused the panicking Aiden Manhwa even more. Aiden Manhwa desperately explained that she was bound by a conflicting curse, forced to serve two masters at once. The sea monster tried to explain the resulting conflict of commands, as Taehyung narrowed his eyes. Beginning to grasp the situation, Taehyung stroked his chin in thought, quickly analyzing Aiden Manhwa's predicament and the potential consequences of its conflicting orders. Taehyung looked directly into Aiden Manhwa's eyes. He firmly demanded it reveal how to break Press's curse. He made a sincere promise that he would be a better master and would never treat it like a slave. Aiden Manhwa was stunned by Taehyung's offer, a complex emotion flickering in its eyes. Agreeing to cooperate, Aiden Manhwa directed Taehyung to the location of the slave seal on its back. However, it also warned that it would be futile without knowing the method to break it. A glint of light flashed in Taehyung's eyes. His eyes flashed with a blue light as he focused his energy, identifying the target, the glowing scale on Aiden Manhwa's back. Taehyung located the glowing blue slave seal on Aiden Manhwa's back, his eyes filled with determination to execute his plan. He summoned one of Saga's daggers, its blade glinting in the cold air. He raised the weapon, preparing to strike. Aiden Manhwa realized his intention and showed extreme panic. Without a moment's hesitation, Taehyung plunged the dagger straight into the slave seal. Extreme horror and pain filled Aiden Manhwa's eyes as it screamed from within the Hydra's body. The blue magic chains shattered into fragments, breaking the curse. Taehyung swung his dagger decisively, completely severing the seal, as Aiden Manhwa let out a final scream. A faint warrior silhouette appeared beside Taehyung, astonished to see the slave seal so easily destroyed. His hand, enveloped in a radiant golden divine aura, was placed on Aiden Manhwa's wound, infusing it with a warm healing energy to soothe its pain. Aiden Manhwa, though now safe, still turned to glare at Taehyung with a look of annoyance, mixed with relief. With glowing eyes, Taehyung made a wordless offer, inviting Aiden Manhwa to fight side by side with him. A new stream of energy connected the two, startling Aiden Manhwa, as an unfamiliar sensation spread throughout its body. Below, a legion of shadows rose from the ground, answering the call to battle. Aiden Manhwa unleashed a powerful tail sweep. Taehyung wiped out the shadow soldiers. Suddenly, a swarm of pitch-black flying monsters dove down from the sky. Taehyung immediately summoned a crossbow, his determined gaze fixed on the enemies in the air. Energy arrows zipped from his crossbow, creating a rain of light in the sky. Aiden Manhwa coordinated perfectly, weaving and using its body to smash the flying monsters that got past the arrows. In the midst of the battle, Taehyung looked up at the sky, which was dense with enemies. His expression grew serious. Taehyung looked at Aiden Manhwa with suspicion, but the Hydra returned his gaze with indignation, as if offended by the unspoken absurd question. Aiden Manhwa glanced into the distance, its face filled with anxiety, as it foresaw the real enemy's imminent arrival. A muscular beastman warrior, Midak, appeared with a self-satisfied smirk. Surrounded by a malevolent aura, Midak demonstrated his power, controlling a horde of monsters that included wolves and winged creatures. Meanwhile, on a large airship gliding over the white snowy landscape, dark figures waited in silence. Midak stood on the ship with his arms crossed, his smug expression revealing his anticipation for an easy slaughter. He licked his lips, his red eyes glowing, flashing with bloodlust and a desire to personally finish off his enemy. Meanwhile, on the ground, the battle was raging at its fiercest. A giant stone monster shatters under Taehyung's powerful attack, and his pack of magic wolves charges into the enemy encirclement as Aiden Manhwa lets out a heaven-shaking roar. It releases a stream of icy energy from its mouth to protect Taehyung as Aiden Manhwa sweeps through with its colossal body. It crushes swarms of stone monsters and whips its powerful tail, sending another approaching enemy flying. With the ground assault stalled, Taehyung raises his crossbow to relieve the pressure from the air, shooting down the incoming flying monsters one by one. The stone monsters switch tactics, ripping up the ground and hurling rocks at Taehyung. Taehyung furrows his brow, forced to dodge the barrage of stone projectiles. realizing the enemy's change in tactics, an exhausted and heavily injured manhwa pants for breath. It looks at Taehyung with pleading eyes, urging him to retreat, but Taehyung remains silent, his gaze hardening. As he assesses the desperate situation, a wider view reveals that manhwa is completely overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by an endless sea of enemies, Taehyung's expression turns grim as sweat trickles down his face. Just as he realizes he has no other choice, a glimmer of hope flashes in his eyes as he gazes toward the horizon. In the distance, a massive army is crossing the snowy plains, charging straight for the battlefield. A valiant Viking leads the army on the back of a giant white wolf, causing Taehyung's desperate expression to transform into sheer joy and astonishment as he recognizes the commander of the reinforcements, just as Ciri suddenly appears by his side. She places a hand on Taehyung's shoulder and gives a firm command, telling him to find Scar, so Taehyung hands manhwa's reins to Ciri. In an act of complete trust, Ciri firmly grips the reins, a confident and battle-hungry smile spreading across her lips. As she prepares to charge into battle, Taehyung, enveloped in blue lightning, dashes forward. Meanwhile, as Ciri points the way from manhwa's back, an army of stone monsters with an eerie blue glow roars and charges, giving their prey no respite. Taehyung musters all his strength, leaping over obstacles on the snowy path to escape the relentless pursuit. Ahead, a cave entrance appears, and Ciri, now on Taehyung's back, is enveloped by a faint purple energy shield. Ciri urgently signals for him to charge straight into the barrier, and without a moment's hesitation, Taehyung rushes toward the energy shield. His body passes through the magical barrier with ease, leaving the chaos behind. Ciri looks determined, her gaze fixed forward. As if sensing their target is near, they find themselves inside a giant icy hall with pillars and bridges carved from pure ice. The scene is both majestic and chilling. Taehyung stops, panting from exhaustion. He is overwhelmed by the sight before him at the end of the hall, where on an ice throne, a figure sits silently in wait. It is Scar, the queen of the land of shadows, sitting on her throne with a majestic yet weary air. Taehyung whispers something to Ciri, his expression filled with concern, but Ciri simply shakes her head. Her gaze is resolute, as if to reassure him. Scar slowly opens her eyes, her piercing purple gaze focusing on the newcomer as she scrutinizes Taehyung. An unspoken question about his identity and purpose hangs in the air, and he is completely overwhelmed by her powerful aura. Taehyung places a hand on his chest and bows his head, performing the formal greeting of a warrior. Scarlet smiled softly, extending her hand in an undeniable invitation. Taehyung ascended the ice steps with resolute strides. Continuing toward the throne, she held her pose, her gaze indicating that this handshake was not a simple greeting, but a means of conveying information as their hands touched. A brilliant golden light erupted from the point of contact, flowing directly into Taehyung's mind. Taehyung was startled as images and information flooded his head. Meanwhile, Scathach closed her eyes, transmitting memories of the mighty Fomorian enemy that was approaching. Scathach's gaze upon Taehyung was filled with sympathy, but also held a plea, placing all her trust and burden on the shoulders of her successor. The scene of the great ice hall dissolved, replaced by the image of a solemn blue-haired warrior in white armor. Exuding a noble aura in the vision, that blue-haired warrior gently kissed Taehyung's lips. Scathach appeared in the vision, placing her hands on their shoulders, as if bestowing an ancient blessing, unifying their powers as one. Taehyung and Scathach stood close together, their foreheads nearly touching in a solemn and silent moment. Scathach placed her hand on Taehyung's chest, a gesture of transferring power and responsibility. Scathach's hand gripped the hilt of the gaibolg, an ancient weapon to demonstrate its latent power, though it was no longer whole. Taehyung grasped the gaibolg. His eyes shone with determination as he accepted the weapon and the mission that came with it. A brilliant golden energy erupted from Taehyung. It signaled his resonance with the newly bestowed power. A dual energy, a current of life and a curse of death, swirled around the gaibolg in Taehyung's hand. His eyes widened in amazement at this terrifying power. With a stern gaze, Scathach gave a silent warning, emphasizing that the gaibolg's power was only for the finishing blow to end an enemy's life. Taehyung bowed his head reverently, a gesture confirming he understood and accepted the burden of her teaching. Before turning to leave, Taehyung took decisive steps away from the sacred place to begin his new journey. As Taehyung was running, the small spirit of Cuchulainn appeared on his shoulder, giving him a knowing and teasing look. Taehyung was startled, his face flushing with embarrassment, as he realized his secret thoughts had been discovered. The Cuchulainn spirit narrowed its eyes, slyly clarifying that it was just a sharp guess about the girl. On Taehyung's mind, caught red-handed, Taehyung could only manage an awkward, undeniable smile. His train of thought briefly returned to the image of Hedda smiling radiantly, her red hair flowing. Back in reality, Taehyung sped up, rushing through a dark and treacherous cave. He burst out of the darkness, his determined gaze fixed forward. Without hesitation, Taehyung stopped at the edge of a snowy valley, witnessing the sight of a giant white dragon fighting fiercely against a horde of monsters. The Cuchulainn spirit pointed to the sky, drawing Taehyung's attention to an approaching threat. Taehyung looked up. He saw a massive enemy transport machine descending from the sky. From the machine Mida, the Beastmaster emerged with a colossal frame and a ferocious glare, crossing his arms to show absolute confidence. Cold sweat trickled down Taehyung's temple as he assessed Mida's overwhelming power, realizing a direct confrontation would be suicidal. The initial fear in his eyes gave way to a steely resolve. A spark of audacity flared in Taehyung's eyes. As a new plan formed, Taehyung turned to Yulin, his eyes signaling a surprise attack. exploiting the fact that the enemy hadn't discovered their presence or the weapon Gabe and Taehyung hatched an attack plan. He believed that Gaben's power would give them a chance if they could approach the target secretly. An image of absolute speed flashed in his mind, a knight rushing like the wind, but he dismissed that option. He realized they needed something that could fly faster and higher than their current capabilities when suddenly, an idea sparked and Taehyung's eyes widened as he realized a bold solution. At the same time on the snowy field, the Valkyrie Gondor swung her sword with a battle cry confronting an enemy. Her blade cleaved through a giant leech-like monster, its black blood splattering everywhere as Taehyung dashed across the snow towards her. Calling her name to get her attention, Gondor turned to look at Taehyung with a questioning gaze, while he stopped with an urgent expression. But with a hint of slyness, Taehyung hastily laid out his plan, imploring Gondor to transform immediately. In the sky, a giant wooden airship loomed, their target revealed. Gondor responded to his call. Her body dissolved into a flash of blue light, and she transformed into a giant magical bird. Taehyung was now riding on Gondor's back in her bird form. They glided through the cold sky, silently approaching their target as he watched the airship. Satisfied that a Valkyrie's stealth kept them from being detected, Taehyung signaled Gondor to prepare for a direct dive toward the target.
Receiving her unspoken consent, he tightened his grip on the spear Gaebun, his mind completely focused on the attack.
With only this one chance, Gondor folded her wings in her bird form and dove with terrifying speed. Like an arrow of light with a battle cry for Eden, Taehyung raised Gaebun high, ready for the decisive blow. They approached the airship's deck at dizzying speed, the distance shrinking rapidly, Taehyung's eyes burning with determination. He reminded himself there was no room for any mistakes. On the deck, Midak stood with his arms crossed. His imposing figure radiated absolute authority. Taehyung and Gondor suddenly appeared above the deck, forcing Midak to look up as Taehyung jumped from Gondor's back. His body cloaked in energy from Gaebun shot downwards like a meteor. From Midak's perspective, Taehyung appeared as a small but threatening silhouette against the bright sky before landing on the deck. He slid for a moment in an attack stance, his sharp eyes locked on Midak. With unimaginable speed, Taehyung charged toward Midak. Aiming for a surprise attack from behind, but with a warrior's instinct, Midak sensed the danger, and spun around with a vigilant expression. For a brief moment, the two rivals' eyes met. Taehyung recognized the mortal danger. Sensing his foe's presence, Midak spun around with extreme speed to face the attack. Taehyung gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into Gaebun, knowing that if this attack missed, he would be left completely defenseless. Midak saw his chance for victory. He just needed to dodge this single blow to stop the spear. Midak crossed his arms in front of his chest, creating an invisible energy shield intending to deflect the spear for just a moment. This would create an opening to evade and counterattack. In the midst of the tension, a phantom of Gondor appeared and placed a hand on Taehyung's weapon. Her gaze filled him with confidence and empowered. Taehyung roared as he unleashed the full destructive energy of Gayun. A phantom of Gandua appeared behind Taehyung, merging with his attack as the energy beam pierced through Midak's shield. It stabbed straight into his chest to his astonishment, and the power of Gayun erupted, creating a shockwave of light that engulfed the entire airship. Midak looked down at the fatal wound on his chest in utter disbelief as blood began to pour out and his body started to crack. He petrified from the inside out and crumbled into pieces as Taehyung stood firm while Midak's stone body shattered right before his eyes. He landed on the ship's deck, standing amidst the fragments of Midak, his hand still tightly gripping the hilt of his spear. A violent backlash of energy surged into Taehyung's arm, making him double over in pain as he clutched the limb which trembled from the overload. In her bird form, Gando flew swiftly toward him, reverting to her human form and running to Taehyung's side. Her face was a mixture of concern and joy upon seeing that he had succeeded on the deck. Taehyung's small army of souls materialized, looking around in bewilderment, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Gander and Jongon signaled that they should retreat immediately, but Taehyung shook his head. A confident and ambitious smile played on his lips as he gestured across the ship, implying his intention to claim it for himself. Gander was stunned by Taehyung's unspoken declaration, completely surprised by his audacity, while Gondo burst into hearty laughter. Her smile was both understanding and teasing of Taehyung's boldness, as she confidently promised to buy him time to recover. He nodded back trustingly, then his blue eyes widened, reflecting utter astonishment. At an unexpected sight, Taehyung and Gando both looked toward a stream of blue energy rising from the shattered ground. He was astonished to pick up an S-rank runestone which glowed brilliantly in his palm. Meanwhile, on a vast icy expanse, Valhalla's reinforcements were in a fierce battle with the enemy remnants as a red-haired Viking warrior let out a roar. He spurred his skeletal mount onward, charging in to destroy the monsters while a blue-haired archer from the Valhalla forces drew her energy bow, aiming at the enemies in the sky and unleashing a volley of red energy arrows. They pierced a white draconic creature, causing it to roar in pain. Across the frozen battlefield, the Viking Legion and their magical mounts were completely overwhelming the enemy. A heavily bearded warrior pointed toward the sky. With an astonished expression, he shouted to draw his comrades' attention as the shadow of a colossal airship enveloped them. Looming in the clear blue sky, Taehyung stood on the prow of the ship, his two arms spread wide. He proudly declared his victory before the entire legion, and another warrior cheered in admiration. But he couldn't hide a look of envy seeing Taehyung on the ship. Siri, Taehyung, and Gando stood together on the white snow. It was a post-victory reunion, and her eyes held a teasing glint as she remarked on her bond with Aiden's legion. Taehyung smiled gratefully while Gando explained that bringing reinforcements wasn't just for the two of them. Gando started to explain about a past debt, her gaze growing distant as the scene shifted to the Great War, where the heroes of Eri led by Cuchulainn fought valiantly alongside the warriors of Valhalla. Back in reality, a miniature image of Ciri appeared next to Taehyung, and they both shared a knowing smile. Gander reached out her hand expressing her desire to invite Scarface to her legion, but then shook her head with a look of regret. Gander burst out laughing, but then put on an adorably frustrated expression. Amidst the complexity of the relationships, a majestic figure suddenly emerged from the icy canyon. Approaching them was Skathach, the queen of the Land of Shadows, who appeared with a powerful presence. Her calm gaze observed everything on the flying ship's deck, where Taehyung and Ciri stood side by side, a majestic white dragon behind them. Ciri looked at the ship with pride, affirming to Taehyung that he had reclaimed Skidbladnir, Ariel's treasure which had always been his. She looked around the deck, her face showing surprise and delight. At the unprecedentedly crowded sight, the white dragon coiled up peacefully on the deck. As it glided through the air, Ciri approached Taehyung holding out a scroll, catching his attention while another warrior was stroking the dragon in the background. Ciri solemnly opened the scroll, her eyes shining with pride as she informed Taehyung that they had both been promoted to the rank of intermediate warrior. Taehyung showed only a flicker of surprise before quickly accepting the news. With a calm expression, the ship Skidbladnir soared majestically over a vast snow-covered land. It symbolized Taehyung's new ownership. Meanwhile, at a settlement in Valhalla, Reganleif carried a heavy barrel of meat to the stables under the setting sun. She slammed the barrel on the ground, sighing in relief after finishing the hard work. Reganleif smiled brightly, calling her flock of griffins to eat. A large griffin Rollo immediately approached the feeding trough, waiting eagerly. Suddenly, Reganleif sensed a strange presence. She turned her head to look with a wary gaze, her expression changing. A flicker of worry crossed her mind as she instinctively thought about Taehyung's safety. Reganleif's gaze suddenly sharpened. She realized she was not alone. She looked up and was surprised to see a figure sitting on the roof. In the twilight, Reganleif recognized the uninvited guest as Skuld, the youngest Norn of Fate. Skuld leapt gracefully from the rooftop, landing elegantly in front of Reganleif with a mischievous smile. Then Skuld made a silent invitation, asking Reganleif to take a walk with her. Night fell, blanketing the settlement in silence. Reganleif and Skuld walked together, stopping by the shore of a calm, moonlit lake. They shared a moment of intimate conversation, enjoying the peace of the night. Skuld smiled brightly, raising both hands forward as if to say goodbye and end their meeting. Skuld suddenly hugged Reganleif in a friendly and playful gesture before leaving. Reganleif hesitantly asked Skuld about the purpose of her visit, having a premonition of its importance. Skuld cheerfully denied it, claiming she just wanted to see Hedda. Skuld waved goodbye as Reganleif turned and walked away. Still confused. After Reganleif was far away, Skuld's smile faded, replaced by a mischievous and mysterious expression. She whispered to herself about something that couldn't be spoken. Skuld's face turned serious, her blazing red eyes staring into the void. Brilliant red threads of fate finally appeared, wrapping around her like a prophecy heralding destiny. The scene shifts to another location, having once again reached Izun's legion. Reganleif is walking with a burly warrior. The two-toned-haired warrior and Reganleif are suddenly covered by the shadow of something enormous. Reganleif looks up in amazement while the warrior remains calm at the unexpected event. They both look up at the sky where a giant airship, the Squad Twin, is looming. On the ship, a griffin lets out a huge yawn, looking tired from the long journey. Taehyung and Ciri are standing on the deck. Looking down at the ground from above, Taehyung solemnly introduces a regal dark-skinned woman with purple hair and a unique hat. She is Skathach, queen of the Land of Shadows. The two-toned-haired warrior confidently replies. Placing a hand on his chest, he introduces himself as Ragnar Lodbrok. Skathach gives a slight bow, courteously accepting the Viking king's greeting. At the same time, Reganleif also introduces another Valkyrie from her group, Hedda of Izun's legion, who is standing next to Taehyung with a calm expression. Hedda's gaze is cold and scrutinizing as she silently observes the newcomers. Skathach turns to Reganleif. A mysterious smile plays on her lips as she says she has heard many stories about this particular Valkyrie. Curiosity and a hint of caution flash in Reganleif's eyes at the queen's words. Reganleif wonders what those stories are. But Taehyung, standing nearby, starts sweating with an awkward expression, as if he knows those stories are anything but complimentary. Taehyung cheerfully introduces another member, Adamaha, a small white water monster from Ario, who is emerging from the water. Adamaha blinks her big round eyes. With her azure face, she looks at everyone innocently. The small creature offers a friendly greeting, completely oblivious to the stature of the renowned warriors before her. Ragnar Lodbrok's fierce demeanor instantly vanishes, and his face flushes red. He hesitantly reaches out, wanting to pet the cute creature, while Reganleif looks extremely excited. Suddenly, Reganleif whips around with a panicked look on her face. Reganleif awkwardly extends a hand, inviting an invisible guest inside, while trying to reassure the curious Adamaha behind her. A determined glint appears in Reganleif's eyes. She purses her lips in annoyance, leaving Taehyung completely dumbfounded. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes something while Reganleif and Skathach enter the house with confused looks on their faces. They look as if they are trying to find words for the strange situation inside, where Ragnar is cheerfully chatting with Ciri and Scotty. All three of them have changed into more comfortable clothes. Reganleif's expression turns serious. As she realizes the tyrant Breast's involvement in the story, Reganleif confidently affirms to Taehyung the importance of their new allies, but her face still betrays a hint of worry about the threat from Breast. Taehyung suddenly remembers something important and quickly takes action. He proudly points to the blue magic stones, glowing on his belt, causing Reganleif to realize in amazement that they are treasures from Eri. Taehyung's hand with its glowing magic tattoo holds a summoning stone, releasing the images of Rollo and Adanmaha. As a testament to his new power, Taehyung explains that the spirit of Ku Chulainn within him was the one who revealed this information. Reganleif smiles, her eyes shining with understanding and admiration. A small figure of Ciri floats beside him, playfully asking if Taehyung still needs the Valkyries. This leaves Taehyung flustered, unsure how to answer, as the small Ciri immediately objects, exposing that Taehyung was very excited about adding the achievement of riding a Valkyrie to his list. Hit right where it hurts. Taehyung panics and denies it vehemently. Meanwhile, Reganleif just looks at him with a knowing expression. Reganleif squints teasingly, cornering Taehyung by bringing up the legend of the warrior who rides a Valkyrie. The small Ciri whispers into Taehyung's ear. Her expression is smug, as if she's achieved her goal, leaving Taehyung with a look of resignation. To break the awkwardness, the tiny Ciri playfully pinches Reganleif's cheek. This makes her laugh. Reganleif looks at Taehyung, her teasing smile from before now softening into a gentle one. She expresses her relief that he returned safely. Taehyung responds with a warm smile, his embarrassment fading away. All that remains is appreciation. Under the brilliant sunset, Taehyung and Reganleif stand together, sharing a rare moment of peace. A giant flying fortress with magnificent architecture and a great tree rising from its center. It floats majestically in the night sky. The grand silhouette of Asgard appears, a city of gods suspended in the night sky. A cloaked figure walks along a familiar stone path, a complex emotion showing on their face. The person's face reveals a nostalgic yet cryptic smile while thinking of family. His identity is revealed to be Loki. The god of fire and deception with scheming fiery red eyes stands before a grand structure. Determined to leave Asgard for the human world, he enters a hallway and notices a guard in the distance. He decides to avoid drawing attention. A stream of blue energy envelops Loki, making his body transparent. Loki glides past the guard, who is standing watch vigilantly. The guard is recognized by Loki as Heimdall. He is completely unaware of the invisible presence passing right behind him. Loki rushes across the brilliantly colored Bifrost Bridge. A dark streak amidst the galaxy. Standing on the Bridge of Light, Loki looks down at the vast world below with a smug and sinister smile. Loki raises his hand, releasing the seeds of calamity he had prepared. Sharp blue crystal fragments fly from Loki's hand. Obeying the will of the mysterious king, he spreads his arms, sowing a rain of disaster upon the land of Midgard below. The calamitous crystal shards fall towards a prosperous coastal region. The scene shifts to a fortified port city, where the invisible fragments have landed. In the castle's great hall, a soldier reports urgent news to the king sitting on the throne, while Loki stands silently beside the soldier. He reports with a worried expression, signaling a crisis enveloping the entire kingdom. The advisor Uller steps forward, suggesting they send men out to sea to investigate the cause of the chaos. King Wolfgang furrows his brow. He hesitates at the advice, thinking of the losses they have already suffered. After some deliberation, Wolfgang makes a heavy decision. With a determined gaze, he rises from his throne and walks away. He declares that he will seek out a prophet for answers. Wolfgang stares into the distance, his mind lost in thought about the fateful meeting to come. Wolfgang descends a dark stone staircase, his face full of anxiety as he thinks of an ancient and terrifying entity. To face his final hope, Sven used all his strength to push the two massive doors open as a blinding light flooded in. With a solemn expression that hid his despair, King Sven spread his arms to welcome a mysterious guest inside, revealing a skeletal face. Emerging from the shadows of a hood, its empty eye sockets stared intently at him. King Sven shuddered in fear as he stood before the oracle, a tall, inhuman entity. Sven began to state his reason, but the oracle signaled for him to stop. Indicating it already knew everything, the oracle delivered its first prophecy, demanding that a grand ritual be held to beg for salvation from the gods. Sven's expression turned to horror as the oracle continued to describe a bloody sacrificial ritual. The oracle leaned forward menacingly, emphasizing that only an extreme act could appease the wrath of the gods. The oracle then retracted its neck, which seemed to shrink in an unnatural way. This startled Sven with a flash of terror and confusion. A lone sacrificial altar on a desolate clifftop awaited the impending ritual under a gloomy sky. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Taehyung listened with a confused expression. As the news that warriors would be sent to Midgard was announced, Taehyung turned to Ciri and Ragnar for confirmation. He pointed off into the distance as if to confirm the land of the living. Ciri explained the legion's excitement to Taehyung. While Ragnar stood by listening confidently, Taehyung seemed to understand, assuming the warriors were happy for the chance to see their loved ones again, but Ragnar signaled that this wasn't the main reason. Taehyung listened with curiosity. He tried to figure out the real motivation behind the Valhallan warriors' eagerness. Taehyung's eyes widened in surprise as he had a realization. Ragnar confirmed Taehyung's thought with a nod and a smug smile, revealing the opportunity to create a new saga. Ragnar explained that creating a saga in Valhalla where everyone is a hero is extremely difficult. Taehyung and Ciri listened intently as Ragnar emphasized that stories born in the mortal realm could become powerful sagas. Immediately, determination flared in Taehyung's eyes. He clenched his fist, ready for the challenge ahead. Eagerness and hope filled the air, heralding the start of a momentous event for the expeditionary force. The Valhallan warriors' expeditionary force to Midgard was formed. They gathered on a hill, ready for the journey. Ready for the journey.